turn it down a bit because I know WoW can be a little loud. Okay, friends. Turn it down a bit because I know WoW can be a little loud. Oops, friends. One sec. Okay, we should be good. Just gonna check YouTube really quick and we'll get right into it. Honestly, today I was debating maybe there's a few games I was playing around with. I was thinking maybe getting into Arkham City, but my heart wasn't in it today. I'm just a little bit, I guess, tired, and I didn't want to fake excitement for Arkham City. I sincerely I love Batman. It's one of my favorite things of all time, but because I'm so low energy, I would almost fake enthusiasm for being stoked to play it. So I'd rather do it when it feels more natural. So WoW, there's a whole bunch of stuff I still haven't checked out in WoW. So it'll be cool to check some of that stuff out. There's a raid. I think we're one run away from getting the T-Rex mount, which is pretty exciting. So it's cool if we can do that on stream. I have stuff planned for today in WoW because it's been a while. Plus, I believe there's new content. There's a new island or new storyline that I haven't seen yet. I've supposedly. I'll say it's controversial in the sense that some people are happy with the direction it's going, other people aren't happy. I didn't look into it. I don't know what it is, but I'm excited to see, I guess, where the story goes from here. So let's get into it. It seems like it's working now, so it seems like we're good. All right. So we'll start. I was debating leveling my this guy actually, my rogue, because so close. We could probably do 90 today easy, but we'll start with our druid, our main, and we'll check out some of the new content. Maybe we can actually start before even that. Maybe before we even do the new content, we can see if we can get into the Goblin Raid. If we can get into the Goblin Raid, we could, I believe, get our T-Rex mount today. And for those that don't know, last X-Pack, there was, there was the Goblin Zone at the end of the X-Pack, and they opened up the Bellagio, which is like a casino reference or something. Bellagio reference. It was a raid where I sort of think it was like a casino or a hotel or something that the goblins ran, and we were breaking into it and fighting the bosses. I think you fight Gallywix or something at the end. Anyways, every time you run it, you build reputation with the raid or whoever. When you max out reputation, which is like 20 or 21, you get a T-Rex mount. And I think if the max is 20, we're at 19. If it's 21, we're at 20. We're one run away from getting the T-Rex mount. So we can get that right now, pretty much. We run it. Once we beat one or two bosses, we should be able to get it. It's something I've been trying to do for a while. And if I did it consistently, you can get it after probably 4 or 5 weeks, I imagine. I haven't been doing it consistently. But I knew we were one away, so I thought, hey, why not be fun to do it on stream? Let's see if we can find a group right now. Liberation of Undermine, right there. Boom. Moggen Mount Farm. Easy. Join. Oh, no, they killed bosses already. I want to do a full run, just to get max reputation. Here. That's heroic. That's fine. We can do heroic and mythic. It doesn't matter. Heroic might be enough to get us rep. It doesn't really matter. We can go back and do mythic after, too. I wonder if you could solo it. See, these people are doing the Fire Axe skip for the mount. And you could join that group too, which would be nice. But that's so strange, declining for... Why is this guy in... What is this guy doing then? What's that all about, I wonder, huh? Oh, he closed it. That makes sense. He didn't realize he was in there, I guess. Interesting. So no one's doing it yet. There's not a fresh group. It's fine. We can wait. We'll keep doing other stuff in the meantime. We could make a group too, but I just don't care. It's so easy that you just join a group and just sort of AFK, wait, follow everyone. Okay, so there's a few things we need to do. We'll hand this in quick. Goodness, what's the weekly? I think haven't picked up our we haven't picked up our vault in a minute. Is it Delve Weekly? Complete 5 midnight delves? Pet battle? And is it time walking? How is it time walking and delves simultaneously? We should do delves. That's probably worth it. Maybe you have to see what it is. What is this? Cozy Corner. Participate in neighborhood endeavors and collect community coupons. I see. So, we'll do this one, the ritual sites, because this is partially the new content I haven't really touched yet. Does anybody do pet battles anymore? They took it away. How could you give us... Why are you still giving us daily or weekly pet battle quests if you took it away? Just either just stop stop giving us content for it, or don't, but you're sort of... You keep necroing something that you keep trying to kill. I don't understand what's happening. It's so strange. It's like they can't decide what they want to do with it. I understand like we want to support it for the people that still like it, but you're not really. You sort of just let it die to the wayside, but you're still giving us quests for the weekly. There's probably like 4 people queuing for that. I don't know. Alright, so it is Delves. We could do Delves, because it is Delve Week, but we'll check out the new content first. I did say new content first. We'll check out new content first. Okay, so there's this, which I haven't checked out, which is the... Yeah, this is the new raid we haven't checked out either. Okay, we'll start here. Let's try the new raid. Sporefall, that's what it's called. And to be fair, people maybe watching are like, oh, Sporefall's been out for 2 or 3 weeks, and you're right. I haven't tried it yet. There's a few things I haven't tried, so that's what I mean. That's why I call it new content. It's like this, as they say in The Simpsons, if I haven't seen it, it's new to me. That is... I feel like it's probably an upgrade. I don't even know what the best stats are anymore, honestly. But it's transmog we don't have, so we'll roll with it. It's fine. We could get the coins too, who cares? I'm like maxed out on my coins anyways. I had to spend coins last time because I was maxed out on coins. So I had to spend them before I can get more. It's weird, there's like a limit to it. I don't know if Verse is not as good. I feel like Mastery is probably better, especially for Feral, but who knows. At least we got the transmog. What's it look like? Cloaks look so weird because trolls are so hunched, like me. But I feel like it probably looks cool on a druid, or undead rather, instead of the druid. My rogue probably looks decent on. Alright, we'll hand in this quest. The problem with a lot of these X-Packs and a lot of these systems, in my opinion, unless I'm missing something, it doesn't seem like I am. There's so much to do when you first play, and then as you get geared, the prey sort of becomes irrelevant because the gear, it doesn't really, you sort of out level it now. Once you get to a point where I'm playing solo, and I've got all heroics, more or less, just from doing delves, which is fine. That's great. I'm pretty geared considering I've done really nothing with other players. I'm geared enough, I'll say. With that being said now, because of that, it caps. I guess they want you to get higher level gear in dungeons or raids. I guess it makes sense, but because of that, the whole world becomes useless now. To my knowledge, I don't believe anything drops higher level than heroics. I don't believe any of this stuff gives you heroic gear. So all of this is sort of irrelevant. The prey becomes irrelevant. A lot of the delves become irrelevant. The only thing that becomes relevant now is raiding, Mythic Plus, maybe PvP if you care about it. And you could say, well, that's what the end game is. I would agree. That's what it used to be. It seems like their new vision of endgame, though, is to have this amusement park kind of mentality where you're in the world. And if that's what they want to do, I think you need to keep increasing the rewards for things like Prey, things like these world events. It has to be competitive with the endgame content in order for it to still remain relevant. Otherwise, yeah, there's really no reason to do it. It sort of dies on the branch a month or two in. I don't know. It's weird, and I understand people will say like, well, then why would I raid or Mythic Plus? Because you like doing it. That's why you would do it. That's ultimately the direction WoW seems to be going in. You do stuff not because it gives you the best gear, but because you like doing it. That seems to be how they're crafting the game now, which it's a different mentality than how WoW was designed, but it's also a different player base now. I think what's happening is you have the old guard that have been playing this whole time, living through the transition, and they're not happy about it because it's changed and it's very different from what they once liked. To be fair, they could still get the best gear in Mythic Plus and raiding and stuff. But if you were to give that same high-level gear to delves or other things, they would feel, well, what's the point of doing it? Or because to them, for whatever reason, they need to have something other people can't have unless the other person works as hard as they do. For some reason, to them, it's very important that if someone else gets something that they worked hard for, and they feel that person didn't work as hard, they can't enjoy it as much. Which sounds like a personal issue. But to be fair, video games, gambling, stuff like that, it is predicated on that kind of emotion, on that kind of ego. And the chase of fear of missing out, stuff like that, is predicated on the weakness of your emotions. So essentially, these games are manipulating you to try to motivate action and to say, hey, this is a really rare piece of gear. And if you stand in Stormwind with the Corrupted Ashbringer, most people will not be in Naxx, and most people won't even have this drop. So you can stand apart from everybody else and be better than them. And that motivates people. I also think it's, and this is so strange. Like, it's not to get like super philosophical, but I think video games speak to a lot of people that are lower on the hierarchy in life, where if you feel like life's tough and you're not winning in life, you can apply yourself really well to a video game and be the most geared person in Stormwind. And even though like your actual day-to-day is not great or your job sucks or whatever, and this isn't to knock people, but you can feel a sense of purpose, a sense of accomplishment, more importantly, a sense of superiority by applying yourself very heavily to a game. And because, I mean, you're not getting it in life, but you get it in the game, and so you're able to vicariously feel that sense of superiority. That absolutely exists. It's a very strong reason why people push really hard in video games, whether they know it or not, right? I mean, it's why people are hyper competitive in business as well. It's a game. You want to win at it. You want to win at life. You'd be surprised how many people have sports cars and don't park it at the farthest part of a parking lot because they don't want it to get dinged. They'll always park it as close to the front of the building as possible so people can see them getting out of the car. That's important. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, it is what it is. That's the game you want to play. But we're always constantly measuring ourselves against other people in the social hierarchy as far as self-worth goes. And video games are a microcosm of that, where if you're not popular in high school and your life sucks, you can log on and you're a different person, and you get to wipe the slate clean of your real life hierarchy and be part of a different hierarchy where maybe you're better, maybe life is better. And this is a trope that's been touched in so many films. Like, what is it called? Like isekai, right? It's like classic isekai anime stories where loser guy gets transported into video game world and becomes the hero and saves the day. That's why, right? Because you can sort of reinvent yourself. Because that's that whole concept. I mean, it's the same idea as that movie The New Guy. Remember the movie The New Guy? Same idea. It's exactly what it is. They're predicated on that idea that we're monkeys and we're on social hierarchies. And if we can go somewhere where nobody knows us, we can essentially wipe the slate clean and try to rebuild a higher position in the hierarchy of social structure. And video games are that. That's what the video games are. Like, that's so that is a long-winded way of saying, like, the reason why exclusivity and fear of missing out exists is because it gives people something to hold over everyone else's head and say, like, I'm better because I have this. Sorry. And if you disagree, I don't know what to tell you. It's true. Right? Why else are you, because I don't think I think you're lacking the self-awareness if you disagree, because it's not, again, I think people take this negatively, like I'm shitting on someone for wanting to say, like, I have something you don't have. It's just something ingrained in, like, human nature, I think. I don't think it's something to be ashamed of. But if you ask yourself, if you can really try to practice self-awareness, ask yourself, what's the motivation for wanting to play or achieve stuff? And you could say, well, I just like playing. I disagree with that, and I'll explain why. You don't delete the loot after you do it. If you didn't care about getting better, improving, and it's not just proving with yourself, because you compare numbers to other people, and not just that, you compare, like, to, like, the world's best. You look at, like, the stats of, like, what's a 99 parses? How can I get closer to that? I think competitiveness is good. I think it makes people better, especially in a video game. Like, it doesn't matter as much, maybe, but especially in the arts. I think or in science even, it strives to do better and to make more, and it works as a motivator for humanity as a whole. So the fact that it's the fact that this competitiveness of moving up the hierarchy is a part of us, I think, is probably more than just an ego thing. It allowed us to create many things like antibiotics and scientific breakthroughs because people wanted to be remembered. They wanted to have a legacy. They wanted to be great. So when not applied to video games, applied to other stuff, you have Michael Jordans, right? Wayne Gretzky's and Tom Brady's. But in video games, you have like Siegel or, whoever else is like a really good video game player. So that's what I mean. Like, I'm not, when I'm saying this, we move up the social hierarchy, I don't think it's a negative conversation at all. I think it's just a human nature conversation. But video games understand that. And they use exclusivity to generate motivation and action very quickly. Especially in social structures. This skin is only out for a limited time. Only 500 players can have this skin. And then they bring it back. But that absolutely motivates action. I want to be one of those 500 players. I want to wear the skin, and I want it to have the special number, like 186 out of 500. I want to know that I'm like, I'll always be number 186 out of 500. And even if they re-release it, I'll still always be I'll always have the 1 out of 100 number instead of the 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 years later. Because the skin will come back. And it'll still have a number, and it'll be like 538. But the people that have 1 to 100, the first time it released, there's a sense of like superiority there. Like I had it when it first came out. That meme, that hipster meme. So it's interesting. This stuff fascinates me, and it's just because I think it's much like Seinfeld. Like Seinfeld's so funny. Because what Seinfeld does is the show often brings awareness to like the unaware parts of our day-to-day, and that's what a lot of this is. There's so much motivation, or so many things drives motivation for us that we don't realize subconsciously. Even for silly things like games, our ego's so attached to meaningless stuff, especially, and it's probably because we're fairly safe at this point. What do we have to do with these things? Just run it off? You run it, they just run away? I'm trying to see. Do you run it onto these things? Like, I see this is glowing. Do you not run it onto these things to like capture them or something? Like, what are these guys here? What are these? They're glowing. Let's see. So now these things are going to wake up. I thought maybe you'd put these here so you'd catch them or something, but let's see. Let's see what happens, because no one knows what's going on. I'm going to explain the fight. But I think it's fascinating when you really like pay attention to some of your actions. You'll realize you're more on autopilot than you think. And I don't think there's anything you can do to help it. I really don't. Even when you learn to practice self-awareness and you catch yourself like on autopilot more often, you still realize like most of your life is on autopilot. And I don't think it's a problem. I think it's just part of the human experience or the animal experience. I think if you're like super cognizant and self-aware all the time, it would be a waste of resources probably. That's why you almost save being hyper-vigilant when you feel like things are going wrong. That's why if you have an overactive nervous system, like an anxious person, much like myself, you're tired all the time because you just feel drained because you're constantly scanning when you don't need to be. And that constant state of alertness is just, you're burning fuel. You're just literally in the mud, spinning your wheels, just burning gas, not going anywhere. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we attack these things. Interesting. Cool. Oh, they destroyed it. All right. Yeah, I mean, LFR has gotten to the point where you just show up, you just attack stuff, there's no real mechanics. They made it that way, that's fine. But it's just not, I don't even care to learn. Maybe I'm part of the problem, I don't care. When it comes raid time and the raid leader's willing to explain it, I'll do the mechanics because they actually matter. But, look, I mean, when we have to do, like, Galacrass or something, I don't die. I understand the mechanics for the most part. But no one explains, and they essentially made LFR just a tank and spank. Because I guess they don't have enough confidence that the players could figure it out on their own. I guess this just goes here. That would make sense, right? But it's cool to see what this guy drops. He's got a cool model. I still don't fully understand what these glowing things are, but like I said, I feel like if we were to do it on normal, I feel like someone would probably be able to explain it a little bit better. But WoW and Overwatch do fear of missing out all the time. And what's funny about it is I fatigue with it pretty quick. I used to like suffer from fear of missing out. My friends used to make fun of me all the time because I had fear of missing out. And they're absolutely right. But what happens is you get burned enough times, and then you just throw out the baby with the bathwater. And then it gets to the point where you're like, not only do you become so apathetic, so nihilistic, that I don't care anymore. It's like, not only do I not care about that one skin, I'm resentful, and I don't want any of the skins now. I don't even want to play Overwatch 2 anymore. That's how they completely ruined it, just by the fear of missing out bullshit. I got burned so many times, and I felt like I was hurt by just not dedicating my life to playing it every week, because I had things I had to do, so I missed it, and it hurt every time I'd miss something because I had something in life I had to do, and I would lose that skin forever. I'd have to wait a year. That felt bad, and then it got to the point where I'm like, this is just causing more negativity than anything in my life. What the hell am I doing? So I just dropped it. And supposedly, so far we're winning that. That's sick. That'd be sick if we win that. Hopefully we win that pet or whatever that is. Let's what does he drop? What does this guy drop? It's actually probably not updated. It's probably not upgrades for us, but it's a toy we could win. Yeah, it's all veteran stuff. It's not really... Oh, it's actually 259. Nice. But you can't upgrade it. I don't know what spore fused means. Well, we're not gonna roll. It's a waste. So that's nothing here even looks that cool, really. Like, did we win that? Whatever this is? Did we win something? I gotta go throw this shit out. I got so much shit in my bags. 1 sec. Maybe we did win something? We did. What is this that we got? Spore Glider? Combine 4 delicious... Oh, it's for a mount. Delicious Spore Snack. I imagine that's for a mount. Maybe you get that every time, and then eventually you can get a mount with it or something. Look, fear of missing out is a tactic. It works, but again, I think people fatigue, and I feel like if you just made a good game, you wouldn't have to use those kinds of manipulative tactics. But I heard supposedly, I don't know if this is true, that supposedly like 50% of people in the United States... 50% of people in the United States supposedly aren't using social media anymore. It's supposedly sick or tired of it, which I understand. You fatigue over it. Social media is like having like an abusive spouse. Just treats you like shit all the time. You get nothing out of it, and then you realize, why do I keep doing this to myself? That's essentially what social media has become. The people that aren't trapped by it, I think, realize this is like it's a stupid people habit. No disrespect to people that use it. I mean, I'm sure you can use it for good, but let's be real. It's like, it feels like Jerry Springer, right? I mean, if you like it and you have a stressed out job, it's fine. I'm not shitting on you. Do what you got to do, but it does feel like the exact same thing as gambling, or like drinking too much, or drugs. It feels like a net negative with zero positive benefits other than distraction. And generally, I've watched it like degrade both my and a lot of people in my lives' mental health. But again, not to be standing on a soapbox, but like, it just seems too much like a free lunch, where you're getting so much dopamine for nothing, and of course it's going to come with a diminishing return. I think a lot of people that grew up in the 90s or the 2000s probably had friends that went to raves, and people that went to raves used a lot of illicit substances. People that did it very regularly would suffer from, is it called serotonin syndrome, I think, where like you would flood your brain with so much serotonin, the brain would deplete it completely, because I believe how it works is your brain wouldn't need to make it anymore. It didn't think it needed to make it anymore because you were using so much that, or using the substance so much that it was supplementing it in the brain. The brain's like, I'll just stop. So I think what happens is when you abuse drugs or brain chemicals so much that you're constantly pumping it full of something, your brain pumps the brakes itself, saying if I'm getting it from a foreign substance, I'm not gonna produce it myself. There's no need to overproduce it if I'm constantly getting it from medication. I believe it's the same thing with like how diabetes happens. I could be incorrect. Type 2, I believe. If you're producing enough, if you're supplying yourself with enough sugar or insulin that you're constantly spiking your hyperglycemic index, I believe the pancreas doesn't create it on its own anymore because it's constantly getting it supplemented from somewhere else. And then when that switch turns, I believe it can't switch back. And that's why you then need to start supplementing it with medication, because the pancreas went to a point of no return where it learned to no longer produce it properly on its own. I think that's how it works. I could be incorrect. If someone wants to correct me and call me an idiot, I'm more than happy to accept that. My point is, I believe social media does the same thing as like people that use these illicit substances, where it floods the brain of so much dopamine for doing very little. Like and you get this reward without any effort. So when you're not getting that constant stimulation, you feel this gnawing anxiety and discomfort. And not just that, but it, much like Clockwork Orange, and again, I'm not standing on a soapbox, but like if you look around, it seems like people are way less emotionally intelligent, and they're way more emotionally charged. You can't have a normal conversation, especially with like some younger generations. There are some people in the younger generation that are aware of this and very smart, but like even like I'm watching older generations get caught up in this stuff. And politics is the worst one, because politics for 100 years, 150 years, has been incredibly serious and an incredibly well-respected thing. But as social media came out, politics and social media started melding into this monster. And now it's this weird clickbaity, false accusation. Like, who cares if it's true? Just post it anyways. It's insane. It's gotten so bad. And it just, as a whole, it seems like social media is like a net negative to society. It seems like it's done less to help. And like, well, there are some good things from it to a degree, but I think overall it's sort of tanked both the intelligence and mental stability of at least North America. And it feels a little intentional. Not the part where it's tanking the intelligence or anything else. What feels intentional is the addiction part of it. It feels like they made it super addictive. I don't think they wanted to hurt America or hurt people or make people dumb or anxious. I don't think any of that was intentional. That just happened because I think we abuse it. But I think the way they created it, much like MMORPGs, was created so you have this constant psychological desire to keep checking it out. Because every time you do, you get another like a little like drip of dopamine. And it's fascinating how we see it with gambling, we see it with drugs and alcohol, but we don't see it with social media. Now, of course, some people do, but if I were to explain this to my friends that have said to me they're worried about other friends because of their behaviors, whether it's gambling, whether it's drugs. If I were to say to them, I agree, like that you see that they have a problem, I don't think they would see that they have a problem with social media, which is, that's why it's so nefarious, right? Like, and it's not about blame. Like, you should be ashamed because you have a problem with social media. It sucks because it's like this demon that captures you. And I feel like once it gets you, like, I feel like that's it. Like, it's so hard to break free from it. Because like food addiction, social media is widely accepted. And for a lot of people, it's something you sort of have to do. If it's your job, or if you want to be in touch with people, stuff like that. Like that's the problem with food addiction, is like people just stop eating or just eat healthy. Well, the problem is you can't, with gambling, you can just stop gambling. With drugs or alcohol, you can stop. I mean, it's hard to do, but you don't need it to exist. You need food to exist. So if you have food addiction, it's the only drug that you have to still do it while trying to balance doing it safely. Like, that has to be the hardest thing in existence. I think about that all the time, because there's no other addiction that's where you have to still engage with the addiction, but do it in a responsible way. So that's because they're always just like shitting on like Americans, the way they look and stuff. But to be fair, like, they're set up to fail. That's not fair. Like, I get it, but you got to blame the institutions that allow this stuff to operate like this to begin with. I don't know. I know we're rambling today. It is what it is. What do you want from me? I didn't sleep. I didn't have much planned for today. It's been a bit of a crazy day, so. But I just, every morning I wake up, I'm trying to grow, like, the Twitch stream, and I'm using Twitter and social media, and I'm posting clips, and they're doing well, and they're responding well, but I'm trying so hard to curate my feed with just Warhammer, video game stuff, video game news, and in spite of my best efforts, it's constantly being inundated by politics and clickbait crap and stuff that I'm not even following. The amount of times I have to click those 3 bars and say, don't show me this, I don't want to see this, mute, whatever it is. They're injecting it, forcing it upon you. It's like, it's the strangest thing, because I avoid it like the plague, and every day it's a constant battle, to the point where I just post and ghost because I can't take it anymore. It's horrible. One sec. And it's not the whole internet. Like that's why like I'm not Mr. Anti-Internet. You know, I think, and this sounds so ridiculous. This sounds ridiculous. As destructive and silly as 4chan was, and as nuts as 4chan has been at times, I still think the current state of Twitter and a lot of what social media is far more harmful than a lot of stuff that 4chan has done. As insane as that sounds, I think overall, on a global scale, the damage that social media has done, thanks to through political elections or just fear-mongering, is far exceeded any of the nonsensical bullshit that 4chan has done. Social media has become so impactful. Like I feel like at this point it started global conflicts because of social media. It's made things so much worse, so much more divisive. It's crazy. And I think years from now, psychologists and generations, probably this next youngest generation, not the one that got caught by TikTok, but the one after them seems way smarter now. They're going to grow up, look at us, and say, how could these Neanderthals have been so dumb to not realize what this stuff was doing to their brains? And I agree with them. I totally agree. Like it feels like They Live, that movie, which I haven't even seen, but I know he wears the glasses and everybody around him is turned except for him, and it just certainly feels that way at times, right? Like just because I have a lot of people that are way smarter than me in my life. Like I say that with absolute confidence, way smarter than me. But I see them fall sometimes to social media. I do myself. That's why I said, no, I can't do this. This is ridiculous. This sucks. But they don't seem to notice it or recognize it as that. And that's how I know it's dangerous, because they're really smart people. And for them to not realize, like, this is you can see it, it just makes them upset. And I don't think they'd want to do that to themselves if it was like Interstellar, where they were able to watch themselves from the future. If they were in the future watching themselves scroll on social media and watch how they were angrily writing stuff or angrily sharing stuff, I think future them would say, like, get off it, you're wasting time, go, hug your cat, go outside, go call your friend, like, you're not going to remember any of this. There's, like, I don't know, I think about that movie really, like, hit me deep. I think about that scene all the time. That's where a lot of this comes from, honestly. The whole, like, it's a waste of time, it's messing with our brains, because as silly as it sounds for a sci-fi movie, I think about Interstellar, like, multiple times a week, because it just allowed me to rethink the way I see time and the importance of time. Because that's what the movie's about. It's not just about time travel, it's more about time is a precious thing. It's something that, in our world, moves forward, we can't get back. And every moment that we make a decision, essentially, is like a fork in the road. We can go left or right, and when we go right, it changes our path. And I always think about the scene where he's saying goodbye to the daughter's asking him not to leave, and he's upset at his future self is upset at his past self, because he's saying, you're an idiot, don't leave, why would you do this? Because, like, I'm not going to spoil the movie for you, but I think about that often. Like, if my future self were to look at me now, at what I'm doing, would I be happy, or is this a waste of time? And of course, not every second of every day is like that. That's too intense. But I don't think we do it enough. I think there's a balance, and I think the balance in which we say, am I like actually wasting my time, is not enough, especially in today's day and age, because there's too many distractions. And what do I mean by, like, not wasting your time? I think I don't mean like building a business is not wasting your time. I'm saying if you I just feel like getting mad on social media is a waste of time. If you want to do woodworking, if you want to build a desk, or you want to stream, but I'm streaming, so if I say streaming, it sounds like I'm being like, so let's not say streaming, it's something else. You want to fish, you want to go fishing, you want to learn dancing, take your dog for a walk, like there's like anything that's not getting mad at probably people who don't even exist, because it's probably bots. It's probably engagement bots just trying to grow a channel so they can sell it to someone else to advertise on. If it's like anything that's not that is fulfilling. It could be as silly as you want it to be. Build like toy train sets. That's like still like meaningful. Especially if you join a community of other people and you like toy train sets and you guys are just like sharing tips, like that's hugely impactful. I think it's a net positive overall for society to do stuff like that. These guys are tough. This guy's really tough. Okay, we're gonna just switch to bear. Fuck this. It's stupid. I know there's a way we're supposed to kill this guy or something, but I was trying to do it as cat just because it's fun, but fuck it. We'll just cheese it and do it as bear. Midnight's okay. Yeah, what was decided. Midnight's okay, but Feral sucks. It really does. It just doesn't feel like very good at all. And I know like people are like, well, the numbers say otherwise. I don't know what the numbers say. I don't really care what the numbers say. What I'm saying is I've never, more than this X-Pack, just struggled to do endgame content when I'm fairly geared as Feral. I just feel like so squishy all the time. And I don't want to have to feel like that. I don't have to swap into Bear just to survive. Like, it's never been like that for what feels like 20 plus years. So I don't know what they did this time, but it sucks. Reduce damage by 50 removed when hit with a reflected spore. So these guys, these reflected spore, he just walks on this guy, hits a reflected spore. Oh, I see. So that removes it, or? I see he takes 50% reduced damage. I don't know what the reflected spore is. These guys, like, they just have to stand on these things, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, but he takes 50% reduced damage, but I don't care anyways. We'll just nuke him through 50% reduced damage. Because I feel like the reflected spores are these things that are exploding, but he's getting hit by him, but it's not doing anything to him. So we'll just slowly War of Attrition his ass down, and it's fine. They're not going to kill us. Not even come remotely close to killing us. It might take a little bit of time, but it is what it is. Because he has exploded on these things, like, many times, as you can see. These things are... He's in it right now, it's going to explode. It exploded, did it do anything? I don't think it reduced the damage. I don't think it did anything. So I don't know what we're supposed to do here. Yeah, so we'll just kill him with War of Attrition. I have to change my trinket, though. Like, this trinket is just awful. It's a shame, it's the best in slot. Well, Classic Plus is coming out soon. I'm excited for that. Or supposedly it is. They leaked it. Supposedly. I look forward to it if it's true. I mean, we needed something. I hope Classic Plus comes out soon because I do miss Classic. Classic's more fun. Retail's just missing the boat. They're directionless, it feels like. See, this guy's standing on these exploding things. It's not doing anything. I don't understand what we're missing here. Midnight's okay. Honestly, it feels a little more mediocre than anything. It's better than some of the other X-Packs, but it's not... It feels mediocre. That's the only way to describe it. I don't mean to be negative, but it's not memorable. It feels like they're trying to just create the next 3 X-Packs to get out, start and wipe the slate clean and start fresh. It really does. I don't know. It sucks to say that too, because maybe someone works really hard. Yeah, retail's very fast-paced by comparison. And honestly, I'm used to it, like, but yeah, retail's really fast-paced. Like Classic, that's what I like about Classics, how slow it is, right? I love that Classic is so slow. And Classic feels more meaningful as well, but I don't know how to describe it. Like, for a long time, I've struggled with this idea that is it me that's out of touch, or is it the game? And I know the Skinner meme says it's the game. It's the game who's wrong, not me. But in this case, I feel like it is. I feel like the game isn't offering anything that's super unique. What did we get this? So this is what I'll ask. And this is a sincere question. Because maybe I'm missing something. I sincerely mean this. Like, sincerely, this is not clickbait stuff. What's different about this X-Pack than last X-Pack? What makes this X-Pack special? Why should I buy this over the previous X-Pack we played with the Stone Dwarves? There's new delves. They look different. It feels like the same thing. Let's be real. The models look slightly different, maybe. There's a few new zones. It just doesn't feel that different. It doesn't feel like there's like something that's like a big pull. Like, this is the big feature of the X-Pack. It didn't feel like we had like a big pull or big feature of this X-Pack. And the last few X-Packs sort of felt like that. And for a long time, like, is it me? Has WoW always felt like that? But WoW hasn't always been like that. Because WoW did have a pull for a lot of the time, right? Like, at first, it was just new zones. That was exciting. But still, like, Burning Crusade had flying. That was really exciting. The class of Death Knights was super exciting for Wrath of the Lich King. Wrath of the Lich King introduced a lot of stuff. Transmog, like, Wrath was huge. Cataclysm was absolutely huge. Completely changed the world. Plus, we had flying inside the world. The last big change I think WoW had was probably Dragonflight, because they gave us the flying dragons. They gave us the new forms. We had the dragon riding thing, which whether you like it or you don't like it, is what it is. That revolutionized the game. It breathed life into the game. I wasn't even a huge fan of it, but it felt innovative. It was different. It was exciting. It's like, ooh, this is like, it's WoW, but it's got like a new DLC almost. It's WoW with more on top of WoW. This just feels, this and the last X-Pack feel more like just patches more than X-Packs. Dragonflight felt like the last meaningful X-Pack. And I imagine, and I could be wrong again, it feels like they're working on something, they're cooking something up. I love that reference. Is it yours, the kids? It's the kids. The Skinner reference. It feels like they're cooking something up, but in order for them to do it, they need to justify like why everything's getting wiped out or revamped or something. And I think that's what these 3 X-Packs are for. They're trying to, it's their way of wiping the slate clean, saying like everybody died or something, and then restarting, or I think they wrote themselves into a corner, or they did something, and I don't know. And to be fair, and this is my tinfoil hat theory, you could even argue, if they already want to wipe the slate clean, why do they have to wait 3 X-Packs? This sounds silly, and this could be super tinfoil hat, but I wouldn't put it past them if they said, look, people are like going to buy the game regardless of what we do. We could drag it out for 3 more X-Packs before we really innovate, make a little bit more money with the audience that we have, wrapping this up, and then we can come out with the fresh new thing, and that will breathe brand new players into the game. But before we do that, we have like WoW Plus in between, because if they were to come out with like a new, hey Vanilla, yeah, unexpected WoW stream, you're not wrong. I'm like super unprepared today. I'm sorry if you send another message. I checked, I didn't see it before I went live, but if you send a message, I'll check in a second. If they didn't do this 3 X-Pack thing, and they just came out with something super innovative and something super new, they wiped the slate clean, they killed all the characters in WoW, they came out with WoW 2, whatever it is, whatever the new innovative thing for WoW, retail WoW is, if they did it or they do it soon or the next few years, it would fragment players away from WoW 2 or WoW Classic Plus or whatever they're releasing. At BlizzCon, there's speculation from pretty reputable sources that there's going to be a WoW Plus or WoW Classic Plus or something like that. There's going to be some kind of iteration that's WoW Classic with a twist. And I think that's going to carry, I think, WoW for a year or two before the next big X-Pack for WoW comes out. I could be wrong, but that's my speculation. And the reason for that is you can sort of, you don't want to release 2 big things side by side, because again, it fragments the players, and why do it when you can stretch out like your money better? It would make more sense to do that, right? I don't know. It's the same reason why Netflix could release 12 episodes, I guess, but it would cost more money to pay the actors that much, and it would cost more sets, and it would just cost more money. If they could do 8 episodes, it's cheaper for them. They still more or less make the same amount of money. People are still going to like pay a subscription, binge it in a month or whatever. You know, if people weren't subscribed to Netflix, but they're specifically subscribing for this one show, if it's 12 episodes or it's 8 episodes, they're just going to subscribe anyway. So Netflix is going to make money anyways. But if it's 12 episodes, they lose money because it's going to cost them more money to make it. If they do 8 episodes, they save money instead of doing 12 episodes, and the same person still subscribes to watch the series in 1 month, whatever it is. So it's sort of the same kind of logic with like Blizzard. They could release the new retail, whatever the changes are for retail plus Classic Plus within the same year or 2-year time frame, but they could stretch it out and stretch the income out as well. Instead of, because if you release them both simultaneously, they're too close to each other, then people are going to ask even sooner what's next. And if they ask sooner what's next, you have to constantly innovate, and it's tough. So the longer you can stretch out content, the slower you can like piecemeal content for people, the better, because every time you release something new, every time you reinvent the wheel, you have a big chance of people saying this is the worst thing you've ever done. I hate this. It was better before. It is a bit of a risk. So I get it. I do get it. It's a, you know, I think about this often. Like, it just, when they release Cyberpunk, when they release The Witcher 3, God of War, the first one, like, I mean, the 2018, whatever game is like a massive success, Grand Theft Auto, they believe in it. They want it to be successful, but there's definitely a part of them that's up the night before it releases, where they're sweating, saying, "My God, if this is a failure, this is like a $300 million failure." Like, that definitely exists. As confident as you think they are, I think everybody feels that way. No matter how confident they are in their game, that fear of like, what if they hate this one? They've loved us up to this point, but what if this is the one they finally hate? And this is finally the time. This is finally our downfall. Oh no, we're not supposed to go through here yet. Oh no, can we go back? I mean, you're very lucky to be in a position. But to be fair, it's like bittersweet to be like Rockstar, because you think no matter what you do, people are gonna buy it, people are gonna love you. That's true. But if you give someone a bad experience one time, that is like a viral bad experience, because people have such high expectations at this point that you need to meet almost practically unrealistic expectations at this point. Because if you don't, people are gonna find anything to nitpick with you. Like, Rockstar has that. They've created that expectation at this point, where I feel like they've waited so long to release the game that no matter what they do, people will nitpick, just because it's been so long. People at this point have unrealistic expectations, it's not Rockstar's fault. They've created such magic that people have this idea of what like the new Grand Theft Auto is in their mind, is just this transcendent experience, because they've done pretty damn close to that every time so far, right? I get it. But it's a lot of pressure, man. I think about that often. These poor devs, like the guys with The Witcher 4, it can't be as fun. It can't be as fun as it was the first time. When you release The Witcher 3 and you're excited about it, and then people respond really well to it, after it's released, after 1 or 2 years of you already winning Game of the Year, after Game of the Year's already been won, and people are still talking about it on Reddit posts, and people are still saying how great it is, you get to bask in that glory. You get to be known as the dude that wrote The Witcher, or made it, or the devs, or the art team. That's the best place to be in. Not even accepting the reward, or the award. The best place is just like after, when you're just like basking in like, we made this. This is great. We're riding that high still. It sucks when you have to go back to the office and say, all right, boys, what do we do for The Witcher 4? That's when it's like, oh, how are we going to... They have high expectations now. How do we maintain that? That's tough. And then if you do it again, like with Ragnarok, like, that's great. God, we were so lucky we got to do it again. You ride that high again, and then like, oh God, now how do we do it a third time? This feels like it's almost getting harder. You think it would get easier because they like us, but the expectation gets more and more. I don't know. It's the worst and also the best job in the world, right? Imagine you get to do that for a living. Like, it sucks if you disappoint people, but if you get to knock it out of the park again, I feel like no drug or experience can match that high of like people being that excited about something you created. That being said, I mean, look at Christopher Nolan's most recent movie, right? I'm sorry, Vanilla, how are you? It's... Christopher Nolan's latest movie is getting shit on, I know. I didn't think it looked that good. I thought it looks okay. Honestly, like, the first trailer I saw didn't look very good. The second one I saw, I thought looked a little better. But it doesn't look... It's nothing like super spectacular. I think the reason why people are shitting on it more than anything is probably because I think Christopher Nolan built a reputation on trying to ground his work in like realism, like authenticity. There was a sense of like authenticity that always existed in his work. I think that he's sort of been known for, and what I mean by that is The Dark Knight or Interstellar are both super fictional films. One's super sci-fi, one's super comic-y, but at the same time, there was a realism to the way the characters were written, to the way they spoke, to the way they carried themselves. There was a respect given to the character of Batman and the legacy that Batman has, where he was treated more like a biblical figure than just some silly comic book guy in a cape. Where what Batman stood for in the Dark Knight films to the people of Gotham was not something an individual could instill in someone, but only something that like a god could instill. Because to them, Batman wasn't really a person. It was more like a symbol of justice, a symbol of safety, a symbol of doing what's right in spite of in spite of everything telling you it's easy to just do what's wrong. So he was sort of like, to them, and this is how Christopher Nolan wrote it, like a messiah in the darkest time of Gotham. He's light, hope, essentially. That's like super deep, right? Like that's super grounded. It's super deep. It's really human, and I think that kind of writing is what Christopher Nolan was known for. You didn't need to go to that depth for Batman, but he did, and it works. And I think Interstellar was the same thing. It was a sci-fi movie, but it was super grounded in human emotion. It felt like it was almost grounded in realism as well. There were parts of it that weren't realistic, but at the same time, I think he spoke to astrophysicists, scientists, people that study black holes, and said, like, is there a way we could try to weave in the science fiction with a little bit of science so we could sort of bridge the gap? So it doesn't just feel like, well, we just teleport because we said we do. He tried to find a way to, like, make it reasonable enough that you could sort of follow the logic with less, like, just believe. And I think he's always tried to do that. Same with, like, Batman. The way he portrayed even the Joker as, like, not some kind of mystical superhero, or Crane. What's Crane's name? How did I forget Scarecrow? I love Scarecrow. Goodness, I can't think of Crane's first name. Anyways, they were intelligent. They were more than just comic characters, and this newest Christopher Nolan movie doesn't feel like that. It feels more... It feels like an artist's interpretation. That's sort of what it feels like, a Tim Burton's twist, almost, right? Like, you know what it feels like? It feels like either like The Wiz or like Tim Burton doing Alice in Wonderland, where you take a classic story. I don't know if you know what The Wiz is. The Wiz is like Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson. They took the it was an artistic interpretation of The Wizard of Oz. And Alice in Wonderland, they did the same thing, where Tim Burton took... It was his interpretation of a classic story, and he made twists on it. He made it slightly different. Tim Burton-fied it. And this sort of feels like that with the Odyssey, where he took the story of the Odyssey, and he didn't make it as true to what it was as maybe people expected. I don't know. I didn't even read it myself. It feels like he took a bit of a creative approach to it. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just think that's not what people expected from him, because that's normally not his MO, generally, from what I would see. An example would have been, like, hypothetically, you could have, like, gender swapped the Joker in The Dark Knight. People would have freaked out, but that could, if he was that kind of director, he could have just done a twist and been like, you know, in this world, Gotham City is in Asia, and it's a cyberpunk world that looks sort of like a futuristic Tokyo, and the Joker's female, and Batman is not super jacked. He's like a skinnier guy, but he's, you know, they could like change the way Batman looks. Like you could tell the Batman story, but you do it in like a weird cyberpunk setting where Batman has like cybernetic tools instead of just his own, you know, toolkit, and it's still Batman. It's like, you know, it's like cyberpunk Batman. That's what I mean. It sort of feels like he did that with the Odyssey, not to that extreme, but it feels like he sort of took that kind of creative liberty. And at least my interpretation of it, based on what I saw from the trailer, that was a stylistic choice. And some people aren't happy with it. I think some people are using that excuse to just, I don't know, not like actors in it or something as well. I think both are true. The problem is like if someone says, the problem is when someone's like, I don't like this actor, and then someone else is like, yeah, it doesn't look that great. They all got bunched together. But I think it's a valid criticism to say it doesn't look like a Christopher Nolan film. It really doesn't. If you watch, and I think there's a lot of tourists to like Christopher Nolan. People that have only watched maybe Oppenheimer, maybe The Dark Knight, nothing else. They don't know his whole filmography, so they don't really understand what his style is. So to them, maybe they don't understand, which is fine. I encourage you to go back and check out all the Christopher Nolan stuff. And this is the best thing about like tourism is at first you start as a tourist, and then if you get into it enough, you no longer are a tourist because you become like part of it, right? Tourism is just like being like, what's this about? I've heard of this, but I've never seen it. But then sometimes you get sucked in, and then now you're no longer a tourist. But I encourage you, if you haven't seen Christopher Nolan's filmography, to check out some of his stuff. He's a pretty brilliant filmmaker. One of the best things he's ever done. That war movie was really good. I can't remember the name of it. Was it All Quiet on the Western Front? Was that him? Was that someone else? I don't remember if that was Nolan, if that was someone else. He did a war movie, I'm pretty sure. It was him. And I was surprised at how good it was. I'm not like huge onto war movies, but it was really well done. Of course, The Dark Knight's like one of his best things, but I honestly think Interstellar was essentially our 2001 Space Odyssey. It felt that way. It felt so impactful, so it was such a stunning film, 2001. I guess he did Inception as well, right? People love Inception. I forgot about that. To be fair, as someone that really likes Nolan's work for the most part, Tenet was not a very good movie. I didn't like that either. And Tenet, much like this Odyssey, didn't feel like a Christopher Nolan film. Tenet to me felt like someone that was trying to copy Christopher Nolan, which is funny because it was his film. I think he wrote it and directed it. But to me, it felt like fan fiction Christopher Nolan, even though he directed it. Like, isn't that weird? Something about it just didn't feel as polished, or it felt more rushed than most of his films, which feel very meticulous, carefully calculated. This Tenet felt rushed, and when I look at this Odyssey, I just see a bunch of popular actors that I feel like are there just because they're hot right now. I don't know if, like, the casting choice, it just doesn't feel appropriate to me. You know? I don't know. I would have preferred just a whole bunch of Shakespearean actors for something like this. And maybe I'm not the audience. That's fine. That's totally fine. I was expecting sort of a Spartacus level film from him. I felt like this was going to be his Spartacus. Where it was like taken super seriously, massive sets, just almost like a Shakespearean play on film. But he went a different approach. So look, maybe it might be a massive hit, right? To be fair, Oppenheimer was a massive success, and I thought that was a little bit boring. I saw it in theaters, I liked it, the acting was brilliant, but I just didn't care about the third act was just rough. It carried on. I thought it was too long. It felt like no one gave him any tips. It felt like he made the movie, and then everybody was too afraid to say, like, what is this whole third act? Everybody was just afraid to bring up the fact that, like, it was too long. Who cared about... I just didn't care about him going to meetings and them saying you got to lose your access. You were revoking your access to the building. All that whole part, like, after the bomb went off. To be fair, I thought after the bomb goes off, it goes really bright, and then it goes really bright, and then it just fades to black and just says directed by Christopher Nolan. That would have been a strong ending. You know what happens after the bomb goes off. The whole movie is just about the build up to that, and then you just know the impact that it had. And then it would have been great if you just showed footage of the real guy at the end as a credits roll, talking about it, talking about the impact it had, how it changed, how he felt about life after, how he never felt the same after. Even though he didn't drop the bomb himself, just being part of that destruction, how it ruined him forever, all those guys. But I was surprised. Like, it felt like it took the pacing out of the movie for me. It took out the impact after the bomb went off, and then there's still what felt like an hour and a half or more of him just getting his card revoked and fighting with those guys in the office, and they don't like... I don't know, man. It took the gas out for me. It felt like you were going full speed the whole time, and that started happening, and it was the same feeling, like, I bring up again that Nick Offerman episode in Last of Us. There was an intensity that happened the entire film in Oppenheimer, and then as soon as it gets to the revoking your pass, you can't come in these buildings anymore, it just knocks the wind out of you. And then the movie ends, and I'm like, oof, well, I don't know. Because it's like, think about it like a roller coaster is the best way to describe it. It's like a roller coaster. If you ever ride roller coasters, the biggest hill is always right before the ride ends. It doesn't, like, usually what happens, you go to the biggest hill, then you go down, and then you won't just do, like, you won't be just riding straight, going at a slower, usually it's like big hill, and then like small hill, side, end. And that's because it ends on a really high adrenaline rush. It takes you to the peak, and then as you're still enjoying it, you're going really fast, left and right, maybe a loop-de-loop, maybe like one or two smaller hills, and then it stops immediately. And when it stops, you're like, wow, that was a rush. Like, before you even know what happened, it's over. And I feel like leaving people with that feeling is more impactful, and you remember it more than the way they did Oppenheimer. I don't know. A lot of people want to live through a Star Wars. A lot of people want to live through a pivotal moment in film history. So anytime something comes out, like Oppenheimer or The Odyssey, people want to act like it's the next Godfather. And I think it's partially because you want to be able to live through a Godfather. You want to be able to say, I saw that in theaters. You want to tell your kids that, or, your grandkids or whoever. But I just don't know if people are going to remember... I don't know if people are going to remember the Odyssey, and I don't know. I especially don't know if they're going to remember Oppenheimer 10 years from now, the way that you guys are thinking about it. Not the way we remember 2001. I just... I don't know. Maybe. There's like films like 12 Monkeys, which was David Fincher. Brad Pitt, brilliant movie. If you haven't seen 12 Monkeys, it's a brilliant movie. It's so good, and I thought Brad Pitt got nominated for it, but it feels like an under-the-radar kind of film. It really does. It's one of those movies where if you ask people, have you seen 12 Monkeys? They say, I don't even know what that is. But it was really good. That, The Fifth Element, God, there was one more I was thinking, what was it? There's a few movies like that are just, some people maybe have seen them, but not as many as you'd expect. And to me, they're movies that I still think about to this day. Because they were so original, they were so creative. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Donnie Darko, that was another one. Sorry, that was the other one I was thinking of. Donnie Darko. Donnie Darko, The Fifth Element, and 12 Monkeys feel like they have cult followings. And anytime you recommend them to someone, someone will see it and say, wow, how did I miss that for so many years? And it's, I don't know, man. It's the way the film industry works. There can be like actual gems, brilliant, brilliant art. And it's seen by a very small selection of people. I guess it's just the nature of the game, right? Like, it is what it is. Think of that with books often. There's a lot of books that will go viral on TikTok because it's some guy, spitting on some girl and kicking her in the stomach, and girls are like, oh, it's the greatest thing in the world, I'm gonna make this into a movie, and it's the stupidest books they read, all this weird, like, these 50 Shades of Grey stuff, like, yeah, he pooped on me and threw me off the balcony, it's great. Meanwhile, while these books are, like, all over TikTok and everybody's buying 300 gazillion copies and they're making Netflix shows out of it and they're making 300 books out of it, there's probably some author that wrote something that's hidden in a section of non-fiction or historical fiction, and they're probably the next Hemingway, and then there's probably a few hundred or thousand or even million people that are like, this guy's the next Hemingway, you gotta check him out, but there's just so many. But I like the story where the guy drags me on the back of a horse through a cactus pile and then lights me on fire. There's too many of those, so they're like, I'd rather read the story where the guy lights me on fire than, the next Hemingway, because you like what you like. But I wonder how many super talented people just fall to the wayside, or what often happens is they die broke in their lifetime, and then like 100 years later, people are like, my God, he was brilliant. He was so brilliant. How did we miss how brilliant he was? I think that was that's a lot of people, I think. A lot of people, either really late in life or after they died, were discovered for their brilliance, which is, what a shame that is, huh? To work that hard, to make such an impact in society, but not even know, that feels like just the cruelest irony. We need to clear out our bags. It's out of control, man. It's absolutely out of control. Oh my God. I can't even sell stuff here, can I? I don't think I can. Alright, that's 1 out of 5. We still have to do 4 more. We were so slow to do that. I mean, that was a slow one exceptionally, because the way we were fighting them too is I didn't do the mechanics properly. That's alright. Is this an upgrade? Oh, it's a dagger. I thought it was a pole arm. I gotcha. We should try to do a Mythic Plus, because there's a trinket I need. Again, like I said, this is the best in slot trinket. It sucks. That's, I think I got distracted. I said this earlier. I hope Blizzard in the future stops making these terrible trinkets. No one likes to use this. I understand it's from an older dungeon, but I don't know what the newer trinkets are, but I hope this like is so annoying. Like, watch this. You have to fight. You're fighting in order to use this. Look how long you have to stand still. Nope, didn't cast. So, like, right? Nope. So did you see how long you have to stand? Oh, I'm not going to move this time so you can see how long you have to stand. You would use this trinket in the middle of a boss fight. Imagine Mythic raiding, where every second you're moving. There's mechanics everywhere, and you have to stand still so you can cast. That's like longer than a mount. I think it's faster to cast a mount, or maybe it's the same time to cast a mount. It's powerful. It's a powerful trinket. 751 mastery is pretty good, and that's not even like the highest tier. That's like 2 tiers below. But still, like, that's a long cast time. It's not really fun to play. I think Blizzard, at least as of late, or maybe not the most recent X-Pack, but in Dragonflight especially, it felt like, no, to be fair, this started in Shadowlands, but I noticed in Dragonflight too. It seemed like they struggle with balancing difficulty with fun. Where sometimes either it's super fun, but it's not super difficult, or it's super difficult or challenging, but it's not that fun. And Blizzard used to be really good at balancing both simultaneously, and I think they lost the plot a little bit in most recent X-Packs, Shadowlands being one of the worst. When you look at the Maw, when you look at the lack of mounting in the Maw, Torghast, all that stuff, that was a really big example. Is it challenging? Yes. Is it fun? Right? Dragonflight had a little bit of that, but I hope it gets better. It's not easy to do, don't get me wrong. I think the reason why they get paid the big bucks is because playing that game of is it fun and is it challenging simultaneously is really tough to do. I think they're opposite spectrums. That's the problem, where when you go too deep into challenge, it no longer becomes fun, because now it's just frustrating. So you need to find a way to try to balance the fun while still making... Like, essentially what you're trying to do is make dying and doing it over and over again fun. That's essentially the formula, and that's really hard to do, because dying is frustrating. But this is why Dark Souls is brilliant, because they've essentially made dying a part of the ritual of success. Like it's part of... It's a badge of honor. Dying to Dark Souls games is a badge of honor. It's part of the process of growing. Go again. You died, right? The screen comes up. It's brilliant. They were able to figure it out. I think the reason why they're so successful is because they took the worst part of video games, which is dying, and made it essentially a badge of honor. Like, that's so brilliant when you think about it. And I don't think they intended to do that. It sort of happened naturally by the player base. Which is fascinating, isn't it? It's so interesting. I feel like a lot of things happen like that. That feels like that's the new way to create art. Before, you would just make art and just post it out. You put it out in the world, you know? Salvador Dali would make a painting and just put it in a gallery. People would look at it, and he wouldn't have any feedback or anything. But now, with social media, there's so much interaction, some artists just post and ghost, but I think a lot of people, whether they know it or not, they take the feedback into consideration, and it reshapes the way they view things. And I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. It could be good because it makes people happy in a sense, right? Like, but at the same time, it could steal your voice from you a little bit. If you're too focused on, like, I'll give you an example so we're not getting too in the weeds and you're not lost in what I'm saying here. Let's say I like streaming. At first, when I first started streaming, I would only play games I was interested in. As we started growing in stream, people started recommending games. Every time someone recommends a game, League of Legends, let's say everybody wants me to play League of Legends. You guys are screaming, League of Legends, League of Legends. I'll play it, and my stream grows, and I make money. We're making crazy money. I'm growing like crazy, but I can't stand the game. I hate it so much, but I have to play it because you guys are recommending it. You guys want it, and there's a part of me that wants to appease you. I don't want to piss you guys off, and I'm afraid that if I play something else that you don't want me to play, I'll lose it. So I'm stuck. I've now created essentially a prison for myself. What they call it? Golden bars. I've created a prison of golden bars, which is very common. And I thought about this from the start. This is how, like, arrogant I am. I thought if I was ever to be lucky enough to actually grow at all at streaming, I should start from the very beginning with doing variety. That way, if I ever were to get momentum, people wouldn't associate me with only one game, so I wouldn't get stuck having to play that game or lose like 1 million viewers, right? To be fair, I think it sort of hurt growth in one sense, but I think long-term it's probably beneficial. Because if you stick with one game, you grow in that community. That would have made a big difference for growth. You see it in WoW streamers all the time. And now I thought about that, but at the same time, what happened during OnlyFans, this is fascinating. And maybe you guys don't care, but during OnlyFans, a lot of streamers blew up. And two things happened. One, a lot of people in the WoW section blew up that were playing WoW for years. They were streaming to like a few viewers for years, and they never had any viewers. They joined OnlyFans. They said a few funny things in a dungeon. And a bigger streamer with a bunch of followers those people hopped over to check out this other streamer, and now this person who only has 2 or 3 views has maybe 50 or 100 or more, which is great. And this person's playing WoW, and they're getting a couple hundred viewers. It's awesome. Their life like changed forever, and they get to play their game they've always been playing, and they just get more viewers. It's a win-win. It's beautiful. What happened more often, though, is a lot of people that didn't play WoW joined OnlyFans just because it was a community event. They joined. A lot of people would leave, like Soda's stream or other people's stream, to go check out this person stream Tyler1. Let's use Tyler1 as an example, if you know who Tyler1 is. Tyler1 mostly plays League of Legends. He plays other stuff, chess, League of Legends. So when he played WoW, a lot of people were watching. I was watching him play WoW. I don't follow Tyler1, but it was fun to watch him play WoW. When he stopped playing WoW, a lot of people were upset because they wanted him to still play WoW. He had his own big audience, so like maybe that was the best example, but when he stopped playing WoW, a lot of his WoW audience dropped off because some stuck, but a lot of people just are there for WoW. So for Tyler1, it wasn't a big deal. He's got a huge audience. For someone that was a smaller streamer, maybe they only had an audience of 100 people when they played, or maybe they didn't even have an audience. Like they had a small audience, they played OnlyFans, they got viral on OnlyFans, a whole bunch of people are watching them play WoW, play OnlyFans. OnlyFans ends when they go back to their original games, whatever it was they were doing, much like Tyler1 did. People say, can we get more WoW? Where's WoW? We want WoW. We know you for WoW. And they said, well, that was the WoW thing. It was only like 2 or 3 months. Like I don't play that often. You guys found me because of WoW, but I'm not a WoW streamer. And they go, oh, that sucks. I sort of wanted WoW. I don't really want to watch you then. Like some people will stick for the personality, most people won't. And that was a fear. Like it's a very rational fear, I think, too. I mean, so us playing random games all the time fragments the hell out of the audience. But at the same time, no one associates us with one game. I think instead we build on just like community, just talking, just like clips on YouTube, whatever. If you watch the clips, it'll always be different games. It's intentional. That way you come for like whatever you come for, whatever it is that draws you here, right? Just background noise of me rambling about absolutely nothing for 4 hours. Because I'm on too much caffeine and not enough sleep. That's what you come here for, I guess, right? Yeah, that's it, I guess. It's thinking super long term and super unrealistic, but at the same time, I think it's best to aim for the stars, because even if you fail, I think if you're aiming higher than you expect, you... Pilav. Yeah, I know the name. Why do I know that name? He's a WoW streamer. Pilav? I know that name. Is he an OG? He's an OG WoW streamer, isn't he? Is he Russian? Or Ukrainian or something? He's doing Elden Ring with a mouse keyboard? That's insane, bro. Serbian. Okay, Serbian. I think I know who he is. Does he speak English, or is he another language streamer? I know the name, though. Bro. God, we should do an Elden Ring stream soon. I would love Elden Ring. Oh, he is English. Okay. Cool. I feel like, is he a PvPer? I feel like I know him because he's like, is he a professional PvPer or something? For some reason, I just feel like he was in the PvP scene or something. Or a professional WoW player or something. I don't know why I know his names. So we have to do the Dream Rift. What is this now? What dungeon is this? Is this another dungeon I missed? Wait a minute. What the hell is this? Midnight Falls. March on Coldonis. We did this, right? Child of Alara. I think we did this. No, we did this one. This is the one we've done. This is the light one, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, we've done this one. Whew, okay, I'm like, is there another raid I missed? No. You're doing another Sekiro run? Oh, dude. Yeah, I was talking about absolutely nothing. I'm just rambling. So what's the Dream Rift? How do I do this Dream Rift? Why do I get credit for it? This one. Oh. Alright, let's do it. Oh, because it's so similar. Are you kidding? You're saying Sekiro is easier than Lies of P? That's how hard that goddamn game is? Did you play it on, like, you must have played it on the hardest mode, but did you play it on... I don't know if you know who Canute is. You know Canute? The streamer? Like, bodybuilder dude? He loves video games, and when he was playing Lies of P recently, his chat was saying... I think I told you this. Twice. You beat it twice? Bro. His chat was saying that there was a like Radon, there was a pre-nerf version that was way too hard, and they patched it like a week or two in. but you could download a mod or something to have the pre-nerfed version, where it was almost like next to impossible to do. Like, it was a reason they nerfed it. It was unrealistic, but I think he tried the pre-nerfed version. I don't know if he beat it, but people were saying like you should try it, but they're saying well it is stupid. Like it's not normal. 100 hours Lies of P in 2 weeks. Is it the other way around? It got harder? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. This is what they were saying. The bosses aren't nerfed. Well, I also heard there's difficulty to it. Look, I wouldn't put it past Souls players to... I wouldn't put it past the Souls audience to... For a game dev to say, hey, for the first week the game was out, we realized there was a problem with like input lag, which wasn't intentional, so we patched it just so the input lag is reduced again. That was how it was meant to be the whole time. So those that beat the game, we apologize. That input lag was not meant to be there. That was just a coding error. We fixed it now. They would say, you nerfed it. You guys nerfed it. They would say straight up, we didn't mean for this to happen. We didn't realize this happened when we released the game. We fixed it. And they would still say, you guys nerfed it. You guys, it's just Souls players. They are... I have to say, I love them. They're psychotic. They just made the game mechanics for better. Deflect mechanic was absolutely broken before patch, and in the patch they added difficulty so people can choose difficulty if they find it too hard. Yeah, that's fair. I still think it's not changing the hardness of the boss. So what was going on with the deflect mechanic? How long is this queue, man? We've been waiting for a minute. Oh, we're just 2 tanks away. Alright, what should we do? Shit. So, there's so much content. I don't know, I'm so overwhelmed. Ritual sites we should do. Did we do the newest dungeon? We did the newest dungeon. There's Decor Duel. I haven't done that yet either. That's also new content we haven't tried yet. The Abundance. Like, there's just so much, but none of it feels very meaningful. That's sort of the problem with this X-Pack, honestly. MetaQuest. What is this? Ritual sites. Isn't there a main chapter? Where's this? Where do you do this? This is the story I was looking for. It's this! Legacy of the Amani. I'm dumb, bro. We need to do this. Is that right here? That's this. This is the storyline. Okay, we'll pick up the storyline. This is what people were talking about. I was trying to find... Where's the... I thought it was a raid or something. The controversial stuff, but... So the update is basically not changing hard as well. It's inconsistent. You're not wrong, I guess. That's fair. Well, okay, we'll talk. We'll talk. It's inconsistent. So you press the parry button and it wouldn't register as a parry. That's how, like, I take it. Something like that. I have to say, Sekiro, as old as it is, to this day, even with Elden Ring being older, it's like the best input. It feels like fighting game input, where it's so immediate that every game feels super punishing by comparison. I don't know what they did with Sekiro, where there's like 0 delay. It's like, but good fighting games feel like that as well, where there's 0 delay, there's 0 input lag. Sekiro feels the same way. It's the only game of those that I felt was like that. Elden Ring is not bad, but like, my god. I feel like we were too spoiled with Sekiro. Nothing's gonna feel like that again. Unless Lies of P does, that'd be great, but... It wouldn't. It would, but it wouldn't register with the... That's frustrating. That's incredibly frustrating. Oh my god. Because you're doing everything right and you're still being punished for it. That really hurts. Ay. My god. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be back 1 second. Sorry about that, friends. I have a kooky neighbor, and I just don't trust her. So whenever I get a package or something, I want to grab it as soon as possible because I just don't want to messing with it. This is as insane as that sounds. I recently got today. I ordered melatonin. I've never taken it before, but supposedly it's supposed to help. Like the whole reason, man, I've talked about this before, and maybe the reason why I mentioned it is let's see if we can get this dungeon actually. We're covering this queue still. Okay, good. Thank God we didn't miss it. I don't know, bring awareness to it because I'm just nuts. Like, I feel like it's obvious. Maybe it's not, but like these streams, I can always tell when I don't get enough sleep because I'm just so much more rambly and anxious than I normally am. And it's been so long. Like my sleep habits are terrible. It's been years. So I just find let's just see what melatonin's about. It was recommended to me by when I saw that neurologist actually recently. The Parkinson's doctor. She said, "What is this? That's full." Why can't I loot that? Let's leave and get that again. I'm maxed out on that or something? Do I not have keys? Is that why? I don't have keys. I need to get more keys. I forgot to reset. Shit. Okay, we'll leave. The neurologist said melatonin's completely safe. She tried taking it. She's like, sleep's important. She's saying if you don't get sleep, like, you're gonna get Parkinson's. So you gotta be careful. Which is, I always knew, it was a fear, but I mean, it is what it is. You can't force yourself to sleep. You try, but so I ordered it. We'll see. I've never tried it, but I mean, people seem to have pretty good luck with it. It seems like both magnesium and melatonin seem to be supplements that help. Problem is I think melatonin gets you to sleep, but doesn't help with, like, restfulness. I think magnesium more helps with that. Trial and error, I guess. I don't know. I heard that one of the side effects of melatonin is really intense, vivid dreams, which I already deal with, so that's... We're gonna see how that goes. I'm just waiting. I don't want to queue for anything or do anything. We're literally waiting on one single tank for this to go off. And then we'll get into the story. This is, I think, the decor, the hide and seek thing, which we haven't done yet. In this game of Decor Duel, one side uses illusion to disguise themselves as... Oh, and hide amongst everyday objects in the area. The other side uses pre-approved list of illusion-piercing abilities to find, and then capture those hiding cloaked in disguise. It's just hide and seek. You look like a chair, you look like a table, you try not to get caught. This is that painting game that everybody's playing right now. Chameleon, Mecha Chameleon or whatever. That's what this is. Same idea. So you hide as a chair. See how we look like a chair? We disguise. Disguise yourself as another prop. Oh, you can walk. You can walk around as a chair. I see. Cool. Now we're this. Now we're this. Now we're this. Cool. When disguised, you will have the ability to magically teleport yourself to a nearby piece of decor. Pick up the chair's disguise again. This time try swapping your location a few times. Feel free to change your disguise between swaps if you'd like. So we click the chair. And we swap. Oh, it puts us there, I see. Can you aim where you want to go? It just puts you anywhere, huh? Interesting. There are 3 secret classes in Decor Duel, but everyone starts off with the Spellbreaker kit. Don't worry, you can earn access to the others. Some fundamentals. You can break the shield of a disguised hider's illusion by using the spell magic. Once the hider has been marked, you'll have a brief window to tag them. So it's not just hide and seek, you have to touch them. Interesting. Tag a hider. Dispel focus. Dispel. Okay, so where do you... These guys? We find someone hiding, or... Oh, I see. You just cast in a direction. I see. Then we have to tag them. That's how you tag them? Interesting. So you just do this in a direction. Oh, you can bring them up. Oh, tagged. I see how it works. Sekiro feels outdated. Well, it probably is, right? I mean... It is outdated. It's a product of its time, for sure. But I think the combat is still, like, super fluid. I realized Sekiro is... It's, if I remember correctly, I hope I'm not misremembering, but it's like you could pretty much play like hitless for the most part for most enemies, because I think it's just like when it goes like ching 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 ching, and the highest ching when it sparks is when you parry back, and then once you parry, it's just resets, and it's just attack 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 ching parry attack 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 ching parry, and it's just that over and over. I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, when we learned the game, but it took me to the end of the game to realize that. When you fight bosses, it's different. There's jump on their head, there's Bakiri counter, there's stuff like that. There's special enemies as well, but I think for the average, just the cycle of combat, I believe, is just attack, 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 attack. They parry you once. Once that happens, you have to wait for their incoming attack. Once you perfect parry, it just resets, and then you just go again. No one ever explained like this. They explain it like... I know everybody says it's a rhythm game. I don't see it as a rhythm game. A rhythm has a consistent beat. It's never consistent in Sekiro. It's always changing. I don't like see how that's a rhythm game. Dance Dance Revolution is a rhythm game. I don't know. I don't see it. To me, like that doesn't seem anything like a rhythm game at all. A rhythm game is a consistent pattern. There's no like consistent pattern to Sekiro. I disagree. It's not consistent. Like the consistency is too short for it to be considered a pattern. If you mean like the attack, 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 ching, attack, 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 ching, that's one thing. I disagree. Because you're not standing in one spot, you're moving too much. That's why, like, it's not... I mean, look, this is what I'll ask. It's like the Ship of Theseus. How many beats is a pattern? Or how much until it's like a rhythm? How many beats does it have to be for it to be like a rhythm? Is it just 2? Because like I thought it'd be more... Like, 2 doesn't seem like enough to me. The sequence of attack... Could you say like all Souls games are rhythm because they're all like they all have... What's the difference between a rhythm and scripted mechanics? Is this a quest? What quest is this? What? We don't even have a quest. What is this? We're in bear form still. I gotta switch to a cat. It's different for every boss. I agree with that. I agree with the repetitiveness. But I don't think that that's a rhythm. I think it's pattern focused. I don't know if it's a rhythm though. We fly away from this guy. This isn't the guy we fight. What is going on? That's so weird, bro. We're not fighting this guy. We fight the next guy first. Yeah, but that's most bosses in WoW too, right? Like all the scripted mechanics. You always stand to the left first, then you always stand to the right first, then you always go to the right, then you always run in the middle to stand to avoid that. Like it's especially classic WoW. It's like super scripted mechanic. Like, so perfect example is Safety Dance. In Naxxramas, you fight the dude. Everybody stands all the way to the left of the room, and then he runs to the platform. You go a little bit to the right, then this way, then you literally dance. It's like dance, 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 dance. Or am I missing it? Is that not the same thing? With sound. I don't think they'd be able to beat Sekiro without sound. I think it's a sound game. I think there's sound cues. Much like WoW has sound cues, right? For like mechanics and stuff. Run away, little girl, run away. Like that, right? You know, oh, that's now someone's Little Red Riding Hood. We gotta run away from the I also think some of the blind people could probably cheat, but well, that's what I mean. The definition of rhythm, that's like that's why I'm confused by it. Like rhythm to me is just a rhythmic pattern. So you could say that almost everything is like a rhythmic pattern because in a large scale, eventually it's a pattern if in long enough. My question is how much can be in between for it to be a rhythm. Like, something that sounds random. Here's an example. If I throw pots and pans down a flight of stairs, and it makes just clink-clong noises, but I loop it. If I copy paste, and I increase the speed, is that a pattern? They're different sounds, and they're like, but it's still looping, right? It's still like is it a rhythm, or that's where like I'm confused. Well, that's the thing. Like, everything could be subjective, and that's where it gets confusing, because like we have definitions of stuff, and the definition is always changing. This is where the whole conversation came with, where people are like talking about, again, this is where people lack reasoning, because the whole conversation of like identity right now is about subjectiveness, where we're like, well, we had definitions, what means what? You're like, yeah, well, it's changed. It's like, well, when do we agree when something changes? That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know, right? Like, recently I heard that, God, who was it now? Someone, goodness, I forgot his name already. A politician passed away today in the United States. An older, Lindsey Graham. I think it was Lindsey Graham. I think Lindsey Graham passed away today, and he was a proponent. I think he flip-flopped on the idea of you've been all sight. Oh, cool. We can fight. So that's cool. You go into like a dream phase and fight these guys. I think he was a proponent. At first, he was like pro-gay marriage, against gay marriage, pro-gay marriage, against gay marriage. He like flip-flopped on the topic, and people, I guess, didn't like that he was flip-flopping. But I think his argument, or what they were arguing, is they were fighting back and forth, pro, against gay marriage, whatever. They're like, well, what's marriage? What's the definition of marriage? And I think it differs from person to person, from state to state, from individual, from culture, because like that's like everything in life. Like, everything is just like people. If enough people agree on a definition of something, it's that. But then if enough people disagree, then to them it's not. Like, it's you know, it's weird. It's rhythm is a strong, regular, repeated pattern of sound movements or changes. It's not that deep. Water being H2 is universal, cannot be subjective. I think you're going in too deep. Well, I think you could argue the same thing about the Earth being flat. People say the Earth is flat, and you can say, well, it's not. Like, it's objectively round. You can't convince them. It is what it is, right? We have definitions of things just so we don't go insane. It's literally that, though. When you think about it, we need some kind of grounding to reality, or we lose our mind, because everything means nothing. As insane as that sounds. Like, and the reason why you don't think about this regularly, because you would actually you'd go schizo if you actually understood the truth of that, if that makes sense. Caused by mental illness, not understanding the surroundings. Look, I mean, you feel that to be true, but they could say the same thing about you, is what I'm saying. And like, they believe it to be equally as true. And the truth of the situation is, based on our current evidence and everything that we understand based on our objective reality and the way that we measure things in life, we have things that we believe to be true. And I mean, there's a lot of things that we believe to be true at the time, and it gets changed. I'm not saying the Earth is flat. I'm not arguing you that the Earth is flat. What I'm arguing is that our objective truth, which we know cannot be moved and is unshakable, has been moved and has been shakeable many times. If you look at specifically like germ theory, forever germ theory was disregarded as like a quack kind of theory, that like things that you can't see don't exist. That's not what's killing people, until someone started washing hands. It wasn't Hippocrates, was it? Started washing hands and figured out like germs exist, and it was someone after that. I feel like that's too early on, I feel like, but the death rate went down drastically when you started washing hands, when doctors started washing hands, because even though people denied that bacteria could exist, you have to see it. It's impossible to see that it doesn't exist. We were shaken to our core that maybe life is more complicated than we thought. Like, dark matter is the perfect example of this. Dark matter is so interesting because dark matter we can't see it, we can't measure it, we don't know what it is, but scientists are like, there's something there. Like, every tool that we have of measurement, we just know that it's there, not because we can measure it, but because we can't measure it, but we see resistance, I think is how they describe it, to my knowledge. As things move through space, it's as if it's passing through something that's slowing it down just enough that it could be measured that it's slowing down slightly as if there's something pushing against it. And they're like, whatever that, like as if it's like not water, but it's something. Because there should be nothing, but there's something. Like whatever that is dark matter. We just call it dark matter because it's just matter that is just everywhere. That's when there's not something, it's that, essentially. No, I mean, my point is just we're getting deep in the weeds. I know. The problem. So this is how you'll understand it. Then the color red is the color red to everyone. But how do you confirm that your red is my red? Do you know what I mean? Red. We don't need to both see red the same way. We just need to both understand that when we're talking about red, we mean the same thing. There's no way for us to know that our red is actually the same. You could see green, but you could see green but call it red. And I could see orange and call it red. But as long as we both call it red in our heads, even though like objectively it's green, we don't know that because green to me has always been red and red has always been green. I think I may have lost you because like that's an objective thing that you can't deny. You can't know other people's perception of things. There's no way to know that for sure. You just have to ask them. Do you know what I mean? You'll never know what my red looks like. If the only way that you know red is red, the only reason that you know red is red, there's no logic, there's no way to define truly. If you were lied to as a child, have you ever seen The Village? If you were lied to as a child, and someone said green is red, you will grow up thinking green is red, and you will fight to the death that green is red. If a whole society is indoctrinated that green is red, that society exists where green is red, and in that world, green is red. As like, if enough people say something is true, it's just true. Like that's just how it is. There's no like Ministry of Truth except for the UK. Well, I see you've played Knife is Spoony before. The object itself is still the same objectively no matter how you call it. Well, so then how do you explain quantum physics? Because quantum physics says two things can exist simultaneously, right? Superposition, isn't that what they call it? Which goes against like our laws of nature and our laws of physics, which is why it's fascinating. Because like this is why I love both space and metaphysics, because metaphysics is like the study of that which sort of goes against like everything we understand. It's almost like scientists playing with the woo-woo almost. Proven facts are yet to be stated. Well, that's because there's no way to truly prove anything. You just have to take a leap of faith at some point. You can't like actually prove anything other than just trust me, bro. And it gets to a point where you're not even smart enough to be able to verify it yourself, right? I can't verify. Look, we believe the Earth is round because people have shown us. I haven't actually seen it myself. I've not been to space. Be like, well, you can go on an airplane. Fair. That's true, I guess. Like the same way they say like your circulatory system or your heart or you know like evolution. I'm personally not smart enough to provide proof of evolution. I don't know where I would begin if I had to explain if my life. Oh, I don't have a key for this. I gotta get a key. If my life depended on it, I had to justify why evolution is absolutely true or why the Earth is flat. I would not be smart enough to like do the Oppenheimer thing and go on a blackboard. So at some point, I got to take a leap of faith and trust people. Let's not get to the point where we're saying brains doesn't exist. I didn't see a brain with my own eyes physically. Well, you see, this is where I think, this is why I love philosophy, because I think philosophers are willing to entertain these ideas, because I think people are too afraid to understand that the whole thing is chaos all the time. All of it is chaos all the time. Everything is always chaos. We need boxes or we lose our fucking minds. Like, we need schedules, we need alarms, we need that. Otherwise, nothing has any meaning, and it's chaos. And we can't have that, because that's way too overstimulating. And right now, we're getting calculated or curated chaos right now. We're getting chaos in the form of social media, where it's chaotic, but it's curated chaos. But even while it's curated, we can see what it's doing to our brains. Because even though we can choose to turn off social media, we could turn the faucet off of social media anytime. Even though we can turn it off, even when we turn it off, it still like sticks with us and like makes us feel anxious, and we're thinking about what we saw today, or it's doom and gloom, or It makes us very like emotionally charged, and like it separates us from each other. And so even like when we just have like essentially social media or chaos of life, the reality of life is like the warp, where like if we truly look back into the void or the warp, we would go insane with like how lack of structure all of it really is. But do not change the subject. You don't have to see it with your eyes to believe and know it's true. I mean, yeah, I agree. But I mean, true, like, again, and this is, people get frustrated with me because I'm not splitting hairs, but I'm fascinated in this conversation. Like, ultimately, what's true? How do you define true? You could say truth is the objective truth, but like, again, objective, again, is just a man-made concept, right? Because like objective changes based on knowledge or information or technology. The objective truth was if your heart stopped beating, you're objectively dead. Now we have ways to intervene with that. We have ways to create pacemakers where we could sort of create like an android, where like your heart stops, but this thing kickstarts it in your back, right? We have ways to make stents, keep your, you have a heart pumping blood in your body. I mean, yeah, it seems that way, right? I believe that to be true. It seems that's what they tell us. How interesting would it be, though, if, like, we find out that years from now, we didn't realize this, but there is a whole kind of biological makeup, and there's all kinds of bacteria that exist in the bloodstream. We just thought it was just, like, a transfer of oxygen, but it turns out there's, like, a whole ecosystem of bacteria that exist in blood cells, and their generation and death is what's allowing the metabolization of oxygen to exist in the bloodstream. So the whole reason why oxygen is there is because these things are breathing oxygen, essentially, or they're taking the carbon dioxide from our blood, convert, like, I'm making all this up. What I'm saying is like years from now, a scientist would be like, actually, the circulatory system's far more complicated than you guys thought it was. And we didn't have the technology to measure this stuff. So we made conclusions based on the science that we had. But now that we're actually able to go deeper into the weeds, we realized it's way more complex. There's way more DNA involved than we thought. There's way more bacteria and all kinds of systems at play that create the circulatory system. It wasn't as cut and dry as we once thought it was. And that's what led to a lot of deaths, and people live longer now, and we're able to stop heart disease sooner and catch it sooner. And that wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me. Because it happens like every year. Every year, scientists are saying, you know what? We don't know anything. We just realized we were so confident that we thought we understood how this works. And every year, as tech gets better, as microscopes get better, as testing and genetic testing, we get better. Like, your parents, is that true? Yeah, I mean, again, like, for the sake of this conversation, we could say things are true, right? But when you read as much philosophy as I do, you start to say, like, you could ultimately, truthfully entertain the idea that there's no actual way to confirm that all of this isn't truly a simulation. It's true, assuming I'm not a brain in a vat living in some kind of 40K universe, and the truth is my actual body is a servitor just opening and closing doors for a janitor. Like, of course, like, this feels real enough right now. Streaming feels real enough right now, right? The pain I feel when I go to the dentist feels real enough. It could just be a super hyper-realistic simulation I wouldn't even be smart enough to know the truth of, because my body's being used as a battery like in the Matrix. Right? But to me, it's true enough. But to be fair, Vanilla, this is where I'm going to go with this. You say, my parents is the undeniable truth. I absolutely agree with you. But if I were to give you some kind of hallucinogenic substance and give you way more than anybody should take, your objective truth will be whatever you're seeing on that hallucination. People will see you scratching at walls going crazy. But for you in that moment, that is your objective truth. That is as real as anything is as real. The dragon you see or the walls melting, objectively, to other people, it's not true. But objectively to you, it's true enough that your heart could stop from this being scared. Your adrenaline is pumping. Like, in your brain, the way you're processing it is true in that moment. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, that's what I mean. Like, it's complicated. It's super complicated. I know. I promise I'm not rage baiting you. I promise I'm not rage baiting you. I wouldn't want to piss you off just to piss you off. I think it's a cool conversation. I don't want to make you angry though, you know, like, oh, I don't want to make you angry. That's not what we're doing. That's not my goal. I just, like, I like pushing back because I want to be challenged. You know, I feel like I'm missing something, and I like the back and forth because it's fun to challenge each other because it allows you to, like, I don't know, it just keeps conversation. It's a fascinating conversation, I guess that's all it is. I don't know. I think this is better content in my opinion than me rambling before because I'm just like stupid. Yeah. What should we do? I don't even know what to do. I was waiting in queue. Yeah, let's do time walking quick. Oh, you know what? We should try to do the dungeon. If we can get in really quick. There's no one doing... Oh, undermine. Boom. That's our mount right there. If we can get in here, we can get the mount. If we can get in here, we can get the mount. Done. That's our mount right there. We'll get the T-Rex mount now. That's sick. That's so sick. Let's go get our mount right now. Let's go Hearth and go. No, I don't mean to rage bait you, though. Not actually. Like, you know... I read a lot of philosophy, and it's fun. And, like, the fun thing about philosophy is the whole idea is that nothing is actually anything. You want to have a different conversation? It's sort of philosophical, but maybe you can have an opinion on this. Do you know Dostoevsky? Are you familiar with him? I feel like you probably are because I imagine he's like pretty revered in Europe, being a I believe Russian writer, right? Oh, they summon. That's very nice. I was ready to go there. I don't think it has to be contradicted. I just think you have to understand that, like, ultimately, to understand what truth is, you ultimately have to define what truth is. And I think the term truth isn't as concrete as I think we'd like it to be. We try to make it concrete because it gives us foundation for life, and it gives us steady footing. Instead of the truth that, like, nothing actually means anything. It just means as much value as you're willing to give it, essentially. Right? Like, there's no true value to human life other than the life we decide to give it. Like, does that make sense? Like, does that make sense? Like, it sounds silly to say that, but it's true. Like, if we choose to value human life, then it has value. But in the universe, it's just the universe. We're just nature. Just like the Beatles, just like waves or fire or oxygen. It's part of Nurgle. It lives and decays and lives and decays. It's a cycle. It goes on forever. But the more obvious truth, ice stating, get it in reverse to the point where we call stuff like we live in a simulation. So that's the difference. I don't like setting boundaries. I understand where you set boundaries because if you start thinking about simulation talk and stuff, it gets too out there. I get that. But I think boundaries are counterproductive for me for my way of thinking. But I understand where you're coming from. For the sake of day to day, I don't think about, like, well, is there a way, can we, like, officially confirm, like, the world is flat? I don't even think about that. That's, like, a boring one. I don't really care about that. Or, like, do aliens, it's sort of boring. But I think it's fun, like, to think about. Like, it's just interesting. I don't think there's some kind of government institution trying to hide the fact that the world is flat or aliens exist, or I'm not that. It's not that. But no boundaries mean contradict stuff indefinitely without reaching a conclusion. Yep, pretty much. That's exactly it. And by doing so, you realize that nothing is as important as... It's a bit of a nihilistic take, where you could say nothing has any meaning, but because of that, you can choose what is most meaningful, if that makes sense. So while it is slightly nihilistic, it's a defense mechanism, I think, because it helps with the feeling of helplessness, where if nothing truly means anything, then you can choose to prioritize what is truly meaningful to you. If that makes sense. Where you could say, where many times I will get caught up in a conversation, I'll get emotionally charged in a conversation, and I'll get frustrated, and then I'll say, you know what? I'm done. You win. I don't care. You can have the win. Like, well, I don't want the win. It's not what it's about. I don't care what it's about. I need to be done with this. I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm over it. This is a waste of my time. It's a waste of my energy. Like, I just shut down from emotional conversations because it's like, I'm like, my goal, I'm trying to convince you, and why am I trying to convince you? Like, whether it's you or someone else. Like, I'm not saying that in a dismissive way. Today we're having a conversation. That's why I'm trying to convince you. But if it was serious, if we were friends, and we were having a serious conversation, not a silly Twitch conversation like this, but like if you were seriously upset with me, and me continuously going in this direction was actually upsetting you, I would fatigue very quickly and say, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, this is not worth you being mad at me over something silly. For this conversation, it's fun. We're back and forth. But in life, yeah, I shut down pretty quick with stuff like that. So yeah, I do contradict myself a lot. Yeah, I do contradict myself a lot, for sure, for sure, for sure. I definitely do. That's why, like... a mentality that I'm trying to adapt is... And this is maybe I'm super psycho. Trying to block out anything that's considered like noise in my life, because I'm allowing too much noise to enter into my life, too much bullshit, and I'm spending too much time on meaningless stuff that's not directly related to the betterment of my life, whether it's financially, whether it's mentally, physically. If it's not related to my life getting better, I need to start learning to block it out, because too many days are going by where I'm just waiting to suffer less, and I'm getting distracted by things that are just keeping me entertained for the next 5 minutes. But in a 20 year from now, I'm not going to remember any of it. So I'm trying to change that now. So you could argue that I'm setting boundaries in that regard, right? So that's sort of what I mean, where like nothing means anything. So in that regard, you can sort of choose your boundaries. You can sort of choose what's important to you. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Or does that not really make sense? And yet... well, this is where I think you're coming from. This is a fascinating conversation. You could say philosophy has to be rational. You could say rational is a grounding of philosophy. That's one fair way to look at it. But then I would argue, and this is the beauty of philosophy, how do you define rational? Rational is different to everyone else. If a child is saved during a hurricane, one person's rationale might be that was God intervening, and that's a rational thought to them. Someone else that's an atheist would say that it was just luck. And you could say, well, the atheist is correct because there's no proof of God. But to that person, they would argue the proof was the child got saved. And you could say, well, that's not proof. Well, I mean, how could you... the problem is, how could you confirm it wasn't God, right? Like, if you're making a claim that it was not God, how could you prove that it was God? First off, like, how do you structure luck? How is luck structured so we could measure luck? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like the term luck and coincidence are for things that we can't explain. I don't know, you know, like, it's interesting. It's an interesting conversation. Like, philosophy, reason and logic. Why do I have to prove it wasn't God? Well, so because you have to prove it wasn't God because it's called the burden of truth. I believe if you make a claim, you have to prove that claim is true. It's not for someone. This is what the internet doesn't understand. If somebody makes a claim of something, it's not for the person to defend themselves that it didn't happen. It's for the person that makes the claim to defend it. That's how the burden of truth works. Well, you don't, because you're not in the court of law. And you don't have to subscribe to it. People, yeah, that's fair. You can argue that as well. But in the end of the day, you guys are going to be at an impasse, right? You guys are just never going to... And that's sort of... well, you could feel that way, but they'll disagree with you, right? And you could both... One side will argue one side's right, the other side will argue the other side's right. My point is... You guys could fight to the end of time. At some point, someone might say, I'd rather just play Sekiro. You know? That's why, like, you know, I always hope that even, like, today's stream, when I'm a little bit rambly, I hope people don't see it as, like... I hope people just see it as, like, for lack of a better word, like, entertainment. I'm not thinking about this, like, off-stream. This is just, like, me just chatting. It's not... I don't take it to heart, but I do see a lot of people that sort of take this stuff to heart in regards to, like, Twitch streamers they dislike, or they'll read something on social media, they'll be thinking about it for days, it'll be bothering them, they'll be talking to friends about it, and it just... It's sort of like this conversation, these types of conversations, or social media or any of that stuff, it's sort of like a roller coaster where you ride it because it's fun, but if you ride it too much, you get sick of it. It makes you feel yucky or nauseous, right? So you ride it occasionally, and you know when you need to get off. You need to remember that you don't ride it for too long, and it's important to get off. You don't just live on a roller coaster. That's unrealistic, and you'll get sick. You can't live like that, and you can't live on social media, and you can't live in this state of this conversation. So you have to understand, like, we're doing this as like an exercise, the same way like a roller coaster is like a novelty. It's a novelty, but, like, you know, at least that's how I think about it. I just want that to be clear, like, to anybody watching, like, we're not... This is like it's a conversation that's just engaging, but it's not to be taken with any true merit. That's all. Hold on. If I tell you there's an invisible dragon behind me sitting in a chair watching me play Liza P, do you have to prove it doesn't exist, or do I have to prove it exists? So, that's a great question. That's ultimately up to the person to decide. In the court of law, if you claim there's a dragon, and the dragon is affecting your sponsorship, so the reason why you had to stop playing the game early and you couldn't finish your sponsorship, and AT&T is suing you now, is because there was a dragon behind you and you were scared for your life. AT&T says, well, we paid you 20 grand, we want the money for it. And you say, well, I don't have the money. They say, well, we're going to sue you for the money. And then you go to the court of law and say, there's a dragon behind me. No, well, that's different then. So the burden of truth specifically refers to the court of law. Again, if we're having a conversation here, nothing has to prove anything. You could say, like, and that was my point earlier, when you're like, things have to make sense. They don't. Like, if we're not talking about the court of law, or we're not talking about the scientific method, nothing has to make any sense at all. You don't have to justify anything to anyone. You could say whatever you want. You could say the earth is flat. You can justify it. You can deny facts, because there's no one holding you accountable. Because the only things that hold you accountable are the scientific method or the court of law. And if it's not that, it's just the court of public opinion. And the court of public opinion, I mean, you could find people that agree or disagree with you on either side, right? But that's like sort of what I was saying. Like, that's why I mean, like, nothing means anything. Like, the court of law and the scientific method are rule books. Like 40K has a rule book, like Monopoly has a rule book, and there are rules which we've agreed upon. And you have to play the game within those rules. And if you win the game within those rules, GG, you won. The problem is, and this is where people like find the corruption, and I agree, it's like some people, they ignore the rules, and that's cheating, and that's frustrating, but ultimately, like, who watches the Watchman, right? So, but, it is what it is. But that's why I say, like, the burden of truth and stuff. Essentially, like, the only, based on what you're saying, like, the foundation of, like, truths have to exist. The place where that exists the most is in the scientific method and the court of law, I would argue. I was just complaining that with the God existed. Fair. I just think that, like, you said you have to prove it doesn't exist in that hurricane child surviving thing. Well, you have to prove it doesn't exist to the person, right? To the person. Your cat, as wonderful as they are, God bless them, I love them to death, but they don't care either way about the conversation, because they're just waiting, when's my next wet food? But when it's you versus the person arguing, let's say the person comes over to your house and your cat's like sitting on your lap, your cat like doesn't even know this conversation's happening. Like, the universe, your cat is essentially the universe, right? Your cat is dark matter, your cat are waves, your cat is fire, your cat are the bugs, it's the Amazon, it's Africa, your cat is everything. The only people that are part of that have to be proven in this conversation are you and the person you're arguing against. Because it's just like a conversation. Now, you could argue, well, the fundamental truth is that, like, God doesn't exist from your perspective or whatever. But like half the population would disagree, right? Like, that's true, but God and religion is a subject that affects masses, not just me and the person I argue against. Correct, and that's why it's such a debated topic, right? But again, you could take God and replace that with country music, Taylor Swift fans, right? Like, it's just that's just it's like groupthink, right? Which is interesting. That's like a whole other thing, which is fascinating, like hive mind mentality almost, which is sort of Reddit in a nutshell. Again, though, the hive mind mentality, I think, is a protective thing. I think that's why the hive mind mentality thing exists, because, apes together strong. Ape alone weak, ape together strong, and I think that's sort of what it is. We may not understand it at the time, but it makes sense. Speaking of apes, I was watching the UFC. This is a random. We can go back to the conversation. I'm not going to forget what I said. Like, if you have a question, keep typing, and I'll answer in a second. I watched the fight last night. I won't spoil anything. The Conor McGregor fight. There were some pretty good fights last night. With that being said, it's fascinating to see how athletic some people are compared to other people. The first two fights were absolutely incredible. I think it was it the first fight or this one after that? This one gentleman, both of them were so incredibly aggressive, and the athleticism was off the charts. And I always wonder, like, I watched was it Chimp Nation? I think it was called. I think it might have been called Chimp Nation on Netflix. That documentary where they were following those chimpanzees, the life for a few generations. It took like 40 years to make this documentary because they were following chimpanzees over many, many generations. Whereas like these alphas had babies, they followed those babies. When those babies grew up, those babies had kids, and like they kept carrying on the legacy. It was fascinating. You learned a lot about them. But one of the things, I thought it was Chimp Nation, they mentioned this. They said the reason why chimps are so strong is they have what's called more than humans. They have fast twitching muscle fibers. Fast twitching muscle fibers. We have both fast twitching and slow twitching, I believe. So do they, but they have way more fast twitching muscle fibers than we do. Fast twitching muscle fibers are for explosive strength. So, weightlifting, lifting a car up, if like God forbid it falls on your kid, like that fast, quick movement, you deplete of oxygen quickly, but that fast, explosive movement is quick muscle fibers. They have way more, so even though it depletes of oxygen fast and that you gas out when you do like really explosive strength things fast, they could do it for longer because they have more of that fast twitching muscle fiber. I always think about this. Guys like Michael Jordan, or like, I don't know, John Jones, Wayne Gretzky, whoever, Ronaldo, whoever these guys are, like, I always wonder, like, do they have more fast twitching muscle fibers than the average person? And is that why they're so much better? Because do they have more of a tank? They got more juice of explosive strength that they could pull from compared to a regular person. And because of that, genetically, they can just train more, they can get better, when people are gassing out, they have like an extra 25% to keep pushing. And that gives them the advantage to be like that much better. They can train that much harder, they can play that much harder. Like, you know what I mean? I always wondered that. I feel like maybe there's more to it than that too, but after I saw Chimp Nation, I think about that often. And watching some of the fights yesterday, I'm like, I wonder if that's a thing, where it's almost like they're like the next stage in evolution, or not the next stage in evolution, but like, from an evolution perspective, that would be a step up, right? Because they're like a little bit stronger, a little bit faster, a little bit more explosive strength. They don't gas out as fast. I think about that often because like you just see John, like, especially like peak John Jones, especially is just so unbelievable. It's so superhuman. It's so superhuman. Okay, sorry, what were we saying? Gun religious subject that affects. Oh yes. But those two fights, especially last night, it was fascinating. It's the one thing, and I'm not like a super big UFC guy, but these young bucks, these young gentlemen fighting, they're so hungry, and you can see how hungry they are to like succeed. It's fascinating, dude. It's fascinating. They're so hungry for it. They want it so bad, and I want them both to succeed so much. And it's a shame that like it's CTE and they get hurt and injured, but you just see how badly they want it, and it sucks that someone has to lose, yes, but a part of me, just like, no matter who wins, who loses, I hope they both have very long, successful careers, as long as you could have in the UFC. Just because, like, to even get to that point, you must have sacrificed so much and trained so hard, and, you're fighting for us, like it's a Coliseum, and, you're gladiators, and you're just for entertainment. It's the least we could do as an audience is hope that you have money to then support you for the rest of your life for what you're putting on the line, which is your body, right? Like, it's crazy. Did we get it? Did we just get it? We might have just got the achievement. Yep, I think we just got our mount. I think that's our mount. We can buy it. I don't know if we have it. I think we buy it. But I think we just got it right now. I think that was the achievement, finally. That's exciting. Imagine the mount drops off the last boss, too. That's double mounts. That's crazy. Alright, you just jump off. Yeah, they always just jump off. Just reset. It's like faster, I think. No, I'm gonna read what you said. Oh, no. Sorry. My cat doesn't care, yet there has been a single... Yet the idea affects the globe in many ways, especially... yeah. Bro, you saw the fight yesterday. Isn't that... I feel so bad for him. Now he's losing his mind on Twitter. It's crazy. I understand what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah, Where do we go? To High Roller Suite, right? Am I crazy? I think it's High Roller Suite, if I remember correctly. Now, I know what you're saying. Look, I think anytime people get tribalistic, it generally excludes other people, and that leads to problems for the most part, unfortunately. I hate to admit it, but it seems to be a reoccurring trend, unfortunately. Like, it's not just... It could be anything, even if, like if you see this now, this happens every time this football comes around. Every time football comes around, excuse me, people, like, get hurt because Team A is playing and Team B is the rival. So when Team B shows up, the Team A people are mad at them. They're spitting on them, throwing crap at them. Like, it's just because you're not our team. We like our team. Like you know, right? Like, it could be anything. It sucks. People get over to fistfights over, like, sports and stuff, and it's like the players don't even know you exist. Why are you, like, willing to, like, get hurt for that? It's just frustrating that it's something that affects the whole human population. Do you remember the conversation we had about people need a grounding, or they need foundation, because if they've truly understood that nothing means anything, it's like chaos? Hopefully I don't lose you with this conversation. I was a kid when I had this. Did you guys ever have this thought when you were a kid? Because I used to have this thought when I was a kid, and it used to mess me up as a little kid. As a kid, I would say the. Like, what is the? It's just a mouth noise. Like, the means nothing. And the more I would say it, I'm like, the is nothing. Are words nothing? Is everything nothing? Like, we just agree that the means something, but it's just a mouth noise compared to a different mouth noise, and we just understand that mouth noises just mean things, and we just make grunts and gargles in front of each other, and we create visual pictures in our mind, but really it's all meaningless. So, like, somehow we figured it out. Some guy was making mouth noises in Chinese, and some other guy was making mouth noises in Spanish, and someone was able to connect the dots and say, this mouth noise, when translated from this to this, means this. So you guys can, like, do you understand how complicated that is? But, like, it's like also coming from, like, a place of, like, meaninglessness at the same time. Like, does that make sense, or is that, like, super abstract? This team is not very strong. This is crazy. This is not that hard. But as a kid, I would have that thought, like, the means nothing. All words mean nothing. Like, does anything mean anything? And it was, like, super daunting as a kid to realize, like we just all have to agree that, like, we'll all agree not to focus that everything is meaningless, and we'll pretend that everything is meaning. Otherwise, it's way too much. It's way too much. Yeah, I don't know if you ever had that thought as a kid. I used to have that thought as a kid. I understand, but it doesn't relate to religion. Okay, so this is what I'm going for. Okay, you understand. I'll explain. Let me explain. This is where I'm going with that. The reason why we agree with the is, and the reason why we don't tell kids everything is nothing, and we raise kids as if there are guardrails to life. We raise kids as if there are guardrails to life, because if we didn't, the kids would take in too much stimulation. I take in too much stimulation all the time. This sounds silly. I'm going to admit something that I'm a little bit ashamed of, honestly, but I can't go out of the house without headphones on because the sound is too much, and I can't focus. I get overwhelmed. So, like, when the missus listens to music, I often shut my door. I put on headphones because it's just too much sometimes. I get overstimulated too easy. So I get it. So, like, you have to wear blinders to a degree. Our brains do this naturally. Our brains naturally blind us because if we take in too much, we're not grounded and we're overwhelmed with everything going on all over the place. With that being said, religion works as a way for grounding life. It works as a way for explaining the unexplainable. It gives you blinders, and when things happen in life, when tragedies happen, when life just exists, you don't have to take on everything because you can say it's in God's hands. God will handle it. That doesn't work for everyone, but a lot of people can't handle day to day. It's just too much, especially when you're living through the Black Plague or slavery or the Holocaust or God knows what, right? So sometimes when you're like, they say there's no atheists in a foxhole. Have you ever heard that? There's no atheists in a foxhole? Because when you're getting mortar shells shot at you, all of a sudden you'll do whatever you can to get out of that situation. And I understand. I get it. Like, desperation leads to, like, just take the pain away. I get it. I think that's a big part of what religion is. That's not even denying. That's not even denying or emphasizing, like, you know, religion. I'm not saying like people like are weak for having religion. Like, I think they will agree. People that are religious will agree. The point of religion is when you're not strong enough yourself, it's sort of a crutch you can rely on to give you strength. Because it allows you to take the burden of life and say, I can't handle this. I'm going to put this in God's hands. That's why I think it works so well. That's why I think it's existed for so long. And not just in God's hands, though, but in the church's hands, in the Pope's hands, in the priest's hands. It works on a smaller scale as well, right? That's... Plus, it also, like, controls the masses. You could argue for the protection to a degree, right? Like, in the sense of, let's say, you know, certain dietary restrictions. Let's say maybe there's, like... Oh, come on, man. Let's survive. Forgot this. I'm going to try to get this. 1 sec. I don't want to die here. Oh, fuck, buddy. Do we not have healers? What's going on, brother? Yeah. Let's say that, like, there's, parasites in, like, a type of meat. You could argue, like, or, like, let's say, like, you can't, slaughtering pigs makes people sick in the Middle East because it turns too quickly. So if you tell people just don't eat pigs, people will still probably eat it out of desperation because, like, you get desperate, you gotta do what you gotta do. But if it's tied to, like, God forbids it, that's a stronger motivator to starve and go against your nature to eat, even if you might get sick, because that is such a strong... Because you're not just now thinking about, I might have diarrhea or something for the next, like, 2 weeks or something. You're saying, I'm now screwing myself for the afterlife. I'm screwing myself for the afterlife if I piss off God. So I gotta really stay in line with what they're telling me to do. That works. That's quite powerful. That's quite a powerful motivator for action. You could also see how, like, and this has been shown in many movies, on a smaller scale, like not a religion scale, but like a cult scale, people use the same kind of mentality of, like, control to, like, control actions out of people. Often, instead of using, like, God or whatever your belief is, they themselves are the God, and it's like a smaller scale religion. But it's the same idea where often the people need answers, and this person has the answer for them, and it offloads thinking. You don't have to think about everything yourself. You just put faith into that person. You put faith into God, you put faith into karma, you put faith into... So I get it. I mean, you know, especially, and I think it's easier to understand the more desperate you are. Because when you really don't have a solution, sometimes it's easier to just say, I feel helpless. Can you please, I'm begging for a handout. You know? That's why I feel like they say there's no atheist in a foxhole. Because when you realize how close you are to getting shot in the head by the enemy, you're like, I don't know what to do, but if there is something listening, please get me out of this. And I get it. Like, you're saying, like, I can't get myself out of this. If something can get me out of this, get me out of this, because I don't want to be in this right now. That's essentially what it is, I think. Okay, let's try to pay attention this time and get it, because I'm not paying attention. We're wiping it. This is ridiculous, brother. What? Did he reset? What is happening? We just reset the bot. Bro! Move him, dude, move him. Someone pulled. Yes. Kill the ad. Fuck it. Kill the ad. Okay, fuck it. Oh, they kicked him? Oh, they kicked him. I guess maybe not. Okay, they kicked him. This ad is, like, taking no damage, bro. Is he? I can't tell. Is he not absorbing something? He doesn't have absorb shield. He does, I feel like. Unable to reduce flow 25%. Yes, we gotta get killed. Like, you can't. Okay. We're wasting time with the ads. That makes sense. We should just fight the boss. Stupid. He's gotta kill the ads or something, it looks like. Like, you knock something at the ads or something, it looks like. Those guys are attacking the ads, but he can't be brought down. Like, this guy can be. You bring him down to 25%, and then, like, you hit him with like the line or something, I would imagine. The coin that shoots out probably kills him or knocks him out or something. See, you can't be hit now. You go back to the boss. Like that. That probably knocks him out. See? That's what does it. That makes sense. Then you stand here, I guess, to like absorb something. Here, what does this do? Deposit a coin into the one-armed bandit. What does the depositing do? I don't know what that does. You have picked up the coin? Does that do something or does something to him, maybe? Gives you mechanics or something? We do have healers, we don't have healers, I don't know. So I guess we do, because we're getting healed, so that's good. You know, honestly, I dislike so much that like a lot of these things are very taboo topics, because I don't think that there's any benefit to that, it being taboo. Because people are like, well, people just get offended easily, that's why you shouldn't talk about this stuff. It says maybe we should get through that offended bullshit and realize we can disagree on some of these things that are very important to us, whether politics or religion, and we don't have to be at each other's throats. And we could just be like, all right, so I see different than you, it's fine. We still both like pepperoni pizza and Sekiro, so let's just enjoy that together. I'm not saying, like, you could be like, well, that's what we're saying. We're saying don't talk about it. I'm not saying don't talk about it. What I'm saying is you should be able to realize that you can, like, say, you know what, I disagree with you, but I understand where you're coming from, and I'm glad it makes you happy. Like, that's how we should be doing it. Like, we don't do that. We just don't talk about it because we're too afraid to talk about it because we're afraid to piss people off. But, like, you guys gotta be more emotionally mature than that. You guys are like babies. It's ridiculous. It really is. It's shameful. Like, it really, really is. The way Vanilla and I were talking about it is more than reasonable. And, like, that's what a civilized society should be doing. Vanilla disagrees with a lot of what I was saying. But, like, you know, we're still gonna... I can't believe wipe. That's ridiculous. We're so close. No one got angry. No. I'm just saying, like, these are... I'm so fortunate. I've had so many conversations with my friends, and I'm very lucky to have friends like you, where we're able to talk about this stuff. But you just always hear, especially on, like, Twitch or social media, don't talk about this stuff. And it's like, I'd rather people leave then, because if I constantly have to walk on eggshells, afraid of pissing people off, I'd rather you not be my audience. Like, I'd rather isolate you guys. Go... Because they're just lying to you then anyways. If, like, there's someone that you watch that doesn't talk about this stuff, they have insane opinions that they're just not sharing with you. And when they leak, then you're like, you lied to me. Why'd you say this in private? Because, like, they're playing someone else. And, of course, I have opinions to myself that I keep private and stuff. And if it ever gets leaked, and you're like, how could you say this private? It's like, well, you shouldn't be reading my private messages. Two separate things. My point is, while I do have, like, private messages and stuff, for the most part, like, I'm transparent about everything, at least, in that regard. Other than, like, things that, like, are other people's personal business, I don't put on a facade to, like, something that I'm not, if that makes sense. Which is very common for Twitch streamers, and it's exhausting as hell, man. I can't imagine doing that. It's most personalities think it's the case, really, right? Like, so I don't know. You can tell who's a personality. It's exhausting, dude. It really is. And it's, like, sort of like the antithesis of what Twitch really was. Because Twitch forever was the authentic platform. But now you have all these, like, scripted personalities that are... I think that's why people like that Speed guy so much. He seems really genuine. He really does. He seems like a cool dude. And I see, like, he is the future of Twitch, in my opinion, more than anybody, as far as I'm concerned. Because he just... it feels like old Twitch with him, just in 2026. He's like old Twitch energy, just with, like, the updated tech. And I hope there's more of that, because I love what he's doing. I think it's great. I haven't even watched a whole lot of it, but anytime I see anything of him, it's like, it is, like, in my opinion, the best thing to ever happen to Twitch in the last, what feels like 15 years. He's on Twitch, right? Or YouTube, or... He's on both, I think. I think he's on Twitch. I know he's on YouTube. I'm, like, 99% sure it's on Twitch, though. Yeah, but I love his energy. The guy seems like a real good influence for, like, the next generation to, like, aspire to be like. Man, I've seen some crazy clips. Like I said, my friends are into a lot of this streamer drama stuff, and I've seen so much stuff from... They've actually, I hate to admit it, they've gotten me on Twitter now, because I in the Discord I'll log in and see, like, 300 messages from the night before of just back and forth. This on Twitter, this on Reddit, this on Twitter, this on Reddit. And once in a while I'll click the stuff, and it's so nuts what you see sometimes. Usually it's not Twitch, though. It's just the other websites. Kick, Rumble, or just Twitter Live. Sometimes on Instagram. It's nuts. It's crazy what people are posting or people are getting away with on live streaming. Like, so much incriminating stuff. So much. It's insane. It's definitely a different beast live streaming. I hope it goes back to like the way it was, because like I said, like what Speed's doing is great. I love what Speed's doing. It feels like that's what live streaming should be. As far, at least IRL live streaming. That's what IRL live streaming should be, not like what a lot of these guys are doing with pranks. I don't know, there's the grittiness, I think, is what makes it so exciting. At least for me. I think the Kai Cenats and Mr. Beast, I think they've lost the plot of what we're doing. Where their productions are like higher value than most Netflix TV shows or anything else. It's sort of, at that point, that's just a corpo sponsor on a platform. Like that's like it feels like the Sex Pistols, where you just got corpos dressing up as punk, trying to be something that it's truly not. Because it's just too high production at this point. At this point, you have producers and multiple screens and multiple camera angles, and you have 6 or 7 camera operators and boom mics, and yeah, it's just too much at this point. It's you've lost the plot of like what it is, I feel like. And it's fine. It's not saying it's bad. It's not bad, but it's just, you're just doing television on Twitch. That's what I'm saying. The whole point of Twitch is like it was a tad scuffed, a tad off the cuff, random. You never know what's gonna happen, right? Like that was the charm of it. Same with YouTube. Like YouTube was a platform to give people a platform, because no one ever had a platform to get out before, to have to post movies or your music or. So Mr. Beast, what he's doing, I don't watch his videos, but I've seen it before. It's so high production value. It feels like it's higher production value than Netflix, that it's just, and he's not the only one to do this. There are very large YouTube channels that have blown up over the years, but it just, I think when someone comes around that's a little bit more rough and tumble, a little bit more bare bones, I think there's a charm to it, and people respond positively to it, because they're like, oh, we forgot, this is how it started. This is how it used to be, and this is sort of like why we loved it all, because there was a charm in like the piss and vinegar of like starting from nothing and trying to build something special. Wow, we got a few things. What do we get? Oh, that's a trinket. I thought that was an art transmog. We got that transmog though. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I noticed it more than anyone. I don't know if you guys know who Casey Neistat is. I think it's Casey Neistat. When he first started, he was like the perfect example of like piss and vinegar on YouTube, where his YouTube videos were so much better than everybody else's, but it was all him. It's still all him, I think, but as he got more money, the production value got so good, and you could say it's still him and it's still the same thing. It is, but I just think that when you get too much money, and this happens with artists as well, it doesn't often feel the same. You get like too comfortable. Things just start changing a bit, and it starts becoming something different. It's not better and it's not worse. It's just different. And I feel like, I don't know how Kai started, but I feel like if you were to go to the first few years of Kai blowing up or Kai starting, I would imagine it was probably a much lower production, but it was probably even more entertaining, because he was probably super motivated to do it. He didn't have a million people around him, PR people saying, be careful what you say, because this might end up bad for sponsors. Like, he didn't have to think about that. It was just the love of the game. And this happens with artists, where a lot of the time they lose the picture, they lose the plot that why they started to begin with. But then as they get older, they remember it again, and then they have a huge comeback, and everybody's like, "Wow, that was your best album you've ever come up with," and it's because they remembered why they got into it to begin with. And I think that will probably happen for a lot of these guys. Kai Cenat, I don't know about Mr. Beast. He seems pretty corpo. But Kai Cenat seems in it for the right reasons, so I'm interested to see. Like, right now, what he's doing is super high production, and it's cool, and I think he's doing it for the bag. He's going to make a lot of money, so why would you not do it? Who would turn that down? You're crazy. But it doesn't feel like Twitch. It does just feel like a production company. And maybe that's new Twitch. Maybe I'm just like old man yells at cloud. But that's not what Twitch was. And I don't know if... I think his audience isn't a true Twitch audience. It's like a different audience that wants that high production. I don't think his audience will then switch streams after seeing his multi-million-dollar production and go watch some dude like me, like us. I think it's a different audiences, right? But I think what we're doing is Twitch and live streaming, right? So I think people watch him and then expect, how come no one else looks like that? But they don't realize like that he's making a TV show on Twitch. He's not streaming. That's the difference, essentially, right? And you can say no, but let me ask, what's the difference between what he's doing in a TV show then, right? What's the difference? I don't know what the difference is. It's a TV show. It's just not a knock. The problem is whenever you say stuff like this, people think you're always insulting people. It's the opposite, dude. He's very successful, but it's a different beast, is what I'm saying, right? It's a different thing altogether. It's so unbelievably professional. It's so polished. It's so high production. You have so many professional cameramen, sound guys. You have a production room where it's swapping cameras. Like you could, it's so well done. It's better than most Netflix stuff, honestly. Like they should hire his team. Maybe they'd have more people checking out their stuff. Maybe they'd get the numbers he gets if they hired his team, because they're better than a lot of what Netflix is doing. It's crazy. Like it really, really is. It's super impressive. And I could be wrong, but I feel like it's probably a lot of young people that are just really motivated. They had an opportunity to like say like, hey, I'm a camera guy. I would love to work for you. And he gave them that opportunity, and now their lives are changed forever. Isn't that nice? Because it's hard to break through. It's hard to break through in this industry. You have to work your way up, and it's sort of like politics where the old guard doesn't want to give up their positions. I have not played The Binding of Isaac. I've heard about it. It's supposedly very, very popular. It seems really cool. Do you like it? Is it good? I saw you were playing it like the other day or something. What is it? Is it like Hollow Knight or something? The coolest thing about what I really, really love about these younger streamers like Kai and these guys are, it seemed they brought a lot of their friends up as well, which is like, that's awesome, right? Because if you're lucky enough to find success like that, a lot of people isolate or drop their friends, move on, get new friends. So to bring your friends that you grew up with you is, my God, that's that's like the best kind of success you can have, where you get to be successful with your friends, right? Ooh, that's fun. It's a roguelike game. Ooh, I sort of got into roguelikes. Roguelikes are fun. So do you reset? Okay. The best that was ever done. I was just not liking it when I first got it. What? That's crazy, dude. So how did we get our mount now? Did we just get it in the mail? So, okay, this is what I was going to ask. Torn is going to yell at me because he's told me this a million times and I can never remember. Roguelike means you don't lose your powers when you die, right? That I can buy. I can do that. Is it on sale right now? So I can buy it right now. That sounds $4 I can do. Because I don't like... I was thinking about doing Batman this week or something, but... Oh, I actually have another game for this weekend. I was hoping to play in a few days, a few streams. Not right this stream, but it's coming up. I thought it'd be fun to play, like, maybe on the weekend. Like, starting, like, maybe Thursday, and then, like, over that week. Do you have any thoughts on the Stick of Truth? I have that. It looks like a lot of fun. It's supposedly a short game. It's very funny. Both feature procedural generation and permadeath, but roguelikes require a complete reset from scratch when you die. Roguelites. So it's a so you lose everything. You lose everything then, because it's a roguelike, so you lose everything. Yeah. So it's tough. I prefer roguelites to roguelikes. But we can try it for stream. If you're interested. If that's something you want to try on stream, we can try it for stream. Especially because, like, the way I feel like I fucked you for Liza P. I feel really bad. That's on me. Like, you know. It's a me issue, 100%. But you do unlock something you're like, oh, so it is sort of roguelite-ish. That is sort of rogue... Now, what I mean is, you know what I mean? Like, you did a lot of research, and I'm being a little bit unreasonable about it. I'm being unreasonable. Don't get me wrong. I'm aware of that. It's a little bit unreasonable. I'm not denying that. I need to recognize that part. It's more paranoia and like anxiety. I hate that like you see this like side of me, this like anxious side. I'm not that I've ever hid it, but like I feel like I try to hide it more. I feel like I am good at hiding my anxiety, but the truth is, it's probably like Wolf of Wall Street, where if you've ever seen Wolf of Wall Street, there's a scene where Jordan takes the Quaaludes and he's on the phone panicking. You gotta hide this, you gotta hide this. The IRS is coming, the FBI is coming. Hide the money, do this, hide this. And on the other line is the wife saying, Jordan, what are you saying? I don't know what you're saying. He's saying, hide the money. Why? What don't you understand? Hide the money. Hide it. Hide it. And then it cuts to her perspective, and you hear him on the other end of the line saying, and then it cuts to the reality of the situation. He thinks he's cognizant. He thinks he's yelling at her on the phone, hide the money. The FBI's coming. In reality, that's in his head. In reality, he's dragging himself to the phone. He's on too many drugs. He can't talk. He's slurring his words. In his mind, he's okay. To everybody else, no one understands him. I feel like that's me with my anxiety. In my mind, I'm like, nobody knows that I'm like anxious, and nobody knows. Like, it's not obvious. It's probably so obvious, bro. Are you afraid I'm stealing your account or something because I'm from Eastern Europe? That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. I don't trust Eastern European people. I know them because it's my whole family, and they're the least trustworthy people in the world. It's specifically, not only that, it's specifically where you're from. Like your small neighborhood is specifically who I don't trust. So that's what it is. Yeah. You asked me something before though. Oh, you unlock something that makes it easier. You bugged me for 2 days. Yeah, well, you didn't bug me at all. I don't think it was you were bugging me at all. I think you were super informative. You were answering all my questions. Yeah, I think you entertained it way more than I thought you would, honestly. Like, the things I'm asking you, I think, are stupid. But you still entertained it, which I appreciate, right? Like, I can't complain about that. Okay, new quest. We should got our... Shit, where do I get my T-Rex? I think I have to buy that in the Undermine. We'll go get our T-Rex. We'll pick up this quest and go get our T-Rex. Come right back. Hagar's message. She believes the elves and trolls of Azeroth must all hear. Okay. Come to Blood Elves and join us, but you should be there as well. Okay. She gonna talk? No? Oh. Oh, there was no sound effects that whole time? Did I hit something that turned off the sound effects?
I proudly serve as it would be an honor.
We will join you as soon as we can.
Our strength lies in our people.
I know. What if I made a new account? Would that do anything? Hypothetically, could that work? We can talk about it offline. Where... That'd make it worse. Oh, shit. It's annoying. Huh. Should look into the Binding of Isaac, though, now you mentioned it. I've heard so much about it. Alright, how do we get to here? It's weird that you can't just family share, though. That's so strange, dude. That's so weird. If you visited me in person and we wanted to play together, what would happen? You couldn't do that? Is that what you're telling me? If we wanted to, like, play Overwatch or whatever we play on Steam together, next to each other, you would need to log in, right, under my internet. Like, it's weird, because you paid for the games. It's your account, you paid for it, but because you're like, well, you're in another country. It's like, but people travel. That's so weird, dude. Paid for Netflix. How do we get to Thornogal? Yeah, but... So I don't know how it is in Canada. Sorry, I don't know how it is in Romania. In Canada, you can only view it for a certain amount of time. And then Netflix is like, hey, this isn't the same address. You need to go over to that address to log in that IP. Or we're going to cut you off in like 7 days. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know if it does that in Romania, but... Yeah, it sucks. What's behind us? What is that? What's flying behind us? What is that? Why do we have that behind us? What is that? What's causing that? Did I miss something? Oh, it's gone now. That's weird. Steam doesn't work like that. Huh. I'll have to look into it. Really quick, I want to look at this Binding of Isaac while we're here. It's still on sale or is it not on sale anymore? Have you ever played Hades, by the way? Oh, it's not on sale right now. I see it's Binding of Rebirth, I guess. Ah, I understand.
Around his room.
Do you play roguelites or roguelikes often? Is Hades a roguelike? A roguelite, I wonder? Hades looks pretty cool, but I don't know a lot about it. I tried Hades, replayed it after 20 minutes. Wow, it looked pretty sick. I thought it was like a roguelike kind of game as well. Maybe I don't. Maybe I misunderstood. Okay, I'm sorry. Really quick bye. This is a random thought. I just thought about this when I was in the restroom really quick. We say with confidence, like the world is round and not flat. Like we say that with absolute confidence, as if we know. And I'll say we know it, of course, but we say it with confidence as if we saw it ourselves. But it was only been taught to us. Let's be real. You say that because you learned it in school. You didn't say that because you understand how like the circumference of the Earth works and the like. Do you know what I'm saying? We don't actually understand it. It's just been indoctrinated into us. So it's truth, because they told, like, evolution has been true. I don't understand evolution. If someone said to me, okay, I know you know evolution is true, I know you know the world is flat, but break it down for me on a blackboard. Explain to me how you can prove that it's... I said, I don't know, man. They told that to me, so it's true. I know the moon is real. I know we went to the moon because they told me we didn't. I don't think they're lying. It makes sense that they're not lying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when the vet tells me that the cat needs to take this medication, I trust her. Like, right? She seems reasonable. At some point, I gotta take a leap of faith, like, right? That's all. That's what I was thinking about. Like, that's what I mean. Like, we say it's objectively true, but like, yeah, because they told us, right? Like, I don't actually know. I wouldn't be able to explain it to you why it's true. They just tell me it's true, and I believe it to be true. I do believe it to be true, but I can't actually explain it to be true. I don't know why 2 + 2 is 4. That's what they told me. That's what it is. I don't know, like, why 2 has to equal 4. Well, because 2 and 2 equals 4. Yes, but why? Why did we decide that 2 and 2 is 4, not 2 and 3 is 4? Like, what's the foundation that cements it in reality? Like, does that make sense? Like, I know that part is the part that I don't understand. Where do we buy? I'm trying to find the quartermaster. Is this guy maybe? But it's not you. I thought the quartermaster is... There's that mount, but where's the other one? The T-Rex. Oh, maybe it is just in the mailbox. Is it just in the mailbox? But like best example that I could give of like that kind of thinking is when you go to the doctor. When the doctor says like you have to take this or you have to take that. You don't know. It does, but here being at night, it kind of gets hard to jump between. Bro. I'm sorry. That's me all the time. It's awful. I know everybody and their mom is like diagnosing themselves with this, that, and the other thing, and I'm not beginning to diagnose myself, but I do seem to jump a lot around. I do seem to be. I feel like I'm just being anxious. But it wouldn't surprise me if one time a psychologist came in here and was like, "You probably got something wrong with you." I was like, "Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me." It doesn't seem normal. I don't see other people talking like this. I get so distracted so easily. It's not normal. It's, bro, I don't know what's going on. I think I got some crossed wires or something. I'll be honest with you.
Get him out of our way.
Let's see where we get this T-Rex mount, because I don't know where the vendor is. Is it in the raid? Do you have to go in the raid? Reaching level 20, which we got. Liberation of Undermine. Only 4 weeks. You got this mount in 4 weeks. Where is the vendor, though? Where do you buy it? Is it in the dungeon? Do I have to go into the raid to get it? Is that how you do it, I wonder? Let's see. Maybe you have to go into the raid to buy it. Maybe it's inside the raid itself. But dude, if you have to go to bed, like, don't stay up for my sake. May I ask, though, if you're not going to bed yet, what about Hades did you refund? Why didn't you like it? Is it up here? Is this it right here? Quartermaster. This might be it right here. Now that I think about it. Oh, is this it? Time is money. Diamond. Oh, it's gonna kick us out. Shit. Loyal customer. Where do I stand with the Galagio? So I'm at 20. We're at 20 now. So I should have the mount. That's right there. We did it. It's gonna kick me out in 47 seconds. I'll probably go back in eventually, but... That's the mount right there. Speak to Vinny Sweets at the Liberation of Undermine. Where's Vinny Sweets?
Have I got something for you?
Vinny Sweets. We have 33 seconds to find Vinny Sweets. Transmog, Black Market Broker.
Just what you need.
There it is. There's the mount, boys. Oh, there's 2 mounts. We unlocked 2 mounts. I didn't even realize. We'll buy this one, but this is the one we want. Look, it's 777. Big win. See? That's a reference to gambling. That's not good. It's a T-Rex. Look, a mechanized T-Rex. Bro. It's a, how does this thing cost more than 2 mounts? Bro. Bananas. Alright, let's get out of here. That's exciting. We did it all for that mount. We got 2 mounts, which is exciting. This one's sort of uggo, but probably the wrong time to play it. Okay, fair. I didn't know if it was the game issue or you just didn't catch it at the right time. That makes sense. Hey, look. It's cool that at least you're honest with yourself like that. Then you can revisit it maybe and enjoy it at a later time. Why can't I learn this? I have one already? Maybe you can only have one? I don't know. Anyways, let's check out this mount. This one's cooler. Flare. Not flare? Oh. Yeah. You type in flare and it doesn't come up? Because I don't have ground. That makes more sense. Whoops. There you go. That makes sense. Maybe that should come up. Flare? Is it collected? Uncollected? Check all. That's why. There it is. Who's the... It's on me. Hey, it's like a Rapture, huh? It rides like a Rapture. Really cool. Cool.
These rats are making a mess of our operations.
No, I don't have it, but it looked cool. I was sort of wanting to try it. Oh, that's neat. Oh, look, he locks up. He freezes. Cool. That's a cool mount. Yeah, 4 weeks. If you do this raid 4 weeks in a row, and we took a long time today. Normally a clear is like 10-15 minutes. Easy. You should do this 4 weeks in a row. You get this mount. Doesn't take long at all. It's really cool. Took a long time to get it because I kept forgetting to do it. I did 3 weeks in a row, and then I forgot the last week. You are right. You are right. You are right. I was debating playing Batman today, honestly. We have so many... I do have lots of games to play for free. I just... You know, this sounds silly. more transparency time. When we started streaming, I was just doing because it was fun, and I'm still doing it because it's fun. But now that a few people have started tuning in, I'm cognizant that I don't want it to be boring, because I appreciate you guys showing up, and it's cool that we were able to like create a little bit of something here. So anytime I think of playing a game, I think, will this be fun? But also, how entertaining will this be for you guys? Like, how boring would this be to watch? And I was hesitant today because I didn't know how everybody felt about Batman Arkham City. And I'm like, it would be fun. I'm like, am I motivated to play? I'm like, partially, but I was a little less motivated because I'm like, well, maybe it's an older game. What if they don't like it? I would hate to bore them. Then how many streams would it be of them like being like, God, how long till he's through this one? It might be a little bit low. Could be like 5 or 6 streams or maybe even more, and like that would be a misery. And on top of that, we're playing on Wednesdays now. We're streaming this next Wednesday because we're gonna play Baldur's Gate, which is exciting. But I know like you're not a big fan of Baldur's Gate, and I'm like, all right, we're doing a bonus stream of Baldur's Gate, so it's not, at least you're not taking away from your stream days. It's just bonus. It's not like you're losing anything. But I'm like, if you guys hate Batman and you hate Baldur's Gate, then you guys are getting nothing all week for a few weeks. And that's why I couldn't pull the trigger today, because I just didn't know. And then you could say, well, why don't you just ask the audience, like, are you guys cool with Batman? That's one way we could go about it. But then one time, if I ask that question for a game that I'm really excited about, and you guys say no, do I do it anyways? Do I ignore you guys, or do I listen and then not play what I want to play on stream? But then again, we get into the conversation of like golden bars, where like you create your own prison, but it's like a prison you created, like of a prison like you love in a sense, because like you know what I mean? And like, what is a ridiculous conversation, because like we're not even that big to be like thinking like this. But at the same time, the fact that one person's watching, I want to be cognizant and respect their time too. Like, it almost means more. If it was like 1,000 or 500 people, I'd almost care less, because I'm not thinking of one individual person. But when I'm playing these games, because it's not as many people, I'm literally thinking of like Torin and Stand and you, and like, you know, Insane Gamer and Alex. It's like, I would hate to, like, those are people that are kind enough to come like week after week and chat, and I would hate to bore them for like 3 or 4 weeks with Batman or whatever game we play, right? And it's a personal issue I gotta get over. I get it. You know, it's a good problem to have. Let's be real. Honestly, it is a good problem to have. The fact that I can even entertain that idea because anyone's coming at all is crazy. That's another perspective to look at it. Where do we have to go for this? Aradar. That's why it was telling us to go there. I thought it was another reason it was telling us to go there. It's certainly one perspective to look at, is like, my God, how fortunate that a single person is even willing to show up to stream, that I even have to worry that they won't like the game because someone shows up at all, right? What a very fortunate position to be in, which I certainly agree with that. I hate to admit, I've been a little bit corrupted by the little success we've had, in the sense of, if I'm not here for the game, but the person can't lie and say I'd enjoy watching any type of game. No, I agree with that. I tune out to a lot of soda popping games. I watch soda probably more than I watch anybody. I don't watch a lot of streamers anymore because a lot of them have quit, but there's a lot of games I won't watch soda because it's just boring. It's just background noise. I don't like it. Right?
What?
I think it's just something you have to just...
You have questions. Walking wisdom.
Yes. Yeah, I know. I agree. I definitely agree. I forgot to read that quest. Whoops. Did you just get a mount, though, or is a mount you get at the end of this? Is he gonna talk? Oh, he's talking. He's telling a story. Let's turn this up so we can hear it.
The goddess slept in her cradle.
Hope it's not too loud.
For eons she was at peace, her power growing with this world, until she cried out in terror as the intruder snatched her away, took her from her cradle, and left a scar of destruction.
The Rift of Aln. Is that why her voice is so loud
what is
and
that?
terrifying there?
Yes, it echoes with her screams and is haunted by her nightmares.
What do you mean by
For not
that?
only was she taken, but she has been imprisoned.
Subscription for bundle
Our
games.
goddess is held captive against her will, unable to return to the cradle, and we who follow her voice.
And who did this?
We know only that it was a powerful force not of this world. If the others knew this, they would rage to the surface and tear the world apart to find her. We feared such an exodus would mean the end of our people. But you, Rowena, have found out allies who could match this immense power. Perhaps the time for caution has passed.
I swear.
Oh,
Ella,
I understand.
I will
Yeah,
find
that
the
Sam
goddess
seems like a crazy
wherever
lawsuit
she
waiting to
has
happen.
been
That's
taken,
nuts. I get it,
and
I get it, I
will
get it.
see her brought home.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's insane, dude. That is insane. If you get caught with that, I feel like that's more than just closing the account down. No. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But so that's more than just breaking Steam TOS though at that point, right? That's like, that feels like a federal crime at that point.
Approach.
As soon as there's an exchange of money, it seems way sketchier. The goddess lost, felt more keenly here. One day we can bring our comfort. This story is not very exciting, I'll be honest
Go
with you.
without fear.
Oh, that's for this, I see. That's something else, okay. Yeah, these guys suck. This whole zone is sort of half-baked and not very exciting. These characters are not very memorable.
All manner of elves and trolls are here. We await only the blood elves and the Amani. The roots brought us both here. Do not fear the
We got a new
dark.
mount, cool. Hagar requested that we invite to this meeting all of the trolls and elven leaders we know. It's not easy to convince them to come. There are past grievances between the groups. Hagar hopes to overcome these divisions. As we wait for others to arrive, feel free to speak to the other delegates. Who's here?
So many old wounds. It makes them tense. Being
Magister
rebels who
Umbric?
were enemies for so long.
Whatever the Haranar wish to share, this is an excuse to see the new land. Even now, the Rendori are seldom. They're thought as equals. Yeah, people don't like the Void Elves, especially the Blood Elves. So, thanks for your insight.
The Rendori
was you gonna
shall
say?
prove for a group that has avoided trolls and elves for so long. The Heroners seem rather rushed to tell us something.
What's this going to be related to the next X Pack or something?
Let us begin.
So I'll have to look into this then. I'll look into it. It has been strange fighting alongside the Kaldoroi once again. We might have tried harder to bridge the divisions. Would have forged our future. Why is it a strange fight against Kaldoroi? Because we're warring with each other?
Moonlight
Because she burned down the tree? Because Sylvanas burned down the tree? Is that why?
With scorn. To them, we are either cowards who hid from the Legion, or traitors who joined the Horde.
Yeah, that makes sense. But that's not the case. It's
There is
peace and
much
love
to
time
do.
now, right?
Speak quickly.
Little the Haranir, the Queen of Zandalar, is too proud to answer such a call. So this is what people don't understand about WoW. Night Elves were trolls. Night Elves didn't exist. Trolls existed first. Trolls had a curse, I believe, or they were messing with arcane magic or something, and it turned them into Night Elves. Trolls were the first of everything. When Night Elves, like, this was our land first, it was the troll land first. Everybody stole land from the trolls. The trolls are one of the original races in, like, all of Azeroth. They're one of the oldest, most ancient races of Azeroth, the trolls. And I believe the Night Elves came from the trolls. Well, there's that.
What you got, boss?
The Blood Elves we have in the history with the Amani. They're not the only ones. The Darkspear have always been a smaller tribe, see? We got no gleaming cities, no glorious armies. Tribes like the Amani, Garabashi, and Drakari all had empires. To them, the smaller tribes were easily pickings, either subjects or victims. So tribes like the Darkspear, we got kicked around. It's weird because he goes de sometimes, then he speaks normally other times. Either commit or don't commit. We got kicked around, pushed aside, and left to toil. Even by the Zandalari, that was why we joined the Horde. Not just for protection, nah. Thrall Sol's a viable part of the Horde. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. So he's saying essentially, oh, you can play 2-player. That's wonderful. My friend, thank you for hanging out today. I'm sorry today's stream was a little bit more like impromptu and we're just playing WoW, but we'll pick up a game soon, I promise. We'll talk about what we can play. Maybe on stream we'll talk about it. I've been, again, this is on me. Last stream I mentioned I wanted to talk about what games we play next, but I've just been back and forth with the vet for the past few days, and it's consumed me more than I'd like to admit. So that's why I just have not done anything for the stream since then. I apologize. But I'll message on Discord. What are you guys interested in? This is what we have. What do you guys think? Have fun. We'll chat soon. I appreciate the conversation today. Seriously, you made the stream. The best part of the stream today, honestly, was chatting with you. Everything I did, dog shit. As soon as you showed up, got way better. Enjoy your game. Thanks for hanging out today. Alright.
And don't be getting mixed up enough.
The Darkspear spilled blood with some of the trolls and elves here. But I'd be willing to set aside old rivalries for the common court.
So she's with the trolls, though. Right, or she's the Alliance. She's the Alliance, I think. Many differences, many of those gathered here. The Blood Elves refused to let me come home. Right. We found a way to move forward, to work against Salatath. The Amani have been at our throats for so long. Everyone in Quel'Thalas has lost friends, family, the Amani axes. Look, I get it. I know their leader fought to liberate the Sunwell. Lady Landrin has vouched for them. Despite this, I don't understand how Landrin can set aside her hatred. So she hates the Amani trolls. Makes sense.
I am told the Amani have been invited as well. Do not expect me to break bread with those murderers.
Let's be real, the Amani trolls are savages. They've always been savages in the lore. The Darkspear trolls don't like the Amani trolls because the Amani trolls are savages. It's always been the case. A lot of them have been, they do blood magic, they kill people, they sacrifice people. They are like legit the darkest. Not just the Amani trolls, like the Gurubashi trolls do this. A lot of the trolls are like really savage. They kill each other. They deal with magic that like you shouldn't be messing with because it's never good, which is like blood magic, right? Even like none of the classes that we play, except for maybe the Death Knight, plays with blood magic. But the whole storyline, even with the DKs, like DKs are not. Death Knights and Warlocks are black sheep of the WoW classes because they tolerate us at best. The rogues, they're like, hey, you know what? The rogues are helpful. When it comes to Warlocks, when it comes to Death Knights, the storyline is sort of like, we don't really agree with what they're doing. They're very powerful. We could sort of use them to our advantage. Hopefully, they got their chaos in line because ideally, if they're summoning demons anyways, maybe they could throw the demons or the blood magic at the enemy, not at us. We'll hope for the best. That's sort of what it's like. With mages, they're like, you're great. We love you. With Warlocks, like, you go in your weird little corner and practice your weird black magic. Hopefully, you don't destroy Stormwind in the process. It's sort of cool that they're sort of like black sheeps like that. With that being said, though, nobody uses blood magic except for Death Knights, and nobody uses like shadow magic really except for like Shadow Priests and Warlocks, and they're both sort of outcasts. So in this regard, what they're talking about, the reason why Orisa doesn't trust the Amani trolls, even though we sided with them, is because they're savages that use blood magic. They do sacrificial deaths. They kill people. They kidnap all the time. If you read the quests, like the trolls are always kidnapping innocent people. Not the Darkspear, the Amani, the Gurubashi, Zul'Gurub. The whole thing is them trying to resurrect the Blood God and like essentially like destroy the planet. Like that's what that dungeon was about, right? Zolaman wasn't as bad, I don't think. The Gurubashi trolls, though, of Stranglethorn, they seem like the most savage and the worst and the most likely to try to, for lack of a better word, destroy the world because of their like craziness.
Goddess, watch over you. The Kaldori will do what we must for the preservation of this world and the protection of our people.
It seems like the Amani trolls, I don't remember their story properly, but I don't think the Amani trolls were that savage like the Gurubashi are. I thought the Amani trolls just lived in the woods and we encroached on their territory, or we lived too close to where they live, so they were killing us because they're like, you're taking our land. And when we did Zol-Aman, maybe? Is the story that Zul'Jin tricked the gods, and they're because I don't remember why we're fighting the gods in Zol-Aman, because the gods are like, I thought they were good guys. I didn't think they were like bad. I don't think they were bad. I think they were like merciful gods. But I think maybe Zul'Jin, because Zul'Jin is the final boss in Zol-Aman, the first one from Burning Crusade. And I don't remember... Maybe he corrupted the gods. Because I feel like we shouldn't be fighting the gods. It wouldn't make sense in Zolaman. So why did we fight them? I don't remember the story, but it might be that Zul'jin corrupted them. And then we fight, so we beat the gods, and the very last boss is actually Zul'jin, who was like trying to become a god himself or something. That feels a little bit different. That feels like Zul'jin's the bad guy, but the gods themselves aren't the bad guys. In Zul'Gurub, which is the Gurubashi trolls, the trolls themselves feel like the bad guy, and they're trying to summon Hakar, which is the blood god, which sort of is the destruction of all of the whole universe, essentially, or the whole world. So it feels like the Amani trolls weren't as evil as the Gurubashi trolls, because the Amani trolls are just like, we want to just get off our land. Like, this is our land. Stop trying to take our stuff. And the Blood Elves like, nah, we're here now. This is ours now. And they're like, no, this is ours. Like, it's, you know, that's just fighting for land. The Gurubashi, though, summoning a blood god and trying to, like, kill people and blood magic, that feels way more evil.
I fight to protect those who cannot protect themselves.
All of Azeroth respects the Heranir for fighting against the Void. But to bring so many old enemies to one place, watch carefully.
I'm curious to see what's going to happen here now, actually.
Speak to me.
Oh, movie time. Here we go, boys.
I
Here we go, boys. I'm curious to see what's going to happen. That's Zul'jin's son, I think, right?
Ah, you must be Zul'jin.
Yeah, Zul'jin's kid.
Welcome to Herinda. It is an honor.
Why have you asked me here?
Let's turn it up a
Mother
bit.
Hagar has asked many to come. Both trolls and elves.
Here we go.
This is Zul'jin of the Amani. Zul'jin, this is...
I know who he
They have a long
is.
history, man.
Bold of the Amani to send the one who raided our forest as their emissary.
Your forest? You're lucky I haven't cut your throat.
God, WoW has missed this. I missed this in
There
WoW.
will be no violence in this place.
Yes, please, there is. We need it. It's war. World of Warcraft.
Many of you have traveled far.
She looks really cool, actually. I like her hair.
Please, come.
Orwena?
You are wondering why you are here.
Look at all the elves. Oh my god.
Generations upon generations ago, we Haranir stalked the forests of the world above. Until we heard the call of our
I think it's an
gods.
old god. I really think their god is an old god of some
Seeking her
kind.
warmth, some left the forest behind, vanishing deep within the sacred hollows of the world. But many Haranir remained above, and over time they changed, splintering apart as millennia passed, giving rise to mighty empires and terrible wars, fought by those who had forgotten they had ever been one people at all. But here we are, together. Elves, trolls, and Haranir. We are all
I'm waiting for one of these people to
the
become
descendants
Xalatath or
of one
something.
lineage. We are in essence one people. And now we can be so once again.
Lies.
Thank God. Oh God, thank you, Lord. I was afraid where that was going. Give me a little bit of conflict, please.
Zul'jin.
Kin to elves? It cannot be. What do you, Haranir, know of my people's history? Our triumphs? Our suffering?
I understand this is difficult. If you are willing, I could show you proof.
Proof
And
of what? They all
perhaps
came from the
a
same...
path forward.
They all came from the same thing.
Ashura? Oh, nice to see another familiar face here.
Yo, this guy's got benediction! Whoa, look at that! What? He's got benediction! Ah, this is one of the coolest weapons in the entire game. 30 years and they still haven't come up with cooler models than Benediction and Rock Dalar. Get real, man. Corrupted Ashenbringer, Rock Dalar, and Benediction are peak design. They need to bring this stuff back. This is too cool to not exist in the game. They need to bring this back. What they should do is let us unlock it in Classic WoW, and if you can do the challenge when it came out in Classic WoW, you should be able to unlock it for retail. That's it. I've done it so many times. I just want it in retail so bad. Favor for Kindred. Zoljahara could not leave Zolaman as the Amani still recover. She sent Zoljan in her stead. She hoped showing trust and giving him disresponsibility. Why? She hoped showing trust and giving him disresponsibility. I'm reading this in my head. Like, this is not a... Who's she write? She didn't write this as a note to me. This is explaining what's happening. So why is it written like dis? That doesn't make sense. Would bring him out of her shadow. Make use of his talents? But dis news. I am not an old troll. I have a hard time renaying? Raining? I'm an idiot. Raining! That's not raining. I don't know. That'd be a G there. What does that say? Raining? I don't know. I'm an idiot. I'm pretty sure rain has a G. Am I crazy? Anyways, who cares? Is it not R-E-I-G-N-I, R-E-I-G-N-I-N-G, I think? I have to write it down to see now.
Anaria Shala.
After all we have been through, I thought there was little that could surprise me. It's a lot to consider. The bonds would be ancient, even further back than our connection to the Kaldorei, and our link to the Naga has hardly brought peace. The Haranir think this would... Yeah, so they're just learning about their history. Yeah, the Naga were first... No, the Naga were related to the elves, and I think the Naga came to existence because Azshara was messing with... Azshara was messing with arcane magic or something, I think, right? And turned them into the Naga, I think? It was something like that. It was Azshara. It was a curse, I think, that turned the Night Elves into Naga, I thought, or something, because it has Azshara, Queen Azshara screwed them, I thought, or something like that. Stay and listen.
Remain vigilant.
We share a lineage with the trolls, with the Amani. This is preposterous.
These are shocking revelations. But I have fought beside them, Lorthamar. We share more in common than you
This
may
isn't news, though. We've known this forever.
And what now? We open our gates to them? Welcome them into the very city they have long sought to burn to the ground?
No one is suggesting that. This is merely a new perspective. A chance to...
Liadrin, you of all people should understand the pain and loss the Amani have inflicted upon us. They destroyed our homes and slaughtered our families. They captured and tortured us when we fought back.
I know, Verisa. Believe me, I know. It has not been easy for me to move past my anger, but it is a path worth walking.
Then I admire your grace. You will find I am not as forgiving as a paladin of the light.
I like
Never
Verisa.
regard the Amani as kin, not after they robbed me of my true family. Salama Ashalanore, Blood Knight. Justice for our people.
It's fascinating. What I like about the storyline, they've done an excellent job. It's...
Pleasantries can wait.
Until next time.
We are bystanders. We just see two warring factions and say, guys, can you just stop fighting? It sucks that you're fighting. One side wants peace. The other side says, you've literally killed my family. It wasn't even generations ago. I can shake hands with the person that took the people that I loved most away from me, and you want me to forgive these people. You can see both of their perspectives. The one side says, if we don't end this, it's going to be war back and forth until the end of time. At some point, someone has to forgive the other side. But the other side is, you should have thought of that before you took my family away from me. Like, it's too late now. Now I want revenge. I understand, like, revenge is just a game of ping pong back and forth. But you could also argue the side of Verisa is that if she lets her guard down and says, you know what? Let bygones be bygones. Even though you took my family from me, I will forgive you moving forward. what's to say it wasn't just them trying to get closer so they can do it again? If they've already done it once, what's to stop a snake from being a snake? So you can understand both perspectives, and I think this kind of writing is peak Warcraft. This is what Warcraft has been missing. This nuance, where it's not just lovey-dovey, it's complicated. War is complicated, war sucks, and there's no true answer. Like, both sides make sense, and it's ultimately for you to decide as the reader or as the player, right? This continuous state of conflict is more interesting than peace and love time. I love Ringo Starr, peace and love, but World of Warcraft is not peace and love, peace and love.
For the Dark Spear. Watch your back.
I will have to tell the other tribes. They will not be pleased.
This could be exciting news. We all come from an ancient line of hunters and guardians of a secret world. What does it matter if the elves share that ancestry?
It matters plenty, Zakan.
Our people have clashed with the elves for millennia. They will not let go of old conflicts easily.
If they even believe what Hagar told us. Most trolls never seen a Herenir, never even heard of them. How do we tell a troll who never left the Echo Isles that the elves are keen to us?
I love how we knew this the whole time and they didn't. That's interesting.
Maybe.
You cannot force a family, even if we share blood. This will take time.
It's fascinating because they're acting like the elves and the trolls don't work together. They never have, and that's true, but they always have. Before they didn't, they always did. Because before all of this, before there were factions, one of the oldest factions, I would argue, is probably the Druids, right? The Druidic Grove, the Emerald Circle, all that stuff. And those guys have always been factionless. They've always just been Druids for the Druids. And it's always been, but before it was trolls that were there, it was Tauren and Night Elves. So, I don't know. It's interesting. Same with, it's fascinating because faction-wise, they've always been butting heads, but rogues have always hung out with rogues. Rogues don't, when you go to the S7, they don't care if you're Horde or Alliance. I guess the S7 is like Alliance, but truthfully, Martha Shaw is like Mr. Alliance, Mr. Alliance. The truth is those rogues would operate with Horde and smuggling operations and stuff like that if the price was right. They have no loyalty. They're criminals, and whatever helps them achieve their goal is how they operate, which makes sense, right? I like it. Same with Warlocks.
Can't get rid of you now.
Perfect example is this is as early as vanilla. If you play vanilla Warlocks, you'll see that Warlocks go to Ratchet, and when they learn their succubus, even if you're Horde, you go to a human to learn, I believe. It's like a story with like humans. Like the Warlocks don't care. Warlocks never care about Horde and Alliance. When you go to get your the guy that interrupts, Fell Hunter, I believe you can talk. There's like an orc, there's a undead, there's a human, regardless if you're Horde or Alliance, because the Warlocks again were shunned by everybody. The Horde and the Alliance hate each other. The one thing they both hate is dark magic. So the Warlocks are like, nobody likes us, so we have to stick together, Horde or Alliance. The one thing that we have to stick together for is summoning demons. So that's interesting.
May the strength of our ancestors. Orwena, how do you know Hagar speaks the truth?
We must go to the Den of Echoes. Follow me.
Den of Echoes. Here? Yep. That's not the dungeon. I'll just fly all the way there. It's a long walk. So, I don't remember when we learned this. They all came from the same thing, but essentially, I thought how it worked was the universe started, there was light and dark. Light and dark fought with each other forever, and then I thought from the explosion or something, the Titans came into existence. Titans were... One of the Titans, I think, found a planet that was taken over by the Old Gods. Didn't even know the Old Gods existed. And when they saw the destruction that happened to the planet, they destroyed the planet. Because they were afraid it was going to spread. So maybe that was Sargeras that destroyed the planet. And then Sargeras was going from planet to planet to planet, destroying planets. trying to fight the old god corruption, I guess. Something like that, I think. I'm messing up the story somewhere. I thought these guardians, or whatever these guys are, this pantheon, who we actually fight in I think it's Shadowlands or something, we fight them. The pantheon, or maybe it was Legion. Anyways, I thought they created those stone guys. If you watch the Dragonflight trailer...
The proof lies in one of the paintings within.
She gonna keep talking now? Okay, she stopped. If you watch the trailer for Dragonflight, I'm pretty sure those stone guys were created as guardians for Azeroth. They were the first humans ever. I thought they did something that pissed off their gods, so they got cursed with the curse of flesh, where they went from being immortal to now decaying because they have flesh, they're humans. This is reflective, I believe, of Greek mythology. I believe it was... Jesus, who created man? Who sculpted man? Goodness, anybody watching would know this too. Was it Hermes? It might have been Hermes. That's not a god. Is that a god? I thought it started with an H. Anyways. Someone... I don't remember who it was now. Jesus. Oh, it was Prometheus. Was it Prometheus? It might have been Prometheus. Prometheus might have taken clay and molded man out of stone. And then something happened where he got mad at us or something, and he gave us the curse of flesh. Giving us flesh and turning us to humans, squishy humans, instead of being out of stone, was a negative. It wasn't a positive, because now we decay. We can get hurt, we have nerve endings, and we can decay and die. That's what I believe happened to Azeroth. It happened to those stone guys. Those were humans, those were dwarves, those were gnomes, and I believe stuff happened. I don't remember like where they came from that turned into night elves, but it's an interesting story, and it's very reflective of the story of like WoW is pretty much just copying Greek and other mythologies and mixing them together, honestly. As I was listening to Stephen Fry's Greek mythology, and watching a little bit of Norse, Neil Gaiman's Norse mythology, I realized, wait a minute, WoW is just stealing a lot of stuff from a lot of his other stuff. Not all of the visions of this place were clear to us. Some of them were strange. One in particular seemed to revolve around an unfamiliar people, a people that we learned are the Amani Trolls. The magic used to create the painting, to pull the memories from the past, are tied to the Haranir and those close to it. There was no connection. The Zurashur, whatever that is, create the paintings, could not have recalled troll history. Alright, anyways. This storyline is sort of meh.
You expect me to believe some scratches on a wall?
Our magic only works for memories of our kin. How can we find paintings of Amani memories if you are not kin? Give me your hand. Touch the vision stone and bear witness.
Let's check out what it is. Let's touch it and see what happens.
This land
That's us.
familiar. This is Zulaman.
Yes, a desperate battle long ago between the Amani and ancient enemies.
Is it going to be us? Are we the ancient enemies? Who's the ancient enemy? Oh, old gods. See, it's old gods. See? That's the ancient enemy. See, it's old. These are old gods. I'm telling you, these guys, these Haranir are praying to an old god. I'm pretty sure they're praying to an old god. I really do. The whole time they kept mentioning their god would whisper to them, I keep feeling like it's going to be a return of Cthulhu or something, or Yogg-Saron, something like that. Okay, we'll bang out this quest quick. We'll try to find a game to play, like it's maybe not WoW, on Tuesday. Wednesday we're playing Baldur's Gate. Look, I'm happy to do WoW streams. It just feels like every time we do WoW streams I feel directionless. It's partially because like WoW sort of sucks right now. Retail sort of sucks. I can't wait for Classic Plus to come out. I'm just bored of WoW. I love WoW. Don't get me wrong. It's my favorite game of all time, and I love it so much. I'm just...
This is our great victory I heard stories of when I was a child.
The writing just sort of sucks right now a little bit. Maybe this is getting better now. We'll see, but...
No lower, and we defeated the greatest enemy the trolls had ever known.
I just didn't care too much for these characters, I guess. They feel sort of one-dimensional and yeah. We'll see. I mean, like, the raids aren't bad, right? Like, it's just... Like I said before, I just didn't think the last few X-Packs had much of a pull. If you don't like Mythic Plus, look, my friends raid log every X-Pack. That's to me is not like a super successful game. You want to like be able to do stuff when you're not raid logging. It always ends up to raid logging though. And I feel like that shouldn't be the nature of the game. Other games aren't like that, I feel like. Especially other MMOs. I want to be able to enjoy it more. And I know when Classic Plus comes out, I'm going to be so addicted. It's disgusting. It's gross how addicted I'm going to be to Classic Plus. I cannot wait for Classic Plus. Oh my god. I want to play Season of Discovery so bad. So bad. I know lots of people are playing it. I want to play Season of Discovery so bad, but it's sort of dead on NA, I think. I know there are some streamers making an EU guild. Unfortunately, I don't have an EU account. I would love the opportunity to play Season of Discovery again, though. It was some of the most fun I've ever had in any type of WoW ever. It was so good.
But the Imani found something greater. They called it Ulatek.
Oh, we got okay.
May you lend your song to hers.
We fight this guy? Oh, he disappeared.
Must be lies. The Amani alone won this victory.
I have heard a story since I was a child. The Amani were outnumbered and still they fought on. They claimed victory. So she's saying an old god gave them help, and that's what inspired the Amani to do. So is that what? So that makes sense. Like that's why I didn't understand why Zolaman was a thing, because the Amani trolls never felt like the Amani trolls never felt like they were bad guys. They were just protecting their land. So I didn't understand why we were doing that raid. So we're gonna check out the Loa now. So far, this is like one of the better storylines of the whole X-Pack, honestly.
What it means to say is you have our thanks for sharing this with us, and we must return to Zulaman to investigate.
I can speed your return. Roots guide your path.
Oh, that's kind. She could do that the whole time. Why'd you do it before for us? The Haranir are sort of boring, but the Zolaman, or the Amani trolls, I thought was great. The fact that they brought them back, I thought was so cool. I love that. I like the elf conflict. I think that's cool. But this tying it all together is, I think, the best thing. This is the best use of the Haranir, in my opinion, so far. I don't think they added a lot of value to this X-Pack, but this, right now, is the most value I felt they've added up to this point. This storyline.
Help me search through Uncle's things while he communes with the Loa. We will find victory.
My uncle has already started communing with the Loa. Find information on this. We're gonna dig through his boxes, see what we can find. My uncle has the biggest collection of histories among the Amani. Look for anything about the snakes or the early Amani history. So we're just going through the archives of early Amani history. So if they've been praying to a old god this whole time, they didn't even know it. The box is filled with scrolls and writings. As you search through the materials, one scroll catches your eye. One of the oldest structures in Zolaman is the Crypt of Namazan. Built millennia ago, after the brutal conflict, the crypt houses the remains of many fallen warriors, as well as our earliest writings on stone tablets. The Yamani are a people with a strong oral tradition, so these few written records are a special treasure. Many of them have stood the test of time, allowing a unique look into early Amani history.
Yes, those tablets are ancient and we're searching for clues.
The box is filled with scrolls, trinkets. One scroll looks much older than the others. Wave after wave, our best warriors fought against the endless hordes of our greatest enemy. Eventually, we broke through their lines and attacked with all our might. Though most of our fighters fell in the assault, We succeeded where so many have failed. The great nemesis of the troll lay dead. What was left of the Amani, battered and bleeding, stood triumphant. Alright.
The Amani stood alone. No Loa. No Go King.
That would be pretty cool if... Box of scrolls and tablets. Haphazardly, it seems like someone has gone through this box before. As you sort through the paper and stone, your hand strikes a different material, wood. Lifting the item in the way, you find an Amani mask buried to the bottom of the box. Take the mask. That's it. Grab it! It's gonna slow down at some point, right? Yep, he stops for us to grab. There you go.
I never owned a mask like that. Where did it come from? Bring it here. I speak for Akilzar.
Rowan's benediction. Jesus Christ.
Always will. Zoranago, child. Who are you? Don't hurt me. You are damaged, friend. Ashura, grab my tools and some supplies.
This is tool right here, I see. Interesting.
They attacked the city. They tried to destroy me. Who did? My memory is foggy.
Where am I? What am I missing? Is it over here to the right? Is it above? Is it in front of me? Is it? It's probably right in front of me. And I'm not seeing it. Oh my god! It's over here to the side. I see. Okay, I gotcha.
The Haranir lied. There is no mention of Ulatek.
The ultimate weapon of the Amani. He remembers. See?
What do you mean, a weapon? What do you know?
I am not sure.
It would be great if the Amani did have like a blood god or something. They didn't even realize. That'd be so cool. Because the guy was saying they're the one innocent trolls, but it'd be cool if they weren't even innocent.
There you are. I need your help with a project.
The ancestors did not bow to Aloa. They claimed a weapon that led to our victory. So we're gonna bring this mask around to the old ruins to see if you remember anything.
Our only lead about Ulatek. At least until this mask remembers more.
This mask is essentially...
Tell me what you remember.
There you go.
I will try. It's fragments. You seem familiar, though.
Is that this guy that pet me? Who pet me? Not him. Mid. Where's that guy? I don't know where that guy went. Oh well. Line above me or something, I guess. I don't know. This guy. You, buddy. You my guildie? Nope. Some random dude. Gotcha. Alright. Not there. It's this one. It's a cool, interesting quest. Okay. Essentially, this mask is essentially what dreadnoughts are in 40k, and what that means is dreadnoughts. If you ever see these guys, I'll show you in case you care. You probably don't care, but it's cool. It's the same concept. You've probably seen pictures of these things before. I'll show you one. These guys. Looks like this, pretty much. One sec. It'll make sense where I'm going with this in a second. See these guys? See this guy? This robotic guy right here? What those guys are, is people don't realize that. This robotic dude is a human being. It's a sarcophagus. It's a human being in there. And the human is essentially on life support. That's a life support machine that also works as a tank that you could fight in. And when someone's practically dead, generally, if someone's unbelievably important, but gravely injured in battle, they put them in one of those machines where it's a life support machine. And they put them in a stasis where they're essentially in a coma forever. 20, 30, 40,000 years can go by Suddenly, this guy gets waked up out of a coma in this dreadnought machine. They say, hey, we're sorry to bother you. We have a question. It's about 40,000 years in the future. Sorry to wake you. We have a quick question about history, because you were alive back then. That's literally what a dreadnought is. It's crazy, dude. It's insane. Maybe they're just a neck down alive. There's no body left, and it's wires pumping things into a neck, keeping the brain alive. The rest of the body isn't there. But he's still alive and in a stasis until they wake him up to say, either you have to fight in a war for us, where we're like fighting, sorry to wake you after 30,000 years of slumber, we need you to fight for us, or we have a question about history. It's very rare if they wake up dreadnoughts. They only wake them up if it's like related, like we need to fight. It's like life or death. We need your help right now. Or if it's a lore question because they were alive back then. Very rarely when it happens, but it does happen. This mask is that. This mask is... You're so old. Spirit trapped in this mask. You are so old that we didn't even know this history existed. So we're going to take you with us to a place that we've only heard about from like texts from millions of generations ago, hundreds of thousands of generations ago. Maybe you can shed some light on what really happened, because to us it was just legends. It was legends when my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather existed. It was legends to him. That's how old this shit is. So like that's what this is. It's crazy. Like people don't realize how old the trolls are. They are the beginning of Azeroth old. Let's Google it really quick. I'm curious now, like just what the number is. How old are WoW trolls? 70 to 80 years. Okay. You don't get it. Race age. As a species, trolls are ancient, having existed on Azeroth for roughly 16,000 years, predating elves and humans. They are the first. I'm pretty sure elves or trolls are the first things, other than the stone people on Azeroth. Let's check it out. Who was the first living thing on Azeroth? I'm curious now. Elementals, right? The elementals were first. I lied. I forgot it was the elementals. Right. Old gods created the first non-elemental life, specifically the Aquir and the Naraki, Narquai, however you say that. They enslaved the elementals. Then the Titans shaped the planet through Freya, giving it animal life. The wild gods, which gave like birth to like druidism and stuff, and eventually turned into trolls. They're like the trolls were like the first sentient species, to my knowledge. I think trolls were like they're like fungi or something that turned into like sentient species or something like that. I don't remember the whole history. There's a book about like the origins of Azeroth. It's really sick. Like I would totally be into reading it, but I don't know the full story. But I know like trolls are old. They are so old that the people that claim to be natives of the land are like taking the land from the true natives, who are the trolls, who were like the first living things with sentience. That's why I always thought it was so funny when the night elves are like, this is you're taking our land. It's like, brother, you didn't even exist while we were like dying as a race. That's how old the trolls are. It's like, what are you going on about, bro? The trolls as an entire race almost completely got wiped out multiple times before the elves even existed. They're going on about like, you're taking our stuff. Bro, get out of here. If tablets were made when the Amani first arrived, like again, the elves are trolls. What are you going on about? Anyways, the tablets are too heavy to carry, so suggest we take rubbings of the inscriptions. Okay. So we gotta protect them. Makes sense. I wish I could be more helpful. The gaps in my memory due to the damage Mask sustained. That magic has leaked out for who knows how long. So we have to attack the Vile Branch. Cool.
Can the Vile Branch Hextix restore the Mask's memory?
I could be correct.
But reinforcing the magic within may help.
There are possible clues but no overt references.
Let's hope we find a clue to Ulatek.
I thought the dwarves are also older than the humans. I could be incorrect, but I think the dwarves are quite ancient as well. I think the humans are more of a new race. The elves are a bit of more of a new race. They're babies, I think, right? Who knows how old the Draenei are? Because the Draenei are aliens. They're not even from Azeroth, so they could be even older. Like the trolls, I'm not sure. I don't know the origins of the Draenei. Okay. Do we just loot this stuff? Is that mostly the quest? If you're complaining about WoW, why do you keep playing it? Because I love the story and I love the game at its core. Like the combat has never changed over 20 years. There's been like some slight changes, but overall, like WoW combat still feels like WoW combat. Of course, it's gotten faster. Mechanics have gotten more intense, but it's still there. But a lot of it has changed, which is fine. You expect change. I just don't know if all the changes were beneficial or they weighted it down and bloated it a little bit more. That's the problem. I'll agree that I don't like change. That's absolutely true. I generally do not like change and I don't handle change well. But I know change is inevitable, so I'm trying to be objective and say that if change is going to happen to WoW, change is going to happen to WoW. But I want it to at least feel like an upgrade, not like just bloat. And a lot of it feels like meaningless change. It doesn't add anything. It doesn't even really take too much away. It just exists. It's just there. It's just something that I have to do. It feels more like work, not like fun. Yeah. Attunements used to feel meaningful. Grinds used to feel meaningful, even if they were tedious. Now, there's not much meaning behind anything in WoW. It just sort of gets handed to you. And when it doesn't, the hoops they make you jump through just don't feel, to me, as meaningful as they did in Classic. And I don't know how to fix that. And I wish I could give an answer as to why that is. Ultimately, and I've used this excuse before, I'm sorry to say, I don't think it's my problem to give you that answer. I think the reason why you get paid so much money to make this game is because you need to figure out that answer. I don't know what to tell you how to fix the game, but I know when I play the game and I like the way it plays, I know you did it right. If that makes sense. It's like when I go to a restaurant and I order a really expensive meal, I don't know what you have to do to the steak to make it taste good. I just know that when I put it in my mouth, it tastes good. And if I don't like the way it tastes, I know I want you to do something to make it taste better. Because I know what quality is. I don't know how to make it quality, but I know what quality is. And I think you guys agree with that. And I think that's the disconnect with a lot of games, where people say, like, well, if you don't like it, why don't you tell them how to fix it? Or why don't you, like, it's easy for you to say, you're not making the game. You're right. But I don't know how to make Michael Jackson's songs catchy either. But I know that when I listen to some of his songs, I like them better than other songs. So I don't know what to tell Michael Jackson to make music good, but when he does it, I just know that I like it, and I want more of that. So it's sort of the same thing, right? Like you guys, I think everybody can agree with that. There's a lot of things you like, and you don't understand how it's made. You just know quality when you see it, and that's sort of what I want from WoW. I don't think that's unreasonable. And I honestly, for a long time, thought I was complaining all the time about WoW, and I'm grumpy, and no one else feels this way. But a lot of people clearly feel this way, because when Classic Plus comes out, which they're going to release, there's going to be a lot of people playing it, and there's a lot of people that are excited for it. And that's not because retail is so unbelievably amazing, and we just can't. There's just not enough time to play all these wonderful versions of WoW. It's because people want to be able to enjoy WoW again, and retail's not scratching that itch. And Season of Discovery was, but they ran out of content. And Classic was, but again, it ran out of content. So we want that itch scratched. There's still a need to scratch that itch. We're not satiating that itch, though. But Classic Plus will satiate that itch. I really believe that. And that's why I think when it comes out, people are going to lose their minds. And it is going to have a huge player base. Because people, they want that experience again. And I really am confident they're going to knock it out of the park. I think they've waited long enough. They didn't just release it on a whim because they knew it would be a hit. I think their mentality is, and I sincerely believe this. I honestly believe that they realize they dropped the ball in recent years, and they want to do good by us again. They want to prove to us that they still have it in them to be the Blizzard that we know and love. And I think they're refining it. They're taking their time so they can release a product that when we get it, we get that Blizzard polish that we've been missing for so long. I really, really believe that to be true. I honestly think that when they finally show us Classic Plus, probably at BlizzCon, Copium, I think it's going to blow us out of the water. I really, really do. And we're going to be excited, and we're going to be hyped, and we're going to feel like we're 13-year-olds again. We're going to feel like those kids again, so excited just to play games for like 20 hours a day on the weekend. I really, really am excited for that, and I think it's going to happen. I do. I really do. I don't know if it'll ever happen with retail. I think retail is just too different now. But I think they'll realize there's a market to capture that nostalgia, but it's not nostalgia. It's just appreciating the game for what it was when it was that. They keep saying it's nostalgia. I don't think it's nostalgia. Nostalgia doesn't last that long. I don't talk over them. Nostalgia is reliving that feeling of you being a kid, but it's short-lived. Once you go to that nostalgic thing, it's like a short-lived high. But people want to experience the fun they had in WoW in 2026, like they did when they were kids. But that experience doesn't exist anymore, but it will. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not nostalgia. It's just the same kind of fun. It's almost like them coming out with adult jungle gyms, where it's not a jungle gym for children. They've taken the product that we liked as a kid, and they've ran it through the filter of adulthood. So it's the same thing that we love, but now with newer values. So like it's aged with us. That's what I think Classic Plus is going to be. It's like taking a jungle gym for adults, and you have stuff that's slightly more dangerous. The kids wouldn't use because we're adults now. We can handle it. It's a little bit tougher. It's a combination almost of like exercise with fun. We didn't understand that as a kid. Now as an adult we do, but we still have fun doing it. It's like it's because our values have changed, but there's still a part of us that want to be able to have fun like on a jungle gym, but it'd be weird to do it as a kid. So you come out with an adult version of it. And that's what I think Classic Plus is. It's taken what we loved as a kid, but it's refining it to our new adult values. And that's, I sincerely believe it's going to be that. What does that mean? Because that seems too abstract. It means it's the grind of Classic WoW without the time sink of the grind of Classic WoW. I know there are people, I won't say their name. I like the streamer very much. He's in a bubble and he's disconnected from reality. He wants Classic WoW or Classic Plus to be purist. He likes the grind. He likes the MMO. He forgot that he blew up and he's getting paid to play this game. When he wasn't making that much money playing this game, he had to work a normal job and he wasn't able to sustain what he's able to do now through WoW. So it was a little bit of cognitive dissonance there. God bless this guy. I love him and I'm going to watch him forever. But I think he forgot that before he started streaming professionally and getting paid to play WoW, he wasn't able to go as hard as he can go hard now. So now he's getting paid for it, so WoW's everything to him. Before that, when he was working a part-time job, which I remember, he tried to grind, but he had to take his foot off the gas because there's only so much time in the day, and he had a life, and he had to work, so he grinded as much as he could, and then he had to go to work, and then he'd grind as much as he could, but he couldn't do like he was doing now. But you could see that his mentality changed a bit, and he's more purist now, because now he's like all into WoW, and there's no work, so he could just play like a psycho. But I think, God bless him, but he's a little bit disconnected, because not everybody can play like that. And if you make Classic Plus Timbermaw grind for the whole game, it will not survive. There are not enough people that can play the game like a full-time job anymore, period. And even if people in the comments, if this becomes a clip, people in the comments, like, I disagree, we'll see what happens. We'll see what they release. Because I think the product they release will not reflect what you want them to release, because I think you're disconnected. And when he said, as much as it pissed you off, you think you do, but you don't, or whatever he said, he was partially right. He wasn't right in the context, but he is right that you guys don't entirely know what you want. You think you know what you want, but you truly don't, and the stats reflect that. And the way they change things in the game reflect that. Because you guys ask for stuff, you guys ask for no changes in Classic WoW, and then you complain there's no changes in Classic WoW, and then they have to add changes in Classic WoW. So that's sort of proof of the pudding right there, right? Like, it is what it is. I'm not in the no changes group, by the way. I'm not a hypocrite like that. I think there should be changes in Classic WoW. Classic WoW was released as an unfinished game. I'm glad there's changes. It's important that there's changes. Yamani summoning, Great Serpent saved him from a terrible foe.
Don't be a stranger.
The magic helped, but not enough. I still don't remember my name, past life, the knowledge, maybe lost forever. I don't remember more about. So this is some kind of snake loa that helped them. I was forced into this by the vile branch trolls. They kept dark knowledge secret from the other tribes. So we must go deeper. into the vaults. Oh, we got into that dungeon. No, is it gonna be like a scenario kind of thing?
This is madness. He betrayed and enslaved our Loa.
It's funny. We actually just found Malakras again, or whatever his name is. When we did the troll. The troll quest is a quest only for trolls. If you're a Darkspear troll, you can do a quest for heritage armor, and you actually see Malakras or whatever his name is again. It's really cool. The troll heritage armor quest, in my opinion, was the best heritage armor quest of any of the races. I would recommend making a troll, leveling it to 60 just to see the quest, or watch it on YouTube. The troll heritage armor quest, by far, blows all the other ones out of the water, as far as I'm concerned. It was a great quest, great story, great quest, awesome quests. It was a shame it was only trolls. I feel like everybody else missed out a lot. It was a great quest, really. Okay. We can rely on ourselves. We cannot trust Aloa. If Aloa withdraw their blessing, Zul'jara will be powerless. The Lightwood was a promising start. We need something more, a weapon the Amani can wield to protect ourselves. So he wants the Snake God to help him, pretty much, right?
Stay strong. Ah, good. Someone competent for...
Vile Branch? Malakras! We must tell Zul'jara.
She will try to stop me from finding Ulatek, just like with the Lightwood. But we needed the Lightwood, and we will need Ulatek.
If the ancient Amani sealed Ulatek away, it may be too dangerous to unleash.
Or it may be the weapon we need for when the elves make war on us. For when the Loa abandon us.
The Loa will not abandon us.
How can you be sure? They have done it before, huh? Why not put some of that faith in me, Uncle?
Fair, I guess. That's one way to look at it, I guess.
We don't need magic.
Where do we go? Here? Oh, we got to the dungeon now. Ugh, do we have to do the whole dungeon? So he's afraid to trust Loa because he's afraid they're gonna release it again, like the other Loa or whatever, Malakaz, whatever the hell his name was. Nope, we're here. Okay.
This is a fool's errand. Malakras is dead.
Malakras. Is that? Am I thinking of it just someone else? Is that not who I'm thinking of? I thought it was though, but. While I was served with Vile Branch, remember, so this guy was Vile Branch. That's interesting. So we tortured out of them pretty much. The mask says we're looking for the scrolls. We're looking for scrolls. Gotcha. Oh, he's not a pangolin. Do we not have pangolin mount? Did we get a pangolin mount?
Can come from that villain's writings.
Knowledge is not good or bad, Uncle. It's what you do with it that matters.
True.
The keen-eyed Kina, what?
Guess we just go here and attack them. We just use this on them, I guess. To all right. Oh, they're elites. Gotcha. That'll turn them into not elites or whatever.
Little Zul'jara, come to do his sister's bidding.
Tell the mask to interrogate it. You gotta kill him first. I gotcha. Easy. Easy. Interrogate away, buddy.
Always be in your sister's shadow.
There we go. Okay.
Malakras always said that binding the Loa was just the first step. He had bigger plans than
I wonder what that is. Interesting. Is he flying now? What's he on? Oh, he's on that. That's a neat mount. Hopefully we get a pang. I don't think I didn't think you get a pangolin. But is there someone here we have to fight? I guess they didn't spawn in. I guess they're dead or something. Oh. There he is. See, he's right there. That's why. This guy looks sick. Look at his hood. Man, the Amani trolls look so cool. They look so much cooler than we do. I feel like I unlocked something on my troll related to Amani. I think I can get Amani skin tones or something, like the green skin, but I can't look like them. They look so much different than us, right? It's a shame. The Amani trolls look sick.
Tech was Malakras' obsession. A way to return to the Amani Empire.
Why did he want to return to the Imani Empire? I guess because they just lost it. I guess to take it from the Blood Elves, that's who they're taking it from, I guess? That's what they mean?
Your abundant limit near.
We will never serve Deloa. Vordaza was the Hex Lord's favored apprentice. If any have
It is her, so now we have to find the boss, big boss with the hot sauce. Oh, here are the scrolls. I forgot about the scrolls. That's something else we have to find. See, these things right here. Whoops. I forgot. We're looking for the scrolls while we're doing this the whole time. Here's the scroll. We could cheese it a little bit because we're flying now. Whoops. You don't have to fight these guys. I think it's just scrolls we have to go after, so we can sort of cheese it as a druid. This is the one thing about druids. It's a shame this guy's in my line of sight, but he's right in the way. I'm gonna zoom out all the way because this guy's a pain in the ass. Too zoomed in otherwise. Oh. Inventory is full for these things? That's ridiculous. It's a quest. What was I looting before? Something that's a big failure in regards to this X-Pack is the amount of stuff that takes up inventory space even when it doesn't. It's ridiculous.
They were here for generations, yet our empire has crumbled.
The amount of times there's things in Delves, like experience, that you loot, and it says your inventory is full. So then you throw something out, and then it goes into your inventory. It goes into your inventory, and then it disappears because it's not inventory, but you still need to have a slot open to loot it. It's so annoying.
So Zul'jin and Malakras decided to take the power they needed instead of begging for it.
Your grandfather asked Deloa to help fight the elves. They refused, so Zul'jin took the power. I gotcha. So they, like, tortured the Loa and just siphoned him of its power. Something like that. It feels like an Elden Ring kind of story, almost. You had, like, a god. You asked the god for power. The god said no, so what do? You capture the god, and then you just siphon its power against their will. You almost use the god like a battery to power yourself. That sounds like an Elden Ring kind of story.
Like your grandfather.
So, he researched Ulatek. If grandfather could wield the power of our greatest weapon, then
he could reclaim stolen lands.
Yep.
Rebuild the empire.
Makes sense.
Realize his dream.
May I be raised again on the wings of Achilles.
Now we probably have to go to the dungeon, right? Yeah. Malakras' notes are within Vordaza. She's using them to explore her necromantic experiments. I need you to go into the Misara Caverns to discover them. So can you just do it on normal?
our best lead to Ulatek are those nodes in Vordaza's possession. Don't get blood on them.
But now is evolved. He and his pilots. Listen for a sec.
This has gone far enough. We must stop following Malakras' footsteps, lest we anger the Loa.
The Loa? If we can harness Ulatek's power, we will not need the Loa.
How can you say that? The Loa made your sister Hashem. They helped us defeat the Twilight's Blade.
What about when the elves invaded our lands? When the Trollbanes hunted our people? When my grandfather was tortured? And still, we had to beg them to aid us against the Twilight's Blade. No, Uncle. We must take the power we need to protect the Amani, like my grandfather did.
Your grandfather led the Amani to catastrophe, Zul'jin.
My grandfather did what was needed. The Amani stand alone, and the Amani never die.
I get it. I mean, first off, the elves don't have to help them. Period. There's no reason why the elves... Like, that'd be dangerous. The elves would lose people in the process. Queue for follower dungeon. Yes, let's do that. Let's tank it. It might be faster if I tank it. Actually, probably be faster if I DPS it. The elves don't owe the trolls anything. You could say, well, the elves took the trolls' land. Fair. That's feels like a skill issue in regards to like life, especially if they're not allies. If they're not allies, and especially if they're warring, that feels like a skill issue. You got fucked. Like, you would have stolen land from them if you could have. They beat you at the same game. You just lost. That's how war works, right? Like, it's not... You could say, well, I mean, that's not fair. It was their land. I agree. In a civilized society where we don't kill people, you don't take... You ask. You make trade agreements. You say, hey, I'll give you this if you give me that, and there's reciprocity. In a war, it's animals, right? You fight for territory like... tigers fight for territory, or bears, right? Polar bears. That's just how it is. And you do what you have to do, and I mean, that's World of Warcraft, as World of Warcraft has always been. So for her to say, oh, or for him to say, oh, they were never there for us. We had to beg the Night Elves to help us fight against whoever we're fighting against. Like, yeah, because you were warring with them, man. You're the enemy. Or the Blood Elves. Like, the Blood Elves were killing you. Or you were killing the Blood Elves, right? I mean, it is what it is. Well, I don't know what you want from me. War's messy and dirty, and you could say, well, they struck first, so we're just retaliating. Fair. But once you retaliate, it's a game of ping pong. You could say, well, they shouldn't have attacked us, so we have a right to retaliate. I agree. But then they're going to retaliate again. You understand? Like, the point is, and this could, we're talking World of Warcraft, but you could apply this to real life as well. The point is as justified as you feel, as justified as the trolls feel, the Night Elves feel just as justified. Makes sense? Like, that's what I don't think people understand. They're like, no, you don't understand, though. These are the good guys. It's those guys that are the bad guys. And then what you don't understand is the conversation on the other side is saying, no, you don't understand. We're the good... It's those guys that are the bad guys, and both parties on each side saying, no, we get it. Those guys are the bad guys. And the point... It's the Spider-Man meme. What I'm describing is the Spider-Man meme. They're pointing at each other. That's what this is. That's what, like, war is in real life as well, essentially. Very rarely, there are circumstances where, like, obviously there's, like, a legit villain. Most of the time, it's a lot more nuanced. It's not so cut and dry. And the problem is... And that's why this is such a powerful storyline. This is such a powerful storyline because he's saying, look, the past like 20 years, things have been great. I don't know what you're talking about with this war. And the other guy's like, but you didn't live through it. You don't understand. You're looking at the past like 5 years. We're talking about the last 300 years of war, of conflict. It's not as simple as just like the last 5 years have been good. There's a whole history that you're not taking into account. That's deep. Like, this is great. This is really deep writing for WoW. WoW used to be like this. And it hasn't been for a while. So this is a great sign. Like, it's funny how it's funny. I feel like if someone were to just come in here right now, I gotta turn off that sound, it's so annoying. If someone were to come in here right now and listen to this conversation, they're probably thinking we're talking about world politics. We're talking about World of Warcraft. But the world has gotten so crazy as of late that the storylines in World of Warcraft are reflective of world politics right now. But we're talking about WoW. But I understand, I can see the parallels. But it's a fascinating story. Like, I miss these storylines. This is a very adult storyline. It's very complicated. Yes, it reflects real-world stuff. And that's why I like it so much, because it's not cut and dry. Good guys and bad guys. It's complex. No one's really good. No one's really bad. I see both sides, and it's just a really unfortunate situation. And that's peak writing, in my opinion. Like, Morally Grey is peak writing because it allows you to sympathize with both sides. And WoW has not done that in a few years. WoW, for a little while now, has had really clear good guys and bad guys. We're clearly the good guys. We're clearly fighting against bad guys. That's not as fun. It's more fun to be morally gray. It's more fun to be the good guy and think you're saving the day, and then as you slowly continue, you start realizing, wait a minute, are we the bad guys? From their perspective, are we actually the bad guys? That's fun. That's so much fun. The whole time, you're like, no, you don't understand, I'm helping you. And like, it sure doesn't feel like help. It doesn't feel like you're doing us a favor. That's a great storyline, right? Like, that happens often in a lot of games. You don't realize, like, maybe we're not as good as we thought we were. It's deep, it's fun, right? It's, you know? That's what I think we're starting to see here, though. Like, it's more complicated than... Yeah, why aren't the Night Elves helping us? Or why aren't the Blood Elves helping us? Or... Old WoW used to be written like this, for sure. The only times we'd, like, agree and have, like, the war effort was when it was the Old Gods. When it was destruction of the entire planet. Then we're like, okay. The Horde and Alliance stuff has to take a back seat. But even then, they were still fighting, because even they were fighting for resources. Like, that, isn't that so silly? The world was ending, but the Horde and Alliance were still warring with each other in Silithis as we were trying to overcome the Old Gods. I think peak WoW, this is where WoW failed. You should have the higher ups. What's this? So, Varian, Rin, or Anduin, and Sylvanas, they can be friends. And we, as the main characters, can see them getting along and us defeating raid bosses together. But when you're in Stormwind, when you're in Orgrimmar, I want the vendors to be, like, xenophobic and hate trolls and hate the humans. And I want the quests in the Barrens to reflect the hate for humans. I still want that. Like, they don't understand the grand scale of us fighting Old Gods. They're just small vendors in the Barrens. To them, the Alliance, small bands of the Alliance, whether they're related to Stormwind or not, they don't know because they're not communicating to Stormwind. They're stealing supplies. So we need to go and destroy Northwatch territory. I don't like that the friendliness has been injected into every quest, pretty much. It'd be cool if the small vendors in the Barrens or in Dustwallow Marsh, they have no idea what's going on with Old Gods. To them, it's just, these Alliance are pain, we need to get rid of them, because the Alliance are nothing but a problem to us. That would be peak WoW. And unfortunately, it's not that, it's now we all get along. But that's the perfect balance. When you're dealing with larger-than-life stuff, when you're dealing with Old Gods, when it's the main quest objective, when you're in the newest zone, and you're dealing with this stuff, you can show... Hey, Insane, how are you, man? You can show, like, the higher-ups, the main characters, Vol'jin or Sylvanas or the Alliance are getting along together. But when we're questing in the world, give me a little bit of tension between the factions. Faction tension. The problem is like, people are so hypersensitive to, like, that kind of stuff, but it's because of what's going on in the world or whatever, but you gotta get over it. Xenophobia, unfortunately, racism, whatever you want to call it, is super important for fantasy games. It's a really important part of it because it's faction. You guys don't want to admit it, but, like, we need this kind of xenophobia or racism. It's what makes Lord of the Rings so fascinating. The elves and the dwarves, like, only sort of communicate. They're sort of in their own little areas. That's fantasy. That's what fantasy is, right? That's what it's always been, right? Even the Space Marine chapters in 40k, like, sort of only somewhat get along. Like, they're not, like, friends, not friendly, because that tension makes it interesting. When the elves and the dwarves and the humans all have to collaborate, they sort of trust each other. And they have a bigger goal they have to do together. So they're working together, but they don't really like it. That makes for better storytelling. It's more interesting. That's like, in my opinion, that's what I love so much about fantasy. That you're taking groups that don't normally go together because, like, they don't trust each other for whatever reason, and they're forced to work together. Now they have to be friends, whether they like it or not. That's interesting. That's cool. That's conflict, right? Like, I don't know. That's what I like, at least. And I feel like that's a very important part of fantasy. All the races coexisting in spite of, like, there being, like, tension between them. And again, it's not just because they look different. It's not just because they're like, ooh, Lae'zel has, like, a nose like a frog. That's why we don't like her. It's because there's very deep ties to culture and war and stuff related to land or resources or history. That's what makes it so deep, is like when you step into a fantasy world, the reason why this race is fighting with this one is because it's been like 3,000 years of like their gods warring with each other, and it's like an ancient war that happened before humans even existed, and this race is like 30,000 years old. They're like at the beginning of the cosmos they were here, and they feel that like the planet is like theirs because like they want to resurrect their druid god, but they can only do it when they have this specific island, but this island is inhabited by this other race who says they've been there since the beginning. And you as a human are like, I'm just learning about all this right now, and you guys have been fighting for like 30 million years? I have no idea what's going on. Stepping into a world that's already ancient is so cool. And that in my opinion is the foundation of fantasy. Like, you need that conflict that's already been going on for millennia that we're just learning about for the first time. That is the foundation of like quality fantasy. And WoW has been going away from that because it's all lovey-dovey. And that's why I think people are complaining now. The one thing that makes 40K so popular and so great is like how fearful everybody is of everybody else. You can't trust anyone, including your own people. Like, it builds a very exciting tension. And then when you do work together, it's crazy. It's crazy when they finally work together. It feels so epic, finally, because they hate each other so much. So when they're finally seeing side to side... Best example? Remember, the best example, and it hits so hard, is when you see pandas for the first time. The Horde and the Alliance are fighting, and you see the panda for the first time, and what happens? The Alliance takes the weapon. He has 2 weapons in each hand. He takes the weapon, and he gives it to the Horde, and says, we're enemies, but whatever this panda thing is, that's our enemy. It's our enemy together. So, as much as I hate you, this thing might kill both of us, so we gotta work together to fight this thing. Mrs. Pandaria did it perfectly. Where it's like, yeah, we're enemies, but this thing's a common enemy. I love it. That's peak fantasy, in my opinion. I love it so much. Because it was so much more meaningful when they finally worked together because of the history they had before that. Oh, we have a mount here I didn't even know about. Whoops. We'll ride this mount in here. It's cool looking. It's sort of like Star Wars, right? What makes it like, I think about the Cantina place. The best part of that scene was like when you walk in, there's all those weird like alien races and stuff. It's like, ooh, what are all their stories? What are their backstories? I'm so fascinated. That could have been a story on itself. Just each character just has a story of their own. Is that the most recent story? Interesting. So maybe I haven't gotten to that part yet. Did I miss that already? Did that already like happen, or is that the newest patch or something? So, the darkness, the Void Lords, spewed out dark seeds in hopes to... That's cool. That's sick. I like it. That's a really cool story. See, I'm not super... I missed some of the details of the WoW. I like it. That's cool. That's a sick origin story. And that is... Again, that's a reason when you work together, right? Like, that would be a reason where you'd work together then. Because... amongst the Horde and the Alliance fighting with each other, you have a global conflict now that's bigger than all of it. And none of the Horde and the Alliance fighting for land matters. Who cares about whose land is who now? Because the land doesn't exist when the entire planet gets decimated and destroyed because an old god is swallowing it. Like, that is... The stakes are so high. It's like, oh, right, I forgot. The land doesn't matter because there's no land anymore. That's cool. Those are cool stakes. I like that. But the problem is, and this is where WoW suffers from, is every X-Pack is that. So when every X-Pack is the entire universe is going to be destroyed, unfortunately, it loses meaning a little bit. You can only, like, save the world so many times before, like, you're like, oh, it's this again? You can only use that card once in a while, it feels like, or you get tired of it. And, like, that's the problem with the Avengers. How many times... It's just every year the Avengers is going to save the entire universe? Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I love it. I love the idea of old gods. The worst thing, in my opinion, about old gods is that we defeat them too easily. I prefer if they get banished and we just weaken them. I don't like killing them. You know, like they're too strong to be killed, in my opinion. So I think the Dark Lords came from my understanding of like how the origin story of World of Warcraft happened is there was like a big bang in the universe, there was nothing, and then like a bang or something happened, and then light and dark were created. And light and dark existed for a very long time, and they were constantly fighting for space just in existence. And I think in their war that went on for an eternity, eventually they started creating, I thought, like things to fight on their behalf. They created like like you said, the Void Lord, Dark Lords or whatever. Like void, it's just void energy existed, and light energy just existed, just as energy. And they were warring, or they were just like taking for space, I guess. And then I guess they started developing like armies, I guess. This is my understanding of what I remember. I could be wrong. From just pure void energy came Dark Lords. From pure light energy came, I think, that like those Draenei guys that they worship. And then from that, I think more sentience started coming into the universe. Maybe they created from that, maybe they created Titans. I think once that's what could be what it is. The Shadow created the Dark Lords, and I think the Light, to fight the Dark Lords, created the Titans. To scour the planets looking for corruption. And Sargeras was going from planet to planet to planet looking for corruption, because when I think the story was Sargeras found one planet that was corrupted by old gods, and he saw how devastating it was and destroyed the whole planet and said, this cannot spread. I need to find any planet that looks like this and kill it before it gets to this point, because this is a problem. And that's what Sargeras was doing, destroying whole planets, no matter if people were living there or not, because old gods and corruption. I think that's what it was. Something like that. I could be wrong. And that's why he tried to destroy Azeroth. It wasn't like it was the first time he did this. I think he was doing this all the time, and Azeroth was just another one of many planets. It just so happened it was our planet. I think it's something like that. I paraphrased, of course, but there's details in the middle, I'm sure, but it was something along those lines, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm mixing them up with something else, but I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. The WoW Origin book, though, is like would be sick to read one time. I'd read really into it. It'd be this cool concept. Okay. We're still fighting. She said, "Is it a boss? We're fighting a boss right now?" No, it's not a boss. I didn't realize we're fighting this guy. I thought he was dead already. Is this a boss? It doesn't look like it. Is it? No. This is just a normal mob? That's just a normal mob. That's not a boss fight. Bruh. I know I didn't like this dungeon very much. It's sort of long. Oh, yeah, I did get sort of some of it right. I'm going off memory. And what little knowledge I saw of, like, maybe paying attention to, like, the WoW videos, the YouTube videos I've seen. Do you read any of the WoW lore or anything? You seem to be sort of knowledgeable on it, just like more than most people, I would argue. Goodness, these guys are attacking everything that's not the mobs I'm attacking. The Dark Lords created those 5 physical seeds out of dark void energy and hurled them on planets in hopes of finding a world soul to corrupt so they could, like, spawn. Oh, it was world souls! World souls already existed. Okay, so where did the world souls come from? I forgot it's a world soul they needed to corrupt. What were the origin of world souls, though? Do we not know that, maybe? I wonder. I feel like it would have been faster if I would have tanked, honestly, instead of DPSing. I thought DPSing would have been faster, but I feel like tanking would have been faster, because they would DPS then. And I could just AoE, and I'd probably do more damage as a tank than they would do as a tank. It's almost like if I'm a tank, I feel like I'm an extra DPS. If they're a tank, they're just a tank. It's like we lose a player almost. Might swap after this. tank. It'll just be quick, and I'll just pull the whole dungeon. We'll just AoE. I can pretty much solo it, honestly. These guys are just taking too long to kill stuff. When these two massive cosmic forces inevitably collided, it triggered a cataclysmic explosion. Didn't just scatter rock and dust. Cosmos had also scattered fragments of the purest primordial light. There you go. Okay, that makes sense. I did remember that part. There's a great video on YouTube. I don't remember the gentleman's name. I feel so bad that I can't remember his name, but he makes YouTube lore videos of WoW. It's excellent. He even has like visuals. It's really, really cool. He does really cool videos. All right, let's go for Guardian. Finish this off. It's way faster as a bear. Way faster. Update the dungeon bots. Yep. I could have not updated them. That's interesting. There was only light. So there was light before the void? So where'd the void come from? Because I thought there was both. I always thought there was both simultaneously, and they always existed, and then... Interesting. Before planets or stars existed, there was only the light, a boundless ocean of positive living energy, and the void. Oh, there was both, okay. Where the light faded. Yeah, that's what I thought, okay. And they just sort of, they fought for, like, territory, almost. Not, like, literally, but, like, they would just... Wherever light didn't exist, darkness wanted to exist. And wherever darkness existed, light wanted to be there. But, like, it was just nature, like fire. Fire doesn't think, I'd like to be there, it just is. Its nature is to keep growing. So both of their, like... Their nature is just to keep growing. Water doesn't think to absorb into sand. It's just its nature is. So, that's sort of what like they were like. Well, how did the light come to be either? It just was, right? It just is. Like it. Something's got to be the origin. Something has to exist first, I guess, right? Because like, where does that come from then? It's sort of like turtles all the way down, I guess, right? I mean, regardless of how you look at the beginning of the universe, even if, whether you say, like, God created the universe or it was Big Bang or whatever, regardless of how you look at it, you can still ask, well, what was before? They say nothing. Well, what's nothing? What caused it then? Right? Yes, it's a game. It's a game. But what I'm saying is, from the game logic, I mean, you could say there's always, like, what's before. Probably just this, you know. I agree. I absolutely agree. A part of it, though, I think is... I see what you're saying. So, Insane, here's my question to you. And I hope you don't think I'm putting you on the spot, because I don't mean to. I'm actually just engaging. Like, I'm curious. Like, how your mind works for this kind of question. If they gave you, like, the pen and said, here, write an origin story. I like, hey guys, there was light and dark, and now you can play as a panda warrior. That's the official new timeline of WoW, by the way. It just started, hey, there was light and dark, now you can play as a panda warrior. You're right. If they gave you the pen and said, you know what, Insane, you're right. Give us an origin story. What would that look like? I'm curious what Insane's origin, and it doesn't have to be too detailed. Just like, however you want to write it. But even if you just want to do like a sentence or a snippet, or even one word, like, I'm curious, like, what does that look like even? And I don't think don't think that I'm looking for an answer. There's no wrong answer. I'm just curious what your perspective of that is, because I don't know. I didn't even consider it until you said it, but I'm curious now. You're right. Like, what would that even look like? Would it come from somewhere else? Because that could imply that there is life before our universe, and this is just the start of our universe's life. Right? Or is it this beginning of all existence? There, like, I don't know. It's a deep question. It's fascinating, huh? Is it just like a white room? But how would white even exist without light? Oh man, this is a fun question. This is very fun. We've been very philosophical today. We got a little too philosophical, I think. Yeah, I'm just ignoring the mechanics. This is normal mode, so we're just completely ignoring all the mechanics. I'm just trying to attack these guys so they can just attack the boss faster. Honestly. Like, nothing here is actually hurting us. We just want to get through this as quickly as possible. We can interrupt. Alright. There we go. So another interesting question I thought of the other day is evolution random or is it like calculated? And I've heard a lot of scientists say it's random, but I don't know if that's true. And you could say, well, first you could say, how do you know better than a scientist, an evolutionary biologist? That's fair. But my interpretation of random is that there's no intention behind it. And I think nature has the intention of survival. So you can't say that that's random. I think maybe... I think there's more direction than just random. Because there seems to be some kind of sequence to DNA when things are born. Things are born... It's very rarely is something born with a head, with an arm sticking out of its head, and an eye in its anus, and a leg sticking out of its kidney, and a kidney on top of its head. Like, that never happens, and when it does, it's like 1 in 100 million. But if it was random, it would happen way more often. But instead, it's almost like we're making copies of what works over and over again. And once in a while, there's some kind of deformation. But also, there are times where deformations are positives, and you blend in better, or you just have more endurance, or you're just bigger, or tougher, or stronger hides, or you could just chew more, or you could just go longer without eating. And what was once seen as a negative is actually a benefit, and then that passes along. So it feels like it is a bit random to us, but it's a calculated random, where like it's trying to survive. And it doesn't know how to do that, but it's taking a chance with some kind of rationale behind it. Otherwise, why would more things not go extinct more easily if it's just random? Like, if that makes sense. How come things become more resilient over generations instead of just dying off more easily? That's why I feel like random feels like too lazy of an approach for something like that, in my opinion. But anyways, I do it like this. A cool name for Titan, lived alone, and spawned out of life that was on this planet due to chemical reactions. Now, he lives alone, and his magical powers that he gained through the birth, he discovered that he could create things. That's interesting, actually. That's an interesting origin story. May I ask a question there? And say, where did the chemical reactions come from? Where were the chemicals? What spawned the chemicals? Or, like, even the planet. Like, where did the planet even come from, right? It's interesting. I don't know. Like, where did the Titan even come from on the planet? And maybe those questions aren't to be answered. Maybe it's never for us to know. And there's an origin story, now you build on it. Fair. At some point, and I'm not saying, I'm asking. At some point, do we always have to, at some point, just say, it just is? Or can we always answer that question? Like, where did that come from? I don't know. That's a really good question. I'm not sure. At some point, like, that was my point with, like, regardless of how you say, like, our universe was created or anything, can you always say, okay, but where did that come from? Okay, but where did that come from? You can answer them in your opinion. You can always, there's always just an answer. Okay. Interesting. So you're just saying that if you ask the question, where did the elements come from that this main character was able to then make into something, you could say, well, you just come up with an answer for that. And then if someone has another question, you just come up with an answer for that. I guess that's one way to look at it. You just sort of build the track as you ride down the track. You sort of put the track right in front of you as you're riding. Fair. So then if you were to ask, where does the weather come from, or like what created the planet, where'd the planet come from, what was before the planet, you just keep coming up with answers. And then as people keep asking questions, you just keep writing the lore as people keep getting curious. I guess that makes sense. I guess you could do that, because then people could say, well, it feels like you're making up on the spot, which you are, but at the same time, there was nothing before anyway, so anything you make up is just lore accurate. There is no point of reference from before, so it is, whatever you say just is. It's sort of like superhero logic in that regard, right? Like, yeah, that's fair. That's one way to go about it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, actually. That sort of makes sense. And then, they came from a chemical reaction. Oh, yeah, so you could argue then, like, you just continue on it. Yeah, you could argue that almost like it starts, the lore starts building itself. The origin is important. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good point, Insane. Yeah, it's a deep question. It's fascinating. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, that sucks. Darn. Darn, darn, darn. Sick. You go this way? Hold on. You go through here? Is that what we do? We just run through here like this? This is what we do? It stuns us? That's fine. Keep going. Through here, through here. That's it? Yep. Okay. Cool. Because WoW is now literally like, there was light and there was dark, and dark energy just emerged from the darkness. It's a little lazy, I agree. I absolutely agree. Did these guys not make it back in time? What's going on? They're just slow, or...? Yeah, I'm here, like, now what? Yeah, no, you're not wrong, man. You're not wrong at all. It feels like they spend so much time just writing forward that they forget to write backwards almost at times. And maybe because no one thinks about back, but right now, like, they're going back a little bit, which is interesting, and they're like retconning the lore, it seems like, or writing backstory, which is, it's almost sometimes more interesting to go back than forwards, right? Like, at some point, you can only go so forward before it starts just feeling like a clown fiesta a little bit. I think it's sort of where people are with Marvel movies. Like, when the Avengers keep saving the world, how many times is like this? Okay, it wasn't this villain. This villain is the one that's going to destroy the world. Okay, it wasn't that time. This one. Okay, I know we said it like 6 times that was the guy to destroy the world, but it's this one this time. We promise it's this one. And the next one is that, okay, we were wrong last time, it's this one. It starts losing like meaning every time when it's that. And that's sort of like what WoW's like fatigued from, unfortunately. Like, when they were, like, when the Horde attacked Theramore, like, that seemed way better than when just, like, something swallows the whole planet. Okay. Are we done? Did we finish the quest? I think we did it. That's it, right? That's the quest. We did it. Yep, we're done. We can hand it in. Amazing. I think it's outside the entrance we have to do it. Dungeon right there. Okay. The note says, was sealed. Break the seal, needs a key. A Talama. Is that another dungeon?
The key to Ulatek is hidden in the Serpent Shrine of Atalaman. Let's go.
Alright. I almost tell Zajara. Oh, we already left. Oops. Is he gonna be a boss now? I think my favorite X-Pack, maybe Legion. There was a lot that I liked. I liked a lot of X-Packs. Mists of Pandaria was fun. It had moments. I think Legion was one of the best X-Packs of WoW, though. It was the highest class fantasy they've ever been. It felt like WoW in its best form. The dungeons of Legion were great. The storylines made sense. It was super... It was the most peak class fantasy WoW has ever been. Like, that is peak WoW. Class fantasy in WoW is peak WoW. You felt like your class. Everybody felt like an individual. You had your own little hubs. It was brilliant. I like it. Wrath was fun. I played Wrath when it came out. It was really sick. I think people like it more than me. It wasn't bad. It was brilliant. I loved it. I just feel like Legion was so much better. I feel like Wrath was set the foundation for Legion. It was really, really good. But, and this sounds maybe arrogant or something, as I was playing Wrath of the Lich King, I was playing it saying, this is great, this is so good, this is really fun, but there's something missing. I could just feel like it's still missing something. I knew back then, I couldn't tell you what it was. And I felt the same thing in Cataclysm, which I liked even less. And what came after Cata? After Cata was... I'm trying to think now. Was it Mists of Pandaria? No, what was after Cataclysm? I'm trying to think of the storyline. I can't think of the damn story. What was after Cataclysm? Let's look at the map. I'm curious now. God, I'm losing it, man. It was Mists. It was Mists of Pandaria after Cata. Jesus. Okay, there you go. So, Wrath was great. Mists felt better. Mists felt like it captured what I felt was missing in Wrath and Cata. It really did. Warlords felt like a downgrade, and then Legion completely answered what I couldn't tell what was missing. Legion felt like the closest that I felt to Classic WoW. Classic WoW felt like peak WoW to me at the time I played it for the first time. I never experienced anything like it. Then I played Legion, and it felt like that again. It felt like I want to live inside this game. I want this character to represent me. I feel represented by this character. I feel like I'm a warlock when I'm with my friends. They feel different from me. I feel like I'm the one channeling dark energy while they're doing their own thing. They're going off into weird temples and churches to go like pray to their paladin gods, but I'm sitting here summoning stuff and chaining up demons, and they have no idea what I'm doing in here. It was so cool. It was so WoW. It was so RP. And then BFA happened. It was like, Shadowlands, Dragonflight. It felt innovative. It felt like they're trying to heal WoW. War Within, Midnight, it feels like trying to heal WoW, trying to like fix it now. So I feel like we're going in a better direction, but nothing has felt as peak as Legion, and I think it's because the class fantasy was so incredibly high. You felt like your class. It felt so good. The Purge of Strathalome, Arthas was a paladin, right? Used the light and fought the light before he succumbed to the darkness, and some may say that the Purge of Strathalome was his test and he failed. He chose to purge and kill all instead of using the light to heal them, which is very weird to me. Well, that's... people don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. You can't heal him with the light. There was nothing you could do. That's peak writing, because there's no way around it. There was no way that went well. You're retconning the story if you're saying that there was a way to save those people. Those people were dead. They were already infected. He did the logical thing. He saved all of Azeroth by killing them. Oh, we're waiting. I didn't realize an ad went out. We're waiting. That's weird that an ad went out, because it says it shouldn't be ad time for the 13 minutes. Yeah, we're waiting. Sorry. That's so strange that an ad went out right now. It's not supposed to be an ad for another 13 minutes, so that's very strange. I'm going to have to look into that. I'm sorry that happened. Anyways. Arthas did nothing wrong, and I'll explain why. And someone can tell me what I'm wrong. Please tell me in the comments where I'm wrong. Arthas understood. If he doesn't deal with Strathalome, the plague spreads to all of Azeroth. What is the solution? Please explain to me where anybody explains so you can just heal them. You can just wave a magic wand and cure the rot. Because I don't believe that technology existed back then. I still don't think that technology exists right now. If the rot infects people, how do you cure them? Because that feels like poor writing, if you could just wave a wand and cure them. The whole point was, he said there's nothing you can do. And Jaina's like, yeah, but you're hurting innocent people. What do you do? What was Jaina's plan? Just not do anything? Like, it doesn't make sense. I understand her perspective, but they're not being rational. I understand, but like, you're not being rational here. He didn't even try. I think you need to take into consideration the actual actions of what that involves. What does trying mean? How long does trying mean? Like, let's like, I'm not arguing with you. If you say, like, you didn't even try to heal them, how long does healing take? Does it take 5 minutes, or does it take a day? Because that's a whole day that you lose where someone from Strathalom could be traveling to Goldshire, and you didn't even know that person left. If you don't lock down Strathalom, and people are free to come and go, and someone that's infected goes to see their family in Goldshire, and that person doesn't know they're infected, and they go to Stormwind, oh, you lock it down. So you do lock it down. Yeah, I agree, but then, like, you lock it down, that seems pretty, like, sketchy, right? You're locking down Strathalom, like, why are you locking us down? We're prisoners, we're safe. It's like, yeah, but I don't know which one of you guys, like, is gonna, you know, which one of you guys is gonna turn. The whole... To be fair, also, we know, as the audience, we see the situation. We don't... Arthas is on the ground level. We're looking at it from the top down, right? Arthas has to make the call. If Arthas... From Arthas' perspective, either he deals with Strathalom, and if he doesn't, he could personally be the one responsible for destroying the entire planet. That's a lot on his shoulders. Then he could have called upon the light and cried for it to heal them. Fair, but he could have failed, and then they would have broken through, like, the lockdown, because they would not have been able to stop it. If it would have gotten out of control, it would have been too many people to stop. All those people defending, not letting Strathalom out, would have turned, and then it would have just taken over the world. Like that, I get it. I get it. I think this is why I think the writing is so powerful, because you want to try to find a way out, but it feels like a rock in a hard place, and that is peak writing. The peak writing is like, I don't want to justify Arthur's actions, but I can't imagine any other way. Like, it feels like his hand was forced. Like, I see his perspective. It's such good writing. That's why, like, I love that. I love it so much. It's hard to break free from that, because it's like, Jaina's right, but I get Arthas too. Like, I love it. It's so peak. But I didn't realize how late we're going. I think we'll hand this quest and then we'll call it here. Oh, thank you, Suka WW. I hope I'm saying your name right. You're our first follower. Thank you so much for the follow. That's super kind. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I love it, man. Arthas is a peak character. Both Arthas and Illidan, I love them so much because they're not bad guys. They're not goody two shoes. They're in the middle. They're morally gray. A lot of the time, they make sense of what they do. Sometimes I disagree, but I see the perspective. It's like a Punisher kind of character. It's just so deep. We need more of that in WoW. We need more of the morally gray, because the morally gray is the most fascinating, I find. But friends, it's been 5 hours and change, I think, right? Or 4 hours and change? Sorry, I said 5 hours and change. 4 hours and change. It's been 4 hours, 40 minutes. I'm happy to stream. We're going to be streaming. Probably not tomorrow, probably the following day. Tuesday, we're streaming, definitely. I don't know if it's more WoW. It might be another game. I'm not sure yet. On Wednesday, we do have Baldur's Gate. Every Wednesday, we're streaming one extra day now. Our normal stream schedule is Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. We've now included Wednesday into that. So Wednesday streams are going to be just Baldur's Gate. Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday is whatever game we're playing. Could be WoW, could be a variety game, could be a story game like Elden Ring, who knows. We'll figure something out, but every Wednesday we're getting through a campaign of Baldur's Gate. If you know 40k, we're playing as, goodness, how did I forget his name now? Who's the chapter leader of the Salamanders? I forgot his name. Anyways, we made that character, the chapter leader of the Salamanders, if you like 40k. We made him in Baldur's Gate, so we're going to play as him. But, yeah, but what irritates me is that he didn't even try to call upon the light, and it was like a paladin. Last thing I'll say, and then I'll call it insane. I think that's what makes his character so compelling, and I think that's what makes him such a fan favorite, is that he was conflicted. And when he should have called upon the light most, when he should have put his faith in light the most, he didn't. So maybe he was never truly a believer of the light. Maybe it was forced upon him, and when push came to shove, and it was really time to put your faith in the light like you were taught your whole life, you couldn't do it. Because He didn't truly believe it in his heart of heart. That was a life that was thrust upon him by his father and the other people. That's why, yeah, Strathalone was his test. And some would argue he failed. Some would argue he passed. He would argue he passed it himself. He made the right call. The Paladins and other people would argue he failed. And I feel like there's no right answer. And that's why it's so great. That's why, like, that's why it's so deep. And that's what I feel like we need more of that in WoW. You know, I love it. Like, this conversation is the best. This is... The beginning of the stream, in my opinion, wasn't great. This is... We saved the stream, in my opinion, with this conversation alone. This is like peak... It's peak WoW writing. It's peak conflict. I love it so much. Strathalone is... It's such a great story. If you haven't played Warcraft 3, people, if you don't know the story of Strathalone, if you don't want to play it, go on YouTube. Just type in the story of Strathalone. Fall asleep to it. Watch it in the background when I play another game. It's some great writing. If you like fantasy writing, older stories of Warcraft is some really great fantasy writing if you like it. Anyways, I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful day. It's been so cool chatting with you guys. Suka, thank you. You know, like Stapoon followed last time. Thank you for that. The missus is home. I have to cook her dinner. She's been very patient. Speaking of fantasy writing, I got this yesterday. I'm very excited for. Look at the size of this sucker. It's ginormous. It's like 1,000 pages. Very excited to get into Eisenhorn. Very excited to get into it. Eisenhorn. Cannot wait. It came yesterday. I can't wait to get into this tonight. It's so much fun. Anyways, have a nice night, boys. I will see you guys Tuesday, if not before. And like the video, follow. If you're willing to like it on YouTube, it seems to help people find us. Last thing, check out the shorts. Every day we're posting shorts on TikTok, on YouTube, on Instagram. You guys seem to like it, so I'm going to keep posting it. I'm not huge on social media myself, I'll be honest, but you guys really like it, so I'm going to keep posting it for you guys to check out. So if that's what you're into, I will keep posting every day. So there will be shorts. If you need a hit of the stream before we go live on Tuesday, every day will be shorts. Check out the social media, like, share, all that stuff, whatever it is. Insane Gamer, have a wonderful night. Vanilla, have a nice night if you're still there. Anyone else watching, have a wonderful night. I will chat with you guys